Chapter 544. Pucci, the Absolute Beauty, was attacked by a black-clothed, burly man. His murderous aura engulfed her, and a palm struck her shoulder. Her light and delicate body was instantly sent flying backward. Blood spurted out of her mouth, and she was unable to defend herself. When the Absolute Beauty stabilized her delicate body, her long black hair was messily draped over her waist. Although her entire body was stained with blood and the corners of her mouth were bleeding, she still had an otherworldly temperament. Dai, the black-clothed, burly man's eyes were bloodshot. Deafening beast roars and miserable wails could be heard around him. His blood-red eyes were filled with fear. He chased after her, and a fist directly smashed towards the Absolute Beauty. Be careful. Not far away, Han Xian, Very June, Meng Laikai, and Du Yunlong, who was being hatefully attacked, saw this, and their expressions changed drastically. They were so frightened that their expressions changed drastically. However, they were all in the midst of an intense battle and were unable to rescue her. Just as everyone's expressions changed drastically from fright, a blurry, purple-robed figure suddenly appeared in front of the Absolute Beauty. At this moment, the black-clothed, burly man seemed to have suddenly felt something. An inexplicable chill spread out from the depths of his soul, and the profound energy in his body inexplicably stagnated. Then, before the black-clothed, burly man could react, a golden claw suddenly landed on his head. Without any warning, without any sound, a tyrannical energy that the black-clothed, burly man could not resist poured down. Kacha! The black-clothed, burly man could even clearly hear the sound of his skull breaking. Then his head was directly crushed by the claw. Before he died, he did not even see who killed him. He only knew that it was a purple-robed figure whose aura made him unable to resist. The purple-robed figure that suddenly appeared with a purple broadsword on his back and a little golden macaque on his shoulder threw down the black-clothed, burly man's corpse. There was not a trace of blood on his body. Then the purple-robed youth slightly turned his head. On his resolute face, his sharp gaze recovered a little. His deep and clear eyes looked at the dumbfounded Absolute Beauty behind him. He gently stuffed a pill in his hand into her red lips that were stained with dark red blood. Then he used his purple robe sleeves to wipe the dark red blood from the corner of his mouth. He softly said, "Step back a little. Leave the rest to me." As his voice fell, the purple-robed youth's figure had already disappeared from the spot like an afterimage, disappearing from the Absolute Beauty's eyes. "It's him. He's here." The beautiful woman slowly came back to her senses. Under her long eyelashes, her eyes glowed. "President, third brother." In the intense battle, Han Xian, He Jun, and Du Yunlong were all stunned. And they were in the midst. Just as Du Yunlong was in the midst of his ecstasy, Hentian destroyed Yi Piaoling's serene python, sword radiance, and sent Yi Piaoling's body flying. At the same time, his figure rushed over, and a palm print appeared in front of Du Yunlong like a thunderbolt. A purple-robed figure appeared in front of Du Yunlong like lightning. He waved his hand, and a golden light burst out. His hand was like a palm leaf fan, causing the space to crack. Layers of golden talisman, mysterious inscriptions, swept out like the wings of a golden-winged roc, violently attacking Henshin's palm print. Chilala! Henshin's palm print was instantly destroyed. Then many people were shocked to see Hentian, whose strength was at the peak of the advanced stage of the martial king realm, spit out a large mouthful of blood without any warning. His body was immediately sent flying. His cold eyes were filled with shock and fear. After sending Henshin's body flying with one hand, the purple-robed figure rushed out. Golden light burst out from his body, and a terrifying aura suddenly swept out from his body. Then a pair of rune wings flapped on his back. Majestic light filled the air. He was like a rock flapping its wings and soaring into the 9 heavens. Boom! At this moment, the purple-robed youth was powerful and domineering. He was like a real rock descending. His domineering and terrifying aura filled the sky. He flapped his wings and swept across the sky, suppressing Hention. He was domineering and sharp, crushing everything in his path. Then, under countless shocked gazes, the purple-robed youth pressed down on Hention, who was covered in blood and whose eyes were filled with fear. His claw directly grabbed Hention's throat. An expert who had just reached the peak of the martial king realm was instantly restrained in his hand. Flap, flap! The wings on the purple-robed youth's back suddenly vibrated. Golden light bloomed in the sky, and the airflow whistled in the sky. The momentum was terrifying. Roar! The domineering aura descended, causing the surrounding beasts to tremble and roar endlessly. At this moment, in this space, countless figures looked over. Countless shocked gazes landed on the purple-robed youth. He's back. As expected, he's as good as new. It seems that his strength has increased greatly. Eagle King Gong Dao was saved by the silver-winged demonic condor and blocked Xue Tianqiu. He looked at the purple-robed youth who suddenly appeared. After the shock in his eyes, he revealed a look of joy. Third brother is back. Du Xiaoman looked at the purple-robed youth. Her eyes trembled. There was no surprise, only joy. This kid's strength seems to have increased greatly. Medicine King Yi Wuming looked at the people of the 5 Poisons Mountain who were fighting fiercely. His pale face revealed a look of joy. The silver-winged demonic condor, subduing tiger, tyrant mastiff, and blue flame red leopard looked at the purple-robed youth. Their gazes changed, and they immediately went down on one knee. Greetings, Palace Master! Greetings, Palace Master! In the heavenly beast hall, all the huge demonic beasts of the Beast Lord realm were prostrating. The golden demonic python, iron-armored demonic vulture, and other ferocious beasts were prostrating. Roar! Countless demonic beasts roared and crawled on the ground. The sound waves spread in all directions, and the sky changed color. It's the president. The president is back. Who said the president is dead? Our president is back. So the president has already subdued those demonic beast experts. The crowd was stunned. At this moment, it seemed that both sides had temporarily stopped fighting. They looked at the sky in shock. As for the disciples of the World Society, their morale was undoubtedly greatly boosted. They were all boiling with excitement. In the air, Du Xiaofu stood proudly. His gaze swept across the surroundings. Gradually, coldness emerged and killing intent fluctuated. The rune wings on his back exploded with golden light. Carrying the domineering will of the golden-winged Great Peng clan, he was squeezing the twin hatred sect Master Hention, whose pupils contracted and eyes were filled with shock and fear like an ant. That kid didn't die. When did he subdue the silver-winged demonic condor? How is it possible? How could the silver-winged demonic condor be subdued by that kid? This is impossible. In the air, Xue Tianqiu, Mountain Man Wu Zhen, and the others suddenly became envious and embarrassed. Looking at the purple-robed youth floating in the air, a faint feeling of uneasiness crept into their hearts. Those who offend the world society die. The killing intent could no longer be suppressed. Du Xiaofu's cold voice fell from his mouth. A golden light burst out from the hand that grabbed Hention. Kacha! Hention, who had dominated the dark forest for half of his life, suddenly heard a cracking sound from his neck. Then, in his unwilling and fearful eyes, his head was crushed by Du Xiaofu. His body fell, blood spurting out. Big brother! Hention, who had just climbed out of the rubble, shouted. His eyes were cold and resentful, but he immediately turned around and fled. He knew that he could not resist at all. Want to escape? It's too late. A ray of azure gold light swept out from Du Xiaofu's hand. A dazzling azure gold rune suddenly bloomed, like the golden feathers of a golden-winged great pung. Splendor poured down, turning into an azure gold sword whip, like a dragon soaring into the sky. Chi-la-la! Wherever the sword whip passed, a long ravine would appear in the square below. Cracks would appear on the ground one after another, as if an earthquake had occurred. Countless Black Fiend sect and twin Hatred sect disciples had their bodies torn apart. Whoosh! The azure gold sword whip swept out sharply, agile and charming. It also swept directly at Hen Tian's chest from an incredible angle. Not good. Hen Tian, who had been severely injured by the silver-winged demonic condor, was shocked and quickly dodged. However, the terrifying, agile, and charming sword whip was like a ghost, like a dragon circling around, and then swept into Hen Tian's chest. Bang, bang, bang. On the azure gold sword whip, a terrifying energy burst out, destroying all the possible defenses, and then his body exploded. Whoosh, whoosh. Seeing that another king-level expert was killed by Du Xiaofu, whether it was the demon beasts on the Chaos Demon Cliff, the disciples of the World Society, or the experts of the Dark Alliance, all of them suddenly sucked in a breath of cold air. After killing Hen Tian, Du Xiaofu's figure soared into the sky, looking straight at Xue Tianqiu. His figure was like lightning as he flapped his wings and swept across. Bang, bang, bang. Wherever the figure flapped his wings, a large number of disciples of the Black Fiend sect and the twin Hatred sect below could not resist the terrifying pressure under Du Xiaofu's deliberate actions. Their bodies collapsed, and the stronger ones bled from their 7 orifices. Seeing Du Xiaofu flying over, the silver-winged demonic condor automatically moved aside. Feeling the monstrous killing intent and murderous intent on Du Xiaofu's body, even the silver-winged demonic condor felt a chill in its heart. Xue Tianqiu's eyes trembled as he looked at the figure wrapped in golden light approaching. With the silver-winged demonic condor beside him, he was afraid that he would not be able to escape. The enmity of his son's death was irreconcilable. Back then, he had obtained a treasure in the secret area, an egg that might have been an ancient species. He had fought with the silver-winged demonic condor and was heavily injured, but in the end, it still fell into the hands of Du Xiaofu. The hatred had been accumulated for a long time, and now he could only fight. If he could capture Du Xiaofu, then there was still a chance for everything to turn around, and victory would still belong to him. Xue Tianqiu, brat, the enmity of my son's death will be paid with your life. His eyes trembling, Xue Tianqiu was enraged. His killing intent surged and covered the sky, like a dark cloud enveloping the space, and even his figure disappeared within. Walala! Then the surging killing intent condensed into a huge, ferocious beast wrapped in killing intent. It looked like a spider, a scorpion, and a python, as if it had crawled out from hell. Its aura was incomparably terrifying, and it could affect the soul and mind. Black Fiend Burning Sky. This is Xue Tianqiu's strongest trump card. Using the fusion of his meridian spirit and killing intent as the price, it is extremely cold and extremely sinister. It is an extremely sinister and evil thing, enough to fight against those above its level. Looking at the terrifying scene in front of him, the Medicine King, Yiwu Ming's face turned serious. For Xue Tianqiu to be able to move unhindered in the dark forest and faintly become the #1 expert in the dark forest, it was definitely not an undeserved reputation. Woo woo! The ferocious beast's mouth let out a ghostly howl, killing intent surged and dark clouds rolled, sweeping across the sky, causing people's hearts to tremble. It was incomparably terrifying and directly slapped towards Du Xiaofu. Ayo! A golden stream of light swept out from Du Xiaofu's shoulder, and in the blink of an eye, a huge golden ape like a terrifying supreme being was born. The mysterious runes on the runes evolved, giving people a feeling of the beginning of the world and the beginning of all things. demons and monsters, all of you disappear from me." The golden ape roared. It was born with spiritual eyes that overlooked everything. The golden talisman, runes that covered the sky around its body erupted, causing the surrounding space to ripple violently. A terrifying aura erupted, emitting an aura of extreme yang. It was as if a supreme being had descended, capable of dominating and suppressing everything. Walala! In the blink of an eye, the surrounding terrifying killing intent, under the suppression of the mysterious runes on the golden ape's body, was directly purified and dissipated under the countless shocked gazes in the sky. It had met its nemesis. It was simply unparalleled. Kill! At this moment, a terrifying aura suddenly swept out from Du Xiaofu's body. The great rock flapped its wings and soared to the 9 heavens. The tyrant shadow in his hand once again turned into a golden sword whip and rushed into the killing intent, destroying everything in its path. Swish! The golden sword whip's final momentum was like lightning, destroying everything as it directly swept into the body of the huge, ferocious beast. Gee! As the golden sword whip swept in, a golden light erupted, faintly transforming into a golden winged rock shadow on the ferocious beast's body. The light overflowed, and the majestic light filled the air, suppressing everything. Walala! The huge, ferocious beast's eyes were filled with fear and despair, and then its body directly exploded, shattering inch by inch, turning into broken runes. Finally, Xue Tianqiu's figure was revealed. Xue Tianqiu, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Du Xiaofu's figure appeared like a ghost, and as his cold killing intent fell, the golden sword whip in his hand spun, and then directly swept into Du Xiaofu's back. Finally, the tyrant shadow revolved around Du Xiaofu's hand, and golden light poured out. This king has been unhindered for half of my life. I can't accept this. I can't accept this. Xue Tianqiu looked at the bloody hole in his chest, and a golden light erupted from his body. Then his eyes tightly stared at Du Xiaofu with resentment and unwillingness, and then his body exploded into a bloody mist, completely falling in midair. Gu, the Black Fiend sect master, Xue Tianqiu, was also directly beheaded in midair. At this moment, the surrounding people all swallowed their saliva and mouths dry. Another 4,000-word chapter. Little Yu didn't slack off and continued to fiercely beg for flowers. Little Yu also continued to write. Recently, I've been working hard to update as early as possible. Begging for flowers, begging for love, no matter what. I'm about to set foot on a new map and walk into the true world of martial gods. Chapter 545. So strong. Wan Sanping, who was in the middle of an intense battle, also gasped and shivered. He knew that he had managed to escape with his life today. If he hadn't listened to Mu Mingqing's words and changed sides at the last minute, it was easy to imagine what would have happened to him. He would have ended up like Hateful Heaven, Hateful Earth, and Xue Tianqiu. After killing Xue Tianqiu, Du Xiaofu flapped his wings in the air and looked around. He turned around like lightning and pounced towards the Medicine King. In a short instant, he appeared in front of the pale-faced Medicine King. Cheat! The Medicine King stumbled back in the poisonous fog that filled the air. He looked at Du Xiaofu, who had just appeared in front of him, and a slight smile appeared on his pale face. Then he glanced at the poisonous fog and said to Du Xiaofu, "This guy is called 5 Poisons, Mountain Man. Wu Zhen Mountain Man called him over. His poison techniques are very powerful, and even his soul is poisonous. I'll leave him to you. Be careful. Leave him to me." Du Xiaofu nodded slightly and smiled at the Medicine King. Then he raised his head and slowly looked at the 5 Poisons Mountain Man, who was surrounded by poisonous fog. The heart of the 5 Poison Mountain member trembled for no reason when he saw Du Xiaofu's gaze. The sharp and intimidating gaze in the purple-robed young man's eyes and the fiendish aura all over his body caused him to feel extremely uncomfortable in his heart. The gaze on his face twitched slightly. After which he stared intently at Du Xiaofu with a dark and cold gaze as he said, "You are Du Xiaofu?" Du Xiaofu completely ignored the 5 poisons hermit's words. He merely glanced at the 5 poisons hermit indifferently and softly said, "You are merely at the 6-star mysterious realm. I will not let you live today. Brat, you're looking for death. Let your grandpa poison teach you what poison techniques are." Seeing Du Xiaofu's indifferent expression that did not seem to care about him at all, the 5 poisons mountain man was instantly enraged. He waved his hand and countless runes moved. Boom! In an instant, with the 5 poisons hermit's body as the center, a large amount of highly toxic black profound qi surged out, causing the surrounding space to violently tremble. Following which, an ear-piercing humming sound spread out from the black, profound, qi-poison fog in the air. Accompanying this storm-like riot was the whistling of the airflow. Huff, huff! Then, within the poisonous fog, strange runes flickered. In the end, it turned into a huge demon scorpion. Its entire body was black, and black light spread out. Its smell was so fishy that it made people's souls uncomfortable. With a glance, one could tell that it was terrifyingly toxic. The gigantic demon scorpion had 4 wings, and its body was over 30 meters long. Its tail was sharp and covered with dark runes, and its entire body was overflowing with poisonous gas. As the gigantic demon scorpion condensed, many of the surrounding people's gazes trembled. The monstrous poisonous gas spread out, causing people to continuously retreat, not daring to approach. This was the terror of those who practiced the art of poison. No one was willing to come into contact with such a terrifying poison. Brat, you have some skill. Unfortunately, you are destined to die under your grandpa 5 poisons poison techniques today. The 5 poisons hermit sneered. When he activated his strongest poison technique, even a martial royal realm cultivator would have to retreat, not daring to go against him. Although the art of poison was difficult to practice, it also required special talent and a price that ordinary people would not be able to pay. However, once the art of poison was practiced, it would cause people to retreat. They would be terror-stricken, and it would be difficult for them to contend against it. Huff, huff! As the 5 poisons hermit sneered, the gigantic poisonous scorpion immediately pounced towards Du Xiaofu. Huff, huff, huff! The terrifying poisonous fog covered the sky and swept across the land. At that moment, dozens of disciples from the Black Fiend sect, Twin Hatred sect, Mu Family Fort, Myriad Clouds Pavilion, and the World Society were among them. Those who were slightly slower to escape came into contact with the spreading poisonous fog. Their bodies immediately swelled up, and blood flowed out from their 7 orifices. Their bodies turned black, and they turned into a black blood fog amidst their miserable cries. The blood fog spilled everywhere, and no one dared to touch it. When it landed on the ground, it corroded the ground, causing bubbles to appear. A large patch of the ground turned black, and from then on, not a single blade of grass would grow on the ground. Anyone who stepped on it would be corroded by the poisonous fog. The terrifying poison was already so terrifying once it spread out. From this, one could tell how terrifying the 5 poisons hermit's poison technique was. The poisonous scorpion that he had condensed was so poisonous that even a martial royal realm cultivator would have to retreat. Be careful! The terrifying poisonous scorpion, followed by the poisonous fog, enveloped Du Xiaofu. In the distance, Du Xiaoman, Du Yunlong, Hua Fankong, and the others sucked in a breath of cold air, their hearts on tenterhooks. Huff, huff, huff! As everyone sucked in a breath of cold air, the poisonous scorpion followed the poisonous fog and crushed Du Xiaofu. It enveloped Du Xiaofu's body. However, the terrifying poisonous fog was useless against Du Xiaofu. Under the golden glow that surrounded Du Xiaofu, the poisonous fog could not corrode or invade him at all. Boom! However, at this moment, Du Xiaofu's runic wings flapped, and his hand slapped towards the poisonous scorpion. In that instant, A terrifying golden glow burst out like the sun. Walala! In a short moment, the huge poisonous scorpion disintegrated inch by inch, finally turning into broken runes. The golden glow spread out, causing the poisonous fog to dissipate as if it had met its nemesis. Du Xiaoman, Du Yunlong, Pill King, Eagle King, and the others were all dumbfounded. They were dumbfounded and filled with disbelief. This bit of poison is nothing to the golden rock. Only the nearby silver-winged demonic condor was full of smiles. He did not find it strange at all. In the primordial era, the true Peng fed on dragons. The primordial era's ferocious beasts were even more so its food. Among them, the true Peng swallowed the venomous beasts without fear. The Hall Master's entire body was covered in the blood of the golden-winged great Peng. Although he could not compare to the primordial true Peng, it was child's play to deal with the 5 poisons mountain's poison. How is this possible? Seeing this scene, seeing that the poisonous scorpion he had condensed was easily destroyed and that his poison technique was unable to do anything to Du Xiaofu, the expression of the 5 poisons hermit changed drastically. It was as if his mood had suddenly fallen from heaven to hell, and he immediately wanted to quickly escape. However, at this moment, it was too late for the 5 poisons hermit to escape. Du Xiaofu's figure had already appeared in front of him like lightning. Killing intent shot out from his eyes as indifferent and cold words came from his mouth. This bit of poison technique is not enough. You have also violated the great taboo of having a weak body. Die! At the same time as his voice sounded, a green-gold sword glow hacked down like lightning. Accompanied by an incomparably overbearing energy, the sword glow was like lightning as it ruthlessly landed on the 5 poisons hermit's body. Chi-la! As the sword fell, the defense on the 5 poisons hermit's body was instantly destroyed like tofu. The terrifying sword glow landed and swept into the 5 poisons hermit's body. Immediately, the 5 poisons hermit spat out large mouthfuls of blood. His eyes were filled with fear and shock. Before he could cry out, his body had already been split into 2, turning into a bloody mist that filled the sky. Goo goo! Seeing the 5 poisons hermit's body turn into a bloody mist, the entire place was shocked. Following which, gasps could be heard everywhere. Not good. Run. Seeing the 5 poisons hermit killed, the 5 poisons hermit's soul trembled and a chill ran down his spine. How would he dare to stay any longer? He immediately flew into the air and fled. The situation was already over, and there was no way for him to counterattack. The 5 poisons hermit could only flee or die. Swoosh, swoosh! The 5 poisons hermit fled rapidly, wishing that he could be faster. With all his strength, his figure seemed to have turned into a long rainbow. Trying to escape, the silver-winged demonic condor, who had been waiting by the side, raised his sharp gaze and was about to give chase. With his speed, it was impossible for the 5 poisons hermit to escape. Silver Condor, there's no need to chase. He won't be able to escape. Du Xiaofu stopped the silver-winged demonic condor as he looked at the space in front of him. There was a familiar aura soaring into the sky. The aura was extremely far away, and if not for the recent increase in his mental energy, he would not have been able to detect it. It's the Deputy Hall Master! The silver-winged demonic condor looked in the direction the 5 poisons hermit had fled, and his expression changed drastically. The silver-winged demonic condor immediately sensed the familiar aura. It was a familiar aura that even he had to be wary of. Chi-la-la! In less than 3 breaths' time, while many people were wondering why Du Xiaofu did not chase after Mountain Man Wu Zhen, a ray of light shot down from the sky in front of them like a meteorite. Finally, it smashed into the ruined ground below, which was in a complete mess. Blood flowed like a river, causing the ground to rumble. The earth shook and the mountains swayed. Rock fragments shot out and formed a large pit. Ugh! Many pairs of eyes were stunned as they looked over. All of them were shocked to discover that the person who had been ruthlessly slammed into the ground was the 5 Poisons hermit, who had just fled. His eyes had already turned white from shock as he spat out large mouthfuls of fresh blood. Huff, huff! Everyone inhaled a breath of cool air. They did not know who had thrown the 5 Poisons hermit back. Looking at his miserable appearance, it was clear that the person who had thrown him, a 6-star mysterious soul symbol master, had to be terrifyingly powerful to be able to turn him into such a miserable state. If Elder Brother had not prohibited me from attacking, I would have killed you last time. I never expected that you would still dare to come and seek death. A clear and melodious voice resounded, and the figure of a young girl appeared in midair, accompanied by a faint green brilliance. Her green dress fluttered slightly, and her long black hair was as smooth as a waterfall, all the way to her soft waist and buttocks. Her legs were long and slender, and her figure was enchanting and graceful. The young lady was extremely beautiful. However, she appeared to be only 15 or 16 years old. Her face, which could cause the downfall of a country, had a youthful look that did not quite match her naturally enchanting and alluring appearance. At this moment, her pure black eyes were filled with a cold and noble aura that caused one to prostrate before her. Greetings, Deputy Hall Master. The silver-winged demonic eagle, subduing tiger, tyrant mastiff, and blue flame red leopard immediately stepped into the air and bowed when they saw the young lady in a green dress. The golden demon python and the other beasts in the distance also prostrated themselves and bowed. Who else could this graceful young lady be other than Du Shaoqing? Roar! The surrounding beasts roared as they sensed the aura spreading from Du Shaoqing's body. They respectfully prostrated themselves on the ground. Today's update has been completed. Brothers, please send fresh flowers after you have finished reading. Xiao Yu bowed in thanks. Chapter 546. She seems to have broken through. Du Xiaofu gazed at the alluring girl in front of him. The aura emanating from her body seemed to be much stronger than before. How can she be so strong? And it's the aura of a beast. Mountain Man Wujin crawled out of the rubble in the deep pit and looked at the azure-clothed girl in the sky. He had seen her before at the World Gathering, but he did not know that this girl's cultivation had reached such a level. Compared to the terrifying Du Xiaofu, she seemed even more terrifying. Only now did Hermit Wujin understand that Du Xiaofu had let him go last time because he thought that Du Xiaofu was wary of him being a 6-star mysterious spirit talisman master. Even the Medicine King might not be able to keep him here, so he had to let him go. But now he understood that if the girl in green had made a move last time, he wouldn't have been able to escape. Chi! Du Xiaofu's figure swooped down like a great pung soaring through the sky. A vast pressure descended and suppressed Hermit Wujin, who had been beaten into a miserable state by Du Shaoqing. He directly restrained Hermit Wujin in his hand before flapping his wings and rising into the sky again. Mountain Man Wujin struggled with all his might, but to no avail. The vast and mighty suppressive force was incomparably overbearing, and it was not something he could contend against. Only at this moment did he truly realize just how powerful the purple-robed young man before him was. Everyone watched as the last King Realm expert, Hermit Wujin, was captured alive. Everyone looked up at the sky. The entire miserable battlefield had descended into an inexplicable silence for no reason at this moment. Numerous gazes stared intently at the purple-robed young man in midair. Du Xiaofu looked at the restrained Hermit Wujin in his hand with a cold glint in his eyes. He said softly, "Do you know why I let you go last time instead of killing you? I had already predicted that, with your personality, you would most likely go to the Black Fiend sect. And the Black Fiend sect was also the sect I wanted to destroy. It seems like my guess was right. You really came with Xue Tianqiu. You didn't know that I could easily destroy you at any time, but you were jumping around like a grasshopper, seeking your own death." His indifferent voice resounded in the sky, allowing many people to hear him clearly. Third Fatty Wan, Mu Mingqing, and many others trembled. So all of this was within the purple-robed youth's expectations. Their coming here meant that today's the end. Mu Mingqing and Third Fatty Wan editor, Cloud Heaven and Earth side. If Shui of Heaven and Earth and Shui Tianqiu, they would have died. Heaven and Earth. If Shui Tianqiu and Hengdi had heard this, they would have been if Shui Tianqiu and Hengdi. So all of this was within the president's expectations. Hua, Fankong, Xia Wenqing, Chao Yu, and the others were also shocked. It was no wonder that the president did not exterminate Mountain Man Wuzhen. He had purposely let Mountain Man Wuzhen lure Shui Tianqiu to chaotic Demon City. Don't kill me. No, I am willing to submit. Don't kill me. Mountain Man Wuzhen's eyes were filled with fear. His pale face was twitching, and his soul was trembling. He did not want to die. At his age and cultivation level, he was even more unwilling to die. You can't be left alive. This is your own choice. Killing intent flashed across Du Xiaofu's eyes as his indifferent words fell. Suddenly, a golden light gushed out from his hand like a volcano. Bang, bang. A dull sound rang out like thunder. Mountain Man Wuzhen's pupils constricted. He did not even have time to scream. Golden light instantly rushed out of his body, and his body exploded in midair. Mountain Man Wuzhen's 6-star mysterious realm body was completely destroyed. He could not be more dead. Following Mountain Man Wuzhen's death, the hearts of the Black Fiend sect and Twin Hatred sect's disciples trembled. King-level experts were killed one after another like ants. At this moment, how could the remaining people of the Black Fiend sect and Twin Hatred sect still have the heart to resist? They looked at each other with fear in their eyes. The few martial lords were the first to kneel on one knee. They looked at Du Xiaofu in the sky and said with a trembling voice, "We are willing to submit to the world society." Clang, 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 clang. The sound of weapons falling to the ground could be heard. At this moment, the remaining 300,000 Black Fiend sect and Twin Hatred sect disciples all knelt on the ground. We are willing to submit to the world society. We are willing to submit to the world society. The voices of surrendering resounded like thunder in the sky. At this moment, the disciples of the Black Fiend sect and Twin Hatred sect knew that they no longer had the strength to resist. They could only surrender to save their lives. Du Xiaofu looked down at the sky. The wings on his back shone with a golden light. Suddenly, he swung the tyrant shadow in his hand downwards. A sword light dozens of feet long burst out. As the sword light swept past, it seemed to split the space in half. Bang, bang, bang. As the sword aura fell, under the shocked gazes of many people, a long gully exploded on the ground. Low sonic booms rang out incessantly. More than 10 martial marquis cultivators from the Black Fiend sect and the Twin Hatred sect were caught off guard and killed. A debt of blood must be paid with blood. Those who offend the world society will be killed without mercy. These cold words came out of Du Xiaofu's mouth. The murderous aura around him swept out. A debt of blood must be paid with blood. Kill without mercy. In that short moment of stupefaction, the World Society disciples instantly let out battle cries. One by one, the World Society disciples pounced forward. Roar! Thousands of beasts roared and howled. The beast tide swept out. Everywhere it passed, it destroyed everything. The smell of blood filled the air. Ah, run, run quickly! Blood-curdling screams rang out. Hundreds of thousands of disciples from the Black Fiend sect and Twin Hatred sect fled in panic. However, how many of them could escape at this moment? What awaited them was only a bloody massacre. Third Fatty Wan, Mu Mingqing, Chao Yu, and many others looked at the purple-robed young man in the sky. They sighed in their hearts. Perhaps at this moment, everyone understood a principle. There were some people in this world who seemed to be gentle and elegant. However, once they were provoked and the anger in their hearts was aroused, the opponent would not even have the chance to surrender and beg for mercy in the end. A bloody massacre lasted from morning to dusk. For the entire day, blood flowed like a river outside Chaos Demon City. The smell of blood filled the sky. Chaos Demon City also became a city of blood. In the end, more than 300,000 elite disciples from the Black Fiend sect and Twin Hatred sect were all killed by the World Society, Heavenly Beast Hall, Mu Clan Fort, and 10,000 Clouds Pavilion. Not many could escape. Blood flowed like a river outside Chaos Demon City. There were broken limbs and bones everywhere. In the end, they were devoured by the thousands of beasts in the Heavenly Beast Hall and cleaned up. However, the bloodstains and the smell of blood in the square did not dissipate for a while. The Black Fiend sect and Twin Hatred sect were completely destroyed. The 10,000 Clouds Pavilion and Mu Clan Fort changed sides at the last minute. It was rumored that Du Xiaofu did not die and was still the leader of the Heavenly Beast Hall. He had already subdued the silver-winged demonic eagle at the Chaos Demon Cliff. This news immediately spread from all sides, especially after hundreds of thousands of people from the Black Fiend sect and Twin Hatred sect surrendered. They were also mercilessly killed by Du Xiaofu. This was even more shocking. When the news spread, it sent chills down everyone's spine. At this moment, the entire Dark Forest realized that although Du Xiaofu of the World Society looked young, he was definitely not to be trifled with. Once they provoked him, they would not even have the chance to kneel and beg for mercy in the end. At night, the moon was bright and the stars were sparse. The air was still filled with a thick smell of blood. The poison in your bodies is powerful, but it's not a big problem. There are many antidotes in the 5 poisons Hermit's Chinkuan bag. After I look around, I should be able to find the antidote you want. Even if there's no antidote, it's not a big problem. I can still cure this poison. It's just that it's a little troublesome, the Medicine King said to the seated Mu Mingqing and Third Fatty Wan in the World Society's main hall. Thank you, Medicine King. Third Fatty Wan and Mu Mingqing stood up and cupped their hands in thanks. They also heaved a sigh of relief. They had been forced to join the Dark Alliance. Everyone had been trapped in a talisman array set up by Wu Jin Hermit. In addition to the 5 poisons Hermit's poison, they had been forced to join the Dark Alliance. There's no need for the 2 of you to be so polite. I've already arranged for my disciples to prepare a place for the 2 of you to rest. We can talk about other matters tomorrow, the Medicine King said to the 2 of them. Then we'll take our leave first. Mu Mingqing and Third Fatty Wan cupped their hands and left. The 2 of them were exhausted today and needed to adjust their breathing to recover. The disciples of the Mu family fort and the Black Fiend sect were already on their way back. Only a few experts were left in Chaos Demon City. As the 2 of them left the main hall, a purple-robed figure slowly walked out from the inner hall. He carried a broadsword on his back. His figure was tall and straight, and his eyes were deep and clear on his resolute face. Chapter 547. Old E, if my guess is correct, you should have already found the antidote for the poison in their bodies from the 5 poisons Mountain Man's Chinkuan bag. Du Xiaofu walked out and said to the Medicine King with a slight smile, "It's not hard to find the antidote." The Medicine King looked at Du Xiaofu and asked seriously, "Do you really trust them?" Du Xiaofu sat on the empty chair beside the Medicine King. His clear eyes flickered as he replied, "I definitely trust the Mu Clan fort. As for Wan Sanpeng from the Myriad Cloud Pavilion, I have never come into contact with him, so I can't say for sure. Wan Sanpeng is a smart person. As for his character, we'll see in the future." The Medicine King looked at Du Xiaofu. After pausing for a moment, he continued, "During this period of time, everyone thought that you had fallen. Where did you go?" "I survived and even obtained some benefits. It's a long story. I'll tell you in detail in the future." Du Xiaofu looked at the Medicine King with a gloomy expression and asked, "Medicine King, what happened to Tianwu Academy? How many people were left?" There weren't many people left. Later on, a lass called Qi Yeshi came back with a powerful expert. Even Shui Yao and old man Yinming weren't a match for him. The Medicine King sighed with a pale face and told Du Xiaofu about what happened to Tianwu Academy. "Qi Yeshi," Du Xiaofu murmured. He didn't expect that she would return in the end. Even the soul of the ancient desolate space had mentioned her before. Her origin was extraordinary and her talent was extremely high as well. She had the potential to become a supreme expert. Tianwu Academy is no more. What are your plans for the future? The Medicine King asked. Du Xiaofu's expression changed slightly, but he didn't say a word. A moment later, he looked at the Medicine King with a clear gaze. Gritting his teeth, he said resolutely, "As long as I am around, Tianwu Academy will exist. As long as there is a single student of Tianwu Academy, Tianwu Academy will not be destroyed. One day, Tianwu Academy will stand tall in the dark forest, in the central continent. Otherwise, the sacrifice of Grand Elder Xiaoyu, Elder Zhou, and Vice School Head Zhuge will be in vain." The Medicine King's pale face slightly trembled. He looked at Du Xiaofu and asked, "Then what do you plan to do?" "I want the dark forest." Du Xiaofu gritted his teeth and made a decision in his heart. If his world society was strong enough, he wouldn't have to fear the dark nether sect invading Tianwu Academy. If the world society wanted to truly rise, the dark forest would be the best place and also the most suitable place. The Black Fiend sect and Twin Hatred sect have been destroyed. There is indeed no power in the dark forest that can stop the world society. However, you have to be careful of Grandma Silverflower. She is the protector of the dark forest. If she doesn't agree, we will be in trouble, the Medicine King said. "I will look for Grandma Silverflower." Du Xiaofu's gaze flickered. The old figure he saw in the sky above Tianwu Academy seemed familiar. He naturally had to pay a visit to such an expert in the dark forest. This time, Grandma Silverflower didn't stop the Black Fiend sect and the others from forming an alliance and coming to the Chaos Demon City. Maybe Grandma Silverflower doesn't care about this matter anymore. The Medicine King said softly. Then, his gaze flickered as he looked at Du Xiaofu for a while. He sighed softly and said, "Although the dark forest isn't small, it isn't big either. With the world society's current strength, we can sweep through it. I think it's time for me to make a trip to the central province." Du Xiaofu said softly. Compared to the central province, the dark forest and the Stone Dragon Empire were insignificant. They were just remote places. The central province was filled with experts and geniuses. Outstanding people were rising. Only by going there could he become an expert. Du Xiaofu knew that only by becoming a powerful expert would he be able to accomplish what he wanted to do, which was to protect everything around him. If there was a supreme expert in Tianwu Academy back then, the Dark Nether sect would not have dared to come to Tianwu Academy. Central Province. The Medicine King raised his head and looked at Du Xiaofu. He knew that the incident in Tianwu Academy had a deep impact on him. The fate of the Black Fiend sect and the Twin Hatred sect was a good example. The Central Province is filled with experts and geniuses. Outstanding people are rising. Outstanding people are rising. Experts of the beast race roam freely. It is rumored that the demon race is hiding there. You should go there. Only by going there can you become an expert. These old bones of mine will support you. I will watch over the dark forest for you. N. Du Xiaofu nodded his head. Back then, the dark nether sect's blood demon and old man Yinming were extremely powerful. However, they were only at the Martial Emperor realm. Above the Martial Emperor realm were the Honorable Realm experts. There was no end to cultivation, and the Martial Tao was endless. After the Martial Honorable Realm, there were even more powerful realms. However, one needed to have sufficient cultivation to be able to come into contact with the wider world. However, the Dark Nether sect is also in the central province. You have to be careful. The Medicine King reminded. The Dark Nether sect's blood demon, and old man Yin Ming. Gritting his teeth slightly, Du Xiaofu's deep and clear eyes burned with anger. If he wasn't strong, he wouldn't have the qualifications to protect everything he had. If he wasn't strong, he wouldn't be able to protect everything he had. You should leave this place as soon as possible. If this place is too small, it will restrict you. Once a martial cultivator steps onto the path of cultivation, they've already chosen to follow the law of the jungle, where strength is respected. If you're weak, you can only allow yourself to be bullied and humiliated by others. Become a fish on the chopping block. If you're weak, you don't even have the right to live. You don't even have the right to decide your own life. Du Xiaofu recalled Yi Piaoling's words. At this moment, these words were like a blade that was deeply imprinted in the depths of his soul. Waves of sharp aura spread out from his body. What's wrong with you? The Medicine King looked at Du Xiaofu and asked when he sensed that the aura from Du Xiaofu's body was getting sharper. I only want to become stronger so that my parents and siblings can reunite. I want my family to be reunited. I want Tianwu Academy to rise again. I want the souls of the heroes who sacrificed for Tianwu Academy to rest in peace. Du Xiaofu looked at the Medicine King and clenched his fists tightly. A golden glow surged out from his eyes, and it was as though a golden-winged rock was about to fly out. Unswerving determination burst out from the gaps between his teeth. I will be the steel on the chopping block! The destruction of Tianwu Academy made Du Xiaofu understand a principle once again. He firmly believed in his belief that he had to become an expert as soon as possible. Only an absolute expert would be able to protect his everything. If he obeyed, he would be ordinary. If he defied, he would be strong. Moonlight shrouded the quiet courtyard under the cover of the night. A figure landed outside the courtyard. Looking at the radiant pearls in the courtyard, the figure said softly, "Greetings, Uncle Mu." "Come in." A clear voice sounded from the courtyard. Hearing this, the man's eyes flickered in the darkness. He stood tall and straight, with a purple broadsword on his back. It was Du Xiaofu. In the small hall, Du Xiaofu saw Mu Mingqing. His face was pale, and there were some injuries on his body. However, it shouldn't be too serious. Mu Mingqing looked at Du Xiaofu with shock in his eyes. Soon after, he regained his composure and said, "The dark forest is filled with scheming and vicious people. Although your methods today may seem cruel and ruthless in the eyes of some people, it was the best choice. In the future, no one will dare to offend the World Union. In this aspect, you are better than your father." Du Xiaofu smiled. Suddenly, his expression changed, and he asked Mu Mingqing in shock, "Uncle Mu, you know my father?" Mu Mingqing looked at Du Xiaofu and smiled. Suddenly, he waved his hand, and a series of hand seals formed in front of him. Arcane arcs formed in front of him and finally condensed into an energy palm. Waves of energy rippled outwards, and then the energy dissipated into Mu Mingqing's hand. Stormy Wave's palm. Du Xiaofu was shocked. Mu Mingqing had just formed the Stormy Wave's palm, a martial technique of the Du family. That's right, it's the Stormy Wave's palm. When you fought with the fifth brother, you used the Stormy Wave's palm. In addition, you and your father look very similar, so I can be sure that you are the second brother's son, and your father is Du Tingxian. Mu Mingqing looked at Du Xiaofu and smiled. You must not know that your father, Uncle Lu, and I are all sworn brothers. Your father is the second brother. He taught us the Stormy Wave's palm when we were training in the dark forest. My drunkard father and the master of the Mu family fort are sworn brothers. Chapter 548. Du Xiaofu was stunned. Then he could finally explain the many questions in his heart. When he went to ask for the mysterious spirit, Heavenly Vine, the Mu clan fort helped him at all costs. This time, when the Dark Coalition army came, Mu Mingqing did not care about the poison in his body. The Mu clan fort master, Mu Mingqing, who was in front of him, was the sworn brother of his drunkard father. Du Xiaofu came back to his senses after a while. He looked at Mu Mingqing and said, "Before the Dark Coalition army came, the world received a mysterious jade slip. I think it must be Uncle Mu's doing, right?" "Haha." Mu Mingqing laughed heartily and didn't say much. He looked at Du Xiaofu and said, "Your father will be very happy to have a son like you. With your current achievements, even your father couldn't compare to you when he was your age." Du Xiaofu smiled helplessly and handed a brocade box to Mu Mingqing. He bowed and said, "Uncle Mu, this is the antidote for the poison in your body. Thank you for everything. We're family. You don't have to be so polite." Mu Mingqing took the brocade box from Du Xiaofu and asked, "What do you plan to do next?" Du Xiaofu heard this and said to Mu Mingqing, "I'm going to discuss with Uncle Mu. I want to form an alliance with all the forces in the Dark Forest. What do you think?" Mu Mingqing looked at Du Xiaofu and seemed to understand something. He smiled and said, "Don't worry. The Mu clan fort will definitely support you. The Black Fiend sect and the Twin Hatred sect have been destroyed. I believe that Wan Sanpeng from the 10,000 Cloud Pavilion will have an idea. There won't be many problems. Thank you, Uncle Mu." Du Xiaofu bowed again. Then the two talked about some things in the dark forest. Du Xiaofu then left. Night covered the sky. The moonlight cast mottled traces in the Chaos Demon City. Inside the side hall, Du Xiaofu saw his second brother Du Yunlong, eldest sister Du Xiaoman, as well as Han Xan, He Jun, and Meng Laikai from Lanling City. In the side hall, there was also a stunning woman. Her delicate body was light and tender, and her curves were graceful. Her temperament was the complete opposite of Du Xiaoman's hot and enchanting temperament. She had an ancient charm and was as beautiful as a fairy that had walked out of a painting. She was Dai Xingyu's aunt, Morong Yuro. When they saw Du Xiaofu, they couldn't help but exchange greetings. This was especially true for He Jun, Han Xian, and Meng Laikai. They stared at Du Xiaofu in shock. When they were in Lanling City, although they knew that this guy was terrifying and fierce, they didn't expect that in such a short period of time, this guy had already become a marquis. His name shook the Empire and the Dark Forest. He could even kill king-level experts as if they were nothing. As Du Xiaofu chatted with them, it was not difficult for him to discover from the auras of Han Xan and the others that their cultivations had improved by quite a bit. It was likely that they had been cultivating extremely hard during this period of time. What shocked Du Xiaofu the most was his second brother Du Yunlong. He didn't expect that his second brother, Du Yunlong's cultivation strength had already reached the Nirvana realm of the Martial Lord realm. He had broken through a lot. Especially in his aura, Du Xiaofu could feel some thunder aura. It was probably related to the inheritance of the Guardian King. Without a doubt, the inheritance of the Guardian King had given his second brother great benefits. From the exchange of greetings, Du Xiaofu was shocked to find out that the Du residence had been razed to the ground. The Guardian King, Du Qingqing, and the outstanding Du Chang had been captured. The remaining people of the Du residence were also nowhere to be found. It was rumored that on that night, a hidden expert from the Chung family made a move. However, in the end, he failed to stop the mysterious expert who had destroyed the Du residence by himself. After hearing this news, Du Xiaofu's heart sank. He had mixed feelings about the Du residence. The Guardian King's final actions had earned Du Xiaofu's admiration and respect. Now that he knew that the Du residence had been destroyed, he didn't feel good. Tianmu Academy was annihilated. Du household was annihilated. Many things had happened recently, causing Du Xiaofu's heart to tremble inexplicably. He had an indescribable feeling that all these things were related to him. After exchanging greetings, Du Xiaofu told second brother Du Yunlong, Han Xan, and the rest about the alliance between the major forces in the Dark Coalition. Hearing this, Du Yunlong pondered for a while. Then, A sharp glint flickered in his eyes. He said, "There are no forces in the dark forest that can go against the world society. The strongest forces are the Mu family fort and the Wan Yun pavilion. However, they can't go against the world society now either. It's not a big problem for us to form an alliance. If anyone dares to disagree, we'll just destroy them. What happened today can only be prevented from happening again if we are more ruthless. This is the dark forest. Benevolence will never work." Listening to Du Yunlong's words, Du Xiaofu felt rather comforted. Second brother Du Yunlong had been training outside since he was young. He had already seen through this aspect. His methods had always been extremely ruthless and decisive. The world society would be handed over to second brother to control. With the king of medicine's assistance, even if he went to the central province, he could rest assured. After that, Du Xiaofu told everyone about the relationship between the Mu family fort and the world society. This alliance was imperative. If the remaining Wan Yun pavilion did not agree, they would have to resort to special means. After that, he discussed the world society with second brother Du Yunlong, Han Xian, and the rest. It was late into the night before everyone began to disperse. In the end, only Du Xiaofu and Morong Yurua were left in the hall. Han Xian, He Jun, Meng Laikai, and the rest tactfully left. "How's your injury?" Du Xiaofu asked as he looked at Morong Yurua, who had not spoken much all night. "It's not a big deal." Morong Yurua looked at Du Xiaofu. Back then, in the Lanling prefecture, he had become a young man. The naivety on his face had gradually turned into maturity. She nodded and looked at Du Xiaofu. The corners of her lips curled up slightly as she said, "I've heard about Xingyu's matter. This is also Xingyu's own good fortune. I didn't take good care of Xingyu. I hope she can be well." Du Xiaofu sighed softly, feeling a little guilty in his heart. "She's so innocent. Naturally, nothing will happen to her," Morong Yurua said softly. Looking at the purple-robed young man in front of her, a complicated look flashed across her eyes. It was hard to fathom. She then nodded slightly and said with a faint smile, "I heard that you have been conferred the title of Marquis. Congratulations, but next time don't take any risks. This time, many people are worried about you. If Xingyu knows about this, she will definitely be worried about you." "Well, I understand," Du Xiaofu said with a faint smile. "That's good." Morong Yurua nodded and smiled. She then continued, "After the alliance enters the dark forest, what are your plans?" Du Xiaofu looked at the beautiful woman in front of him and said with a smile, "I plan to go to the central continent. There are many strong people there. I want to go there and train." Central continent. Morong Yurua's eyes flashed with a complicated look when she heard this. She hesitated for a moment. Then the corners of her mouth curled up slightly. She said to Du Xiaofu, "How about you do me a favor?" "Say it." "As long as I can do it," Du Xiaofu said with a smile. In the central continent, there is a fertile field city. There is a Morong family in the city. If you have the chance to meet them, go and see how the Morong family is doing now. When you come back, you can tell me about it, Morong Yurua said. "Does the Morong family have anything to do with you?" Du Xiaofu asked Morong Yurua when he heard this. Morong Yurua raised her eyes slightly. There were some ripples in her eyes, but her expression didn't change. Then she smiled and raised her head to Du Xiaofu. "I'll tell you later." Du Xiaofu nodded at her. "Okay, I'll go and take a look if I have the chance." Du Xiaofu nodded and didn't ask any more questions. Morong Yurua smiled faintly when she saw Du Xiaofu nod. She then said, "There are many strong people in the central continent. Heroes are fighting for supremacy, and outstanding people are rising. I know you are not inferior to them, but if you go, you have to be careful." "I understand." Du Xiaofu nodded when he heard this. He looked at the beautiful woman in front of him and said, "By the way, my second brother told me that the world society is indebted to you during this period of time. However, you haven't asked for any position. Why is that?" From his second brother, Du Yunlong, Du Xiaofu learned that Murong Yurua had contributed greatly to the World Society in Lanling City during this period of time. Her wisdom and means had won the admiration of everyone in the World Society. Even Han Xian was no exception. From this, it could be seen that Du Xiaofu felt that he might have underestimated this beautiful woman in front of him in the past. I joined the World Society to help you. I don't need a position in the World Society, nor is there a suitable position for me, Murong Yurua said. She wasn't interested in these things. She joined the World Society purely because she agreed to help the purple-robed young man in front of her. The third night watch has been posted. This way, everyone will feel better. Brothers, after reading this, continue to send flowers to express your thanks. Chapter 549. The World Society is currently lacking a hall master in the Greenwood Hall. The Greenwood Hall is responsible for the external affairs of the World Society. How about you reluctantly take over? Du Xiaofu hesitated for a moment before smiling at Murong Yurua. The World Society's external affairs are not a small responsibility. Murong Yurua was a little stunned. She raised the curtain and looked at Du Xiaofu. Then she smiled charmingly and said, "Do you trust me that much?" Du Xiaofu nodded and said, "Of course." "Okay, then I'll give it a try." Murong Yurua combed her hair and smiled. She left home because she didn't want to participate in any forces. Otherwise, she wouldn't have gone to Lanling Prefecture City to enter her hometown. But now she sighed in her heart. After so many twists and turns, she finally had to walk the path she didn't want to walk in the beginning. The next morning, in the World Society's main hall, Du Yunlong, Yao Wang, Eagle King, Yi Piaoling, Murong Yurua, Li Shui, Chao Yu, Hua Fankong, Silver-winged Demonic Condor, Tiger-subduing Mastiff, Blue Flame Red Leopard, Mu Mingqing, Wan Yunj, and many others were sitting. Seeing such a lineup in the main hall, Mu Mingqing and Wan Yunj couldn't help but sigh in their hearts. The World Society's lineup was already enough to sweep through the dark forest. If Shui Tianqiu and Hen Tiandi knew that the silver-winged demonic condor and the World Society were together, they wouldn't have dared to come to Chaos Demon City. Greetings, Hall Master. Greetings, President. With the arrival of Du Xiaofu, everyone respectfully stood up and saluted. Du Xiaofu sat on the seat of honor and looked at everyone in the main hall. After nodding slightly to Mu Mingqing and Wan Yunj, he directly told them about the alliance. Hearing this, Mu Mingqing already knew what was going on. Naturally, he didn't say anything. However, Wan Yunj's expression changed slightly. He was quite surprised. Then, Mu Mingqing naturally agreed without any objections. The silver-winged demonic condor and the others also didn't have any objections. Third fatty one was not stupid. Looking at the silver-winged demonic condor, subduing tiger and tyrannical mastiff, he knew that if he shook his head, the silver-winged demonic condor and the others would immediately kill him. Therefore, Wan Sampang smiled and agreed. At the same time, he took the initiative to recommend Du Xiaofu to be the leader of the alliance, and the Wan Yunj would listen to his orders. With Wan Sanpang's agreement, the alliance was easily approved without any obstacles. Du Xiaofu also directly became the alliance master of the alliance. The World Society, the Celestial Beast Hall, the Mu Clan Fort, and the Thousand Clouds Pavilion have formed an alliance known as the World Alliance. Those who betray the alliance will be punished. Du Xiaofu looked at the main hall with sharp eyes as his voice reverberated. The King of Medicine and the Eagle King looked at each other. Their eyes moved slightly as they looked at the young man in the purple robe. At such a young age, he already had the aura of a leader. The World Alliance was probably just the beginning. It wouldn't be long before the World Alliance's name would spread everywhere. After the World Alliance was formed, it was naturally time to deal with the Black Fiend sect and the Twofold Hatred sect. In fact, last night, Du Yunlong had already sent the World Society's disciples to the Black Fiend sect's territory to prepare to take over the Black Fiend sect's territory. As for the Twofold Hatred sect's territory, Du Xiaofu left it to the Mu clan fort and the Thousand Clouds pavilion to take over. Du Xiaofu's decision surprised Wang Yunj and Mu Mingqing. They didn't expect Du Xiaofu to be so generous. After all, the twofold hatred sect and the Black Fiend sect were both annihilated by the World Society. Especially for Wang Yunj, it was already good enough that he was able to keep the Thousand Clouds pavilion. He didn't expect to be able to divide the twofold hatred sect. After a general discussion, the people in the hall dispersed. Du Xiaofu handed over the details to his second brother, Du Yunlong. With the help of the Eagle King, Chao Yu, and the others, the overall situation was set. Nothing would go wrong. I didn't expect you to be so generous. You actually handed the twofold hatred sect to the Mu clan fort and the Thousand Clouds pavilion. After the crowd dispersed, only Morong Yuroa, Du Yunlong, Hanexen, Li Shui, Yi Piaoling, Du Xiaoman, and a few other young people were left in the side hall. Du Xiaofu seemed to be puzzled by the fact that Du Xiaoman had handed the twofold hatred sect over to the Mu clan fort and the Thousand Clouds pavilion. She also felt that Du Xiaofu was being too generous. Big sister, the Mu clan fort is on our side. Although Wan Sampang from the 10,000 Clouds pavilion surrendered, it's already extremely difficult for the World Society to take over the Black Fiend sect's territory. We can't spare anyone to take over the Double Hatred sect's territory either. Why don't we do the Mu clan fort and the 10,000 Clouds pavilion a favor? Du Yunlong looked at Du Xiaoman and smiled. Moreover, how big can the Dark Forest be? It's just the twofold hatred sect's territory. I believe that third brother won't care too much about it. Moreover, it's the World Society's territory anyway. Du Xiaoman's eyes flickered. She seemed to have understood something. Then, she seemed to have recalled something. She said to Du Xiaofu, "Third brother, Qinggu Yu just came to me. He said that he wants to join the World Society." Qinggu Yu, Du Xiaofu's eyes flickered. He had seen that guy yesterday. At this moment, that guy had truly survived and was reborn from the ashes. President, Qinggu Yu also came to talk to me. Li Shui looked at Du Xiaofu and hesitated for a moment. Then she opened her red lips and said, "He said that he was able to become a cultivator again because of you. He wants to join the World Society not because of me. He has already gotten over what happened in the past. Now he just wants to follow you and continue to reach the peak of cultivation." "Qinggu Yu? Is that the guy who used the spear yesterday? He's quite fierce." Yi Piaoling asked Du Xiaofu. He still remembered that the young man who had used the spear yesterday was extremely fierce. "That's right." Du Xiaofu smiled and said to Yi Piaoling, "Do you want to go and see that guy?" "All right." Yi Piaoling simply nodded, as if he would never say another useless word. The sun was scorching on the mountain peak. The surroundings were lush and green. A tall and sturdy young man stood quietly on top of the boulder. No one knew how long he had been standing there. He wore a long blue and white robe, and his eyes were slightly closed. The scorching sun on his body reflected a faint light, as if it was shining on fine steel. Chi, a figure, silently appeared on the boulder of the mountain peak. His entire body exuded a faint aura of indifference. It was a slender and thin, black-robed youth. Under the scorching sun, his long black hair shone brightly. Suddenly, the tall and sturdy young man opened his eyes. He looked at the young man in the black robe. The young man in the black robe slowly raised his head. He had a tall nose and thin lips. He looked at the tall and sturdy young man and said, "You're Qinggu Yu." "That's right." The tall and sturdy young man nodded. He looked at the young man in the black robe. The young man in the black robe felt cold. He said, "I heard Li Shui mention you. Yi Piaoling, the killing god." Yi Piaoling smiled faintly and stared at the bulky young man. His eyes started to shine with sharpness. "He told me about you. He rarely praises people. You are one of them. Make your move. Let me see how strong the person he praises is." "Is that so? You should be good too. But Just as Yi Pialing finished speaking, Chingu Yu slowly lifted his head. At that moment, a monstrous and ferocious aura suddenly swept out from his body like a storm. Boom! At the peak of the mountain, the space trembled. Chingu's jade robe fluttered, and mysterious runes flickered on the surface of his body. His handsome face was filled with a ferociousness that made one tremble. He lifted his head and smiled at Yi Pialing. I also want to find an opponent to test myself against. You shall be my opponent. As Chingu Yu spoke, the surrounding space froze. A ferocious aura shrouded the area. Yi Pialing looked at Chingu Yu, and a faint aura spread out from his eyes. His black robe fluttered like a gust of wind. He reached his hands out of his robe and clenched his fists. He said, "Let's start then." When Chingu Yu heard this, the mysterious runes on his body surged, and the ferocious aura in his body erupted. His long robe fluttered, and a smile appeared on his face again, revealing his white teeth. In the next instant, his body shot out like a ferocious beast. Boom! Chingu Yu moved as fast as lightning. Several afterimages appeared in the air. His body seemed to have turned into an afterimage in the sky. His ferocious aura enveloped Yi Pialing. "You're quite fast." Yi Pialing seemed to be surprised. He looked at the afterimage that was rushing towards him. At the same time, his aura surged out, and a mighty aura swept across the sky. Chi! In a short moment, Chingu Yu arrived. His fist, which was wrapped in mysterious runes, smashed towards Yi Pialing's chest. His speed was as fast as lightning. His aura was ferocious. He had experienced hundreds of battles. Very strong. Yi Pialing's eyes flickered. He knew that Chingu Yu was not only ferocious from his attack. When Yi Pialing saw the fist coming toward her, she moved in a strange and ghostly arc. Although it looked like a close shave, she managed to parry the fist. At the same time, she threw a punch at Chingu Yu's right shoulder with a sharp look in her eyes. Her fist was wrapped in runes, and she swung it at Chingu Yu's shoulder. The fist was powerful and fierce. It enlarged in Chingu Yu's eyes. It was as fast as lightning and as powerful as thunder. However, Chingu Yu did not dodge. The instant the fist landed on his right shoulder, a dazzling rune suddenly appeared on his right shoulder, forming a shield of light. Chapter 550. Bang! Yi Pialing's fist landed on Chingu Yu's right shoulder. Shockwaves surged out. Slash! A visible shockwave rippled out from Chingu Yu's right shoulder and blocked Yi Pialing's fist. Slash! Chingu Yu's fist landed on Yi Pialing's left shoulder. The sudden change caused Yi Pialing's expression to immediately change. In a panic, profound energy condensed and protected his body. Bang! Yi Pialing staggered back 5 steps, while Chingu Yu only staggered back 1 step. Interesting, your physical body is really strong. Yi Pialing steadied himself and looked at Chingu Yu in surprise. Don't try to fight me head-on, or you'll lose. Chingu Yu looked up and smiled at Yi Pialing. He had absolute confidence in his physical body. Not many people could compete with him in terms of physical strength. His godly watchtower was broken, and he cultivated his physical strength. His physical body was everything to him. I'll remember. Yi Pialing smiled faintly and waved his hand slightly. He loosened his fist and opened his palm. His 10 fingers suddenly glowed with the light of runes. Chingu Yu's eyes twitched as if he sensed something. The runes on his body shone even brighter. Slash! This time, Yi Pialing took the initiative to attack. His body moved like a ghost as he waved his hands. His attacks were as sharp as lightning. Boom! Chingu Yu was as ferocious as a beast. His ferocious aura swept across the sky. Walala! Immediately, the two of them continued to exchange blows on the peak of the mountain. In the time it took for a spark to fly off a piece of flint, there were muffled sounds of energy being emitted. The surrounding mountain peaks were all shattered. Boulders rolled down, and the mountain peaks cracked. Bang, bang, bang. After exchanging over 100 blows like this, the two of them retreated explosively under the last muffled thunderbolt. Then they landed on a mountain peak several hundred meters away from each other, facing each other from afar. What a powerful attack! No wonder you're called the god of slaughter in the dark forest. Qinggu Yu grinned at Yi Piaoling. His robe was torn, and there were a few faint bloodstains on his skin. However, they were only superficial wounds. The runes on his body shone brighter and brighter, as if they were coming to life. His ferocious aura swept across the sky. What a powerful physical body! Yi Piaoling stared at the sky in front of him. Shock surged in his eyes as a muffled groan was emitted from his throat. It seemed that he had suffered quite a bit. Not only was the other party's physical body strong, it was also extremely strange. It was as though there was a symbol array on it. When his attack landed on the other party's body, half of his fighting strength would be immediately reduced. Under such circumstances, it was impossible to truly injure the other party unless his strength was more than half of the other party's. Eyes Qinggu Qingguyu, Qinggu Changadav. As soon as Qingguyu finished speaking, a ferocious smile appeared on his face. Suddenly, the mysterious runes on his body rippled, causing his body to be enveloped in a dazzling light. The mysterious runes on his skin looked as if they were about to break free from his body. Boom! An indescribable ferocious aura spread out from Qinggu Yu's body. Mysterious runes flickered on his skin, and from afar, he looked extremely ferocious. Is he going to use his full strength? Yi Piaoling stared at the ancient jade and narrowed his eyes. His sharp pupils fluctuated. Then, mysterious hand seals condensed. His arms shook, creating many blurry afterimages. Waves of faint black energy suddenly whizzed out. Faint runes flickered. Then, waves of energy swept across the sky like the waves of the sea. Sacred body technique. Transforming my body into a flood dragon. With a shout, the ancient jade moved. Dazzling, mysterious symbols gushed out from its body, accompanied by the faint roar of a dragon. The surrounding space suddenly fluctuated, as if there was an endless stream of energy pouring into its body. The mysterious symbols that filled the sky immediately condensed into a huge, mysterious cloud, scarlet dragon phantom that swept across the sky. The light of the Xianyun scarlet dragon enveloped the ancient jade, as if the ancient jade had turned into a real Xianyun scarlet dragon. It stirred up waves of air in the surrounding space, and the ripples spread out. Its aura was like the king of all beasts, causing the surrounding space to tremble violently. Ayo! The Xianyun scarlet dragon roared like a clap of thunder. Immediately after, it flew towards Yi Piaoling like a bolt of lightning. Wherever the dark cloud scarlet flood dragon's phantom passed, a terrifying force swept out, causing space to tremble violently. Walala! Under such a terrifying pressure, the air around the square was scattered, forming a vacuum. Only the runes on the enormous scarlet cloud flood dragon could be seen, suppressing the sky. Floating sky suppression. A loud shout came from Yi Piaoling's mouth. At this moment, Yi Piaoling's eyes suddenly shone with sharp light, and a terrifying surge of energy suddenly spread out. Rumble! The energy runes fluctuated more fiercely than the previous wave. The momentum was turbulent, as if it could suppress everything. It was terrifying. The two terrifying attacks were about to collide. Once they collided, the surrounding space would be destroyed and turned into ruins. Chi! At this critical moment, a purple-robed figure appeared between the two of them. He was enveloped by a faint, golden halo of light, forcefully blocking the two of them. Walala! In an instant, Yi Piaoling and Changguyu's terrifying energies collided with the golden circle of light, causing ripples to appear on the surface of the golden circle of light, and it began to resist and dissipate the attacks of the two people. Walala! The runes bloomed in the sky, and in the end, the two terrifying energies dissipated in midair. Yi Piaoling and Qinggu, you were both pushed back. That's enough. If you continue to spar, this place will be destroyed by you. The golden halo disappeared, and Du Xiaofu appeared. He looked at Qinggu with a smile on his face and said, "Do you really want to join the World Society?" Qinggu raised his head and withdrew his aura. He looked at Du Xiaofu, nodded, and bowed. "Greetings, President." "No need to be so polite." Du Xiaofu nodded, then looked at Yi Piaoling and smiled. "How is it? Do you qualify to join the Heavenly General Guard?" Unbelievable. Cultivating the body can make one so powerful and can even use beast energy. Yi Piaoling was shocked. He had learned a lot about Qinggu on the way here. At first, he couldn't believe it, but after testing it, he realized how terrifying it was. He looked at Qinggu and smiled. "Welcome to the Heavenly General Guard." Du Xiaofu looked at Yi Piaoling and said, "Are you interested in a bit of hardship? Qinggu needs to cultivate the body to step onto the martial path, but you can also strengthen your body and use beast energy." "Can I?" Yi Piaoling raised his head, and his eyes were filled with anticipation. "Of course. Let's start with you." Du Xiaofu nodded and said softly. As time passed, the Black Fiend sect and the Twin Hatred sect were destroyed, and the World Society formed the World Alliance. Du Xiaofu became the leader of the World Alliance, and he controlled the entire Dark Forest. The news spread quickly in the Dark Forest. For a time, Du Xiaofu's name resounded throughout the Dark Forest, and the four empires were shocked. With the massive strength of the entire Dark Forest, it was rumored that Du Xiaofu could already contend against a martial king with a divine weapon in his hand when Tianwu Academy was destroyed. Right now, the Heavenly Alliance's strength was enough to contend against an empire. Naturally, the surrounding empires would be wary of them. Stone Dragon Empire Imperial Palace. The spacious hall in the Golden Dragon Palace was like a huge plaza. There were red pillars with lifelike golden dragons circling around them. The dense dragon aura in the palace made it difficult for people to breathe, and their Xian Qi stagnated. Golden Qilin is a fish in a pond. Once the wind and clouds turned into a dragon, he's still alive, and he's already the leader of the World Alliance. In the center of the hall, Emperor Cheng stood quietly. It was as if there was a golden dragon circling around him. Even from afar, people would be intimidated by him, and he exuded an imperial aura. The message jade slip in his hand glowed, and the dragon shadow on his dragon robe moved as if it was alive. He murmured, "King Du's mansion, Tianwu Academy, Dark Nether sect. What's the connection between them? Is the sky going to change?" Chapter 551. At the same time that Du Xiaofu's name resounded everywhere in the World Society, Du Xiaofu had long gone into seclusion. Many of the higher-ups of the World Society had also gone into seclusion. This made some of the people who were not in the know quite confused. When the World Society took over the Black Fiend sect and took control of the Dark Forest, the president and many of the higher-ups were nowhere to be seen. This was not normal. 20 days later, Du Xiaofu sat cross-legged in the secret room of the World Society. Faint golden light flashed around his body. Phew! A moment later, the golden light fluctuated, and like a golden snake, it drilled into Du Xiaofu's body. Along with a mouthful of turbid air, Du Xiaofu's tightly closed eyes also opened. The golden light in his eyes flickered, and then slowly converged, revealing his deep and clear eyes. "Have you recovered?" In the secret room, Eagle King Gong Dao was still there. He looked at Du Xiaofu with his single eye and trembled slightly. The domineering aura was like that of a peerless, ferocious beast. Even the aura that Du Xiaofu exhaled made his heart tremble. "It's about time." Du Xiaofu looked at Eagle King Gong Dao and smiled. For the past 20 days, he had used the saint body art to refine Yi Piaoling, second brother Du Yunlong, Hua Fankong, Han Xian, and He Jun. It had consumed a lot of qi, especially when he had carved the beast secret technique and the talisman array on their bodies. With the experience of using the ancient jade to refine Yi Shiwen's body, although he had encountered some obstacles this time, everything had been completed smoothly. All that was left was for the 5 of them to go into seclusion to get used to it. In the future, the 5 of them would have another method to rely on. How are the 5 of them? Eagle King Gong Dao asked curiously. He only knew that Du Xiaofu seemed to have made some arrangements for Yi Piaoling, Du Yunlong, Hua Fankong, Han Xan, and He Jun. However, he did not know the details. The 5 of them are fine. When the time comes, they should have a lot more to rely on. Du Xiaofu smiled. Yi Piaoling, second brother Du Yunlong, Hua Fankong, Han Xan, and He Jun had talisman arrays and beast energy carved on their bodies. As long as the 5 of them could comprehend it and master it, they would undoubtedly have a lot more skills in the future. That meant that their strength would increase by a lot. After a pause, Du Xiaofu looked at Eagle King's gong blade and continued, Eagle King, it's your turn now. The wound on your hand was caused by old man Yin Ming from Dark Nether Sect. The Dark Nether Chi is extremely sinister. The Medicine King has helped you resolve most of it, but there's still a small portion that I'm afraid won't be easy to resolve. I have a method that should be able to completely remove the Dark Nether Chi on your hand. At the same time, it can strengthen your arm by a lot. The method is similar to the 5 of them, but I'll mainly use it on Eagle King's arm. Eagle King's claw technique is extremely sharp. If it succeeds, it will undoubtedly be like adding wings to a tiger. If you can use it, it will definitely be a great effort. What kind of suffering have I not experienced in my life? Just do as you wish. Eagle King Gong Dao smiled indifferently and rolled up his sleeve. The wound left by old man Yin Ming was still faintly visible. It was wrapped in a faint, dark nether chi, so the injury had not been able to heal. Yes, Du Xiaofu nodded and formed a seal with his hand. Soon after, a spiritual stove symbol cauldron condensed in front of him. 5 days later, in the evening, the setting sun rolled in the golden red clouds. The evening glow flickered and then sank behind the dark horizon. In the distance, the dim silhouette of the mountain peaks and forests suddenly appeared continuous light blue lines. Then night fell and the bright moon hung high in the sky. In a secluded courtyard of the World Assembly, the Medicine King slightly raised his head and looked at the door. You have been in seclusion for so long. How is it? It's almost done. It's scary but not dangerous. It can be considered smooth. His voice slowly faded. Du Xiaofu's figure also appeared at the door. Under the cover of the moonlight, the broadsword on his back dragged a long shadow at the door. The saint body art is really extraordinary. It's a pity that I don't have the energy to study it so much. The Medicine King bitterly smiled. He had already exhausted all his energy to study the Tao of puppets. He didn't have the energy to study anything else. Du Xiaofu faintly smiled and then moved his seat behind the broadsword on his back. The Medicine King looked at the broadsword wrapped in purple cloth on Du Xiaofu's back. His eyes were filled with ripples. He had seen with his own eyes how terrifying the weapon was when it was wrapped in purple cloth. As the ripples in his eyes fluctuated, the Medicine King quickly came back to his senses. He looked at Du Xiaofu and said, "The things you need to prepare should be almost done. Are you planning to leave?" "Yes." Du Xiaofu slightly nodded and looked at the Medicine King. "In the future, I will leave the World Assembly to you. Please take care of it. Don't worry. Your second brother, Du Yunlong, the girls you found, Yi Piaoling, Qinggu Yu, and the others are not simple people. There won't be any big problems." The Medicine King looked at Du Xiaofu and said, "Yi Piaoling still has some evil qi left in her body. The World Assembly has just stabilized the situation, and they are all in seclusion. Qinggu Yu can't leave either. Otherwise, with Yi Piaoling and Qinggu Yu's martial talent, they should go to the central province with you. One day, they will be able to make a name for themselves in the central province. The World Assembly needs to develop, and I'm afraid it won't be enough to rely on us. After a while, when everything stabilizes, I will send them to find you. All right. Du Xiaofu nodded. Du Xiaofu understood what the Medicine King said. If the World Assembly wanted to develop, they needed experts. Yi Piaoling and Qin Guyu both had the talent and potential to become experts. Only by going to the central province would they be able to temper themselves and obtain more opportunities. While you're in seclusion, I'm afraid there's another matter that you need to deal with. The Medicine King looked at Du Xiaofu and said, "They must have heard about your news. Recently, many students from Tianwu Academy have come to the Central Province Assembly. There are no less than 2,000 people, and there are probably more. They are all looking for you." Hearing this, Du Xiaofu raised his head. His eyes trembled slightly, and he took a deep breath. His eyes trembled as he muttered, "Tianwu Academy won't be destroyed so easily." Translator. Atlas Studios' the moonlight shone brightly, and the sky was filled with stars. They were so densely packed that they looked like a Milky Way that stretched as far as the eye could see. At this moment, there were no less than 2,000 figures standing quietly in a small plaza. Under the moonlight, their shadows were cast one after another. There were both men and women among the 2,000 people, and they were all standing quietly. Their ages weren't too old. The youngest was around 15 to 16 years old, and the oldest was around 23 to 24 years old. Every single one of these young men and women had an extraordinary disposition, and they were all outstanding figures among their peers. Everyone stood quietly without saying a word. However, they all had the same emblem on their shoulders. Many people were familiar with this emblem. It was the emblem of Tianwu Academy. These young men and women were all students of Tianwu Academy, but at this moment they were all gathered in the World Gathering. In front of these extraordinary young men and women, there were close to 10 outstanding figures. Every single one of them was powerful, and they stood quietly. As long as he's around, our academy will still exist. Among the group of powerful young men and women, an otherworldly lady dressed in a red dress spoke softly. Her beautiful eyes shone brightly. Beside the lady in red dress was an extraordinary young man. The aura he exuded seemed to be able to dominate the heavens and suppress the mountains and rivers. His eyes flickered as he spoke. Tianwu Academy will never be extinguished, and he is our greatest hope. One day, a debt of blood will be repaid with blood. A young man in a dark red long robe had a bright and clean white face. At this moment, there was a red glow in his deep, jet-black eyes. They were filled with a demonic evilness, causing one's heart to tremble when looking at his eyes. "He's here." A black-robed young man suddenly raised his head and looked to his left. Under the moonlight, his eyes seemed to have come from the netherworld. Chapter 552. Everyone raised their heads and looked to their left. A tall figure with a broadsword on his back was submerged in the shadows, following which a purple-robed young man walked over quietly. His eyebrows were as sharp as swords, and his gaze was deep and clear. Other than Du Xiaofu, there was no one else. Shua shua. At this moment, everyone's gaze landed on Du Xiaofu, following which their gazes landed on Du Xiaofu's shoulder. There was an emblem of Tianwu Academy on his shoulder. Du Xiaofu looked over, and many familiar figures appeared before his eyes. His gaze flickered slightly as he looked at each other in silence. However, amidst the silence, the young men and women looked at the purple-robed young man. The blood in their bodies was boiling, and their auras were fluctuating, causing the surrounding space to tremble. After a long time, Du Xiaofu looked at the young men and women before him. He patted the Tianwu Academy emblem on his shoulder and said softly, "As long as we are here, Tianwu Academy will still be here." At this moment, the eyes of all the young men and women could not help but be filled with hot tears. "Senior Du, please rebuild Tianwu Academy. Senior Du, please rebuild Tianwu Academy. In Tianwu Academy, strength was everything. At this moment, the surrounding space trembled. All of the students of Tianwu Academy knelt down on one knee with tears in their eyes. In front of the crowd, the dozen or so outstanding individuals knelt down on one knee as well. They looked at Du Xiaofu and said in unison, "Please rebuild Tianwu Academy." A moment later, in a side hall of the World Guild, there were less than 20 young men and women seated together. General Budian Shanha, Lady Ling Xian, Gu Xinyan, Ghost Child, Princess Netherworld, Wu Kei, Qian Luo Sword Gua Xiaofeng, Demon Halberd Liu Xiao, Black Eagle Tang Wu, Cloud Chasing Swallow Yi Feiyu, and the others were all in the top 10 of Tianwu Academy's martial ranking. Back then, they were escorted away by the East vanquishing monarch and the others. Now that they were all here, the remaining few were also in the martial ranking. Ouying Shuang was also among them. She had come with Gu Xinyan and the others. Looking at Du Xiaofu in front of her, she could finally relax. Everyone looked at Du Xiaofu. When they heard that Du Xiaofu had returned, everyone from the World Alliance in Chaos Demon City had rushed over to Chaos Demon City in the past month. Grand Elder Qingyu, Vice School Head Zhou, Elder Zhou, and all of the other elders had sacrificed their lives for the sake of the academy. As students of Tianwu Academy, all of them had come here for a common goal, to rebuild Tianwu Academy. Du Xiaofu glanced at the crowd. He already knew the purpose of their visit, so he said, "Tianwu Academy will definitely be rebuilt, but it's impossible for us to do so now. Our current strength isn't enough. We can only rebuild Tianwu Academy when we grow stronger and become true experts. All of the students have discussed it. Before Tianwu Academy is rebuilt, we wish to follow you." The general looked at Du Xiaofu and said, "If everyone is separated, it will be even more difficult to rebuild Tianwu Academy in the future. I'm planning to head to the central region." Du Xiaofu looked at the general and the others with a contemplative expression. He then turned to the crowd and asked, "Why don't we leave Tianwu Academy in the World Alliance for now? Everyone will have a place to stay. I'll get the World Association to take care of the Academy's cultivation resources. When we're strong enough, we'll rebuild Tianwu Academy." Hearing those words, Gu Xinyan looked at Du Xiaofu. Her beautiful eyes glowed as she said, "Before we're strong enough and before Tianwu Academy is rebuilt, Tianwu Academy shouldn't reveal itself. Otherwise, not only will it bring danger to Tianwu Academy, it might even implicate the World Alliance. The current Tianwu Academy isn't the same as before. It can't withstand a second calamity. Why don't we simplify things and let the students of Tianwu Academy join the World Association first?" Ghost Child pondered for a moment before saying, "This way, no one will notice Tianwu Academy. In the future, we'll be able to rebuild Tianwu Academy whenever we want." "I have no objections." The general raised his head, his aura fluctuating slightly. Then he looked at Du Xiaofu and said, "Are you going to the Central Plains?" "After I go back and explain things to my grandfather, I will go to the Central Plains to find you. Only in the Central Plains will there be more resources and opportunities. Only there can we become true experts. Count me in." Li Yuxiao spoke up as his eyes glowed with a dark red color. "Count me in." Ghost Child, Black Eagle, Tang Wu, Gua Xiaofeng, and the others spoke up as well, intending to head to the central region. The next day, the World Society had over 2,000 outstanding youths joining in a single day. Every single one of them was an extraordinary figure, causing many of the World Society's upper echelons to be extremely shocked. However, this news did not spread widely, and only a few people knew about it. 2 days later, in the morning, the disordered demon city was silent. When the first ray of sunlight pierced through the mist, the entire disordered demon city was enveloped in the gentle morning light. In the inner court of the World Association, At the back of a mountain, more than 10 figures stood there as the morning light rippled. All of them appeared extraordinary. There were several women among them. They were devastatingly beautiful and exuded a noble aura. It was enough to make a man lose his soul with a single glance. You're going to the central continent this time. That place is different. There are as many strong cultivators as there are clouds in the sky. According to the information obtained by the Moon Shadow Hall, the news that you have a peerless divine weapon has already spread to the central continent. Although not many people know about it and few have seen you, you should still be careful. On the mountain, the Medicine King looked at Du Xiaofu and said seriously, "In short, be careful and stay away from the dark nether sect for the time being." "I understand." Du Xiaofu nodded his head slightly. He knew what to do. "Third brother, be careful. Everyone is waiting for your return," Du Xiaoman said softly. She didn't say much as she knew there was no need for her to say anything. "Okay." Du Xiaofu nodded, after which his eyes landed on a lady dressed in tight clothes. Her devilish figure was outlined under the tight clothes. She was extremely beautiful, and her eyes were jet black and bright. She was Ouyang Shuang, who had followed them here. He asked, "Aren't you going to say something?" "I have nothing to say. It's your fault for not bringing me along." Yang Shuang shot a glance at Du Xiaofu. Her long and slender legs, her alluring curves, and her perfect figure, in addition to her beautiful face, were simply captivating. However, at this moment, her cheeks were slightly puffed up because Du Xiaofu didn't plan to agree to bring her along to the central state. She was still sulking. "It won't be too late to go later. I'll go take a look first." Du Xiaofu smiled helplessly. He was unfamiliar with the central region this time. Ouyang Shuang's cultivation base was still weak compared to the central region. Therefore, he didn't plan to go with them. "I know. You and little Qing go. Be careful." Ouyang Shuang glanced at Du Xiaofu again. "I'm leaving. I'll leave the World Alliance to you." Du Xiaofu looked at his elder sister, Du Xiaoman, Silver-Winged Demonic Condor, Han Xian, Murong Yuroa, Li Shui, Medicine King, and the others. He nodded. "Silver Condor, when Domineering Mastiff comes out of seclusion, tell him to call me Big Brother." Little Tiger said to Silver-Winged Demonic Condor. His body gradually turned into the size of an adult tiger. On his pitch-black body, ink-colored mysterious runes were faintly discernible. His aura was extremely shocking. "He definitely will." Silver Condor nodded and smiled. During this period of time, Tiger-subduing Mastiff had obtained Little Tiger's essence blood and went into seclusion. Tiger-subduing Mastiff had the bloodline of the ancient Tiger tribe. Little Tiger's essence blood was of great use to Tiger-subduing Mastiff. After all, Little Tiger's bloodline of the Tiger tribe was much stronger than that of Tiger-subduing Mastiff. Among the human race, strength was the most important thing. However, among the demonic beasts, bloodline was the most important thing. Whoosh! Little Tiger's aura fluctuated. He flapped his wings, and his ferocious aura surged. His body turned into a large disc that spun low in the air. "Elder sister, Sister Shuang, let's go." Du Xiaoqing leaped onto Little Tiger's back. Her pitch-black eyes were still ethereal, but compared to before, there was now a faint red light in the depths of her eyes. "Qi!" Du Xiaoyao's golden macaque body flashed out and landed on Du Xiaoqing's shoulder. "Roar!" Du Xiaofu turned around and leaped onto Little Tiger's back. Little Tiger roared in a low voice and then flapped its wings. The air whistled and surged, gradually disappearing from the eyes of the people below. Everyone looked up and watched the black giant tiger flapping its wings and flying away. Murong Yuroa half closed her bright eyes and gently stroked her jade-like face. She looked in the direction of the flying tiger in midair, and then turned to look at Ouyang Shuang beside her with a smile. "What's wrong? Are some people tempted?" Ouyang Shuang withdrew her gaze from midair and looked at Murong Yuroa. Her cheeks blushed and she pouted. "I've always been attracted to you. Why would I be attracted to him? Murong Yurua pursed her lips into a smile. I didn't say it was him, but you admitted it yourself. You. Ouyang Shuang was taken aback. Then she glared at Murong Yurua with her beautiful eyes. A charming smile appeared on her beautiful face. Anyway, I'm only attracted to you. To prove it, I've decided to sleep with you tonight. How about that? Whatever. Murong Yurua curled her lips and didn't take it to heart. Haha. Then the laughter of the two women came from the top of the mountain. In the sky, the black tiger gradually disappeared without a trace. This chapter is the last chapter in the first volume. The next chapter, Fierce Dragon Crossing the River, will finally unfold. The plot and opportunities will also be accelerated. Little Yu continued to write, asking for the protection of flowers and bowing to express his gratitude. Chapter 553. Dark City was still bustling with activity. The only difference was that the Black Fiend sect and Twin Hatred sect were no longer in Dark City. Instead, they were replaced by the World Society. At dusk, two figures wearing cloaks and masks and gray veils walked into the Dark City without leaving a trace. One of them was tall and straight, while the other was slender and exquisite. They should be a man and a woman. Behind them was a small black cat. The man and woman entered Dark City and walked slowly. They were neither fast nor slow. Even when the sun was setting, the two of them were still wandering aimlessly. Mu Clan Trading Company. The afterglow of the setting sun shone. The two figures unknowingly walked to the entrance of the Mu Clan Trading Company. Then the tall and straight figure looked at the small tea stall diagonally across the Mu Clan Trading Company. His gaze flickered as he said, "Little Blue, let's go and rest for a while." The tea stall didn't have much business at the moment. In front of the tea stall, the silver-haired old lady was arranging the tea leaves while the little boy was practicing writing. Seeing that someone had come, the little boy immediately stood up. Seeing the two figures wearing veils, he didn't find it strange at all. He smiled and said softly, "Do the two of you want to drink some tea?" "Yes, 2 cups of tea that you think is good will do," the tall and straight figure said softly. Then the two of them sat down at the table where the little boy was writing. "Brother, is Grandma Silverflower really in Dark City?" Behind the veil, the slender figure spoke. Her voice was clear and crisp. It was Du Shaoqing who came from Chaos Demon City. The other person was naturally Du Xiaofu. With Du Xiaofu's current reputation in the Dark Forest, Du Xiaofu entered the Dark Forest in this disguise in order to avoid causing unnecessary commotion. This time, Du Xiaofu's goal in entering Dark City was to find Grandma Silverflower. Grandma Silverflower was the guardian of the Dark Forest. This time, the World Alliance was established with the intention of controlling the entire Dark Forest. Du Xiaofu naturally had to find Grandma Silverflower before he could be at ease. Furthermore, Grandma Silverflower had given him an opportunity previously. Du Xiaofu also had the intention of paying Grandma Silverflower a visit. However, no one knew where Grandma Silverflower was. Du Xiaofu had come to Dark City because he had a feeling that Grandma Silverflower was in the vicinity of Dark City. Otherwise, Grandma Silverflower would not have known about the dark nether sex rampage in Dark City. However, the difficulty of finding the reclusive Grandma Silverflower in the huge Dark City was not much different from finding a needle in a haystack. Granny Silverflower should be in Dark City. However, it is hard to find her. Du Xiaofu smiled wryly as he glanced around. His gaze fell on the words that the little boy had just written. Beneath the veil, his gaze flickered. He saw that the little boy's words were written one stroke at a time. His strokes were nimble and vigorous. With such skill, he could be considered a master of calligraphy. Du Xiaofu could be considered to have dabbled in calligraphy since he was young. Back then, when he was treated as a foolish young master, his eldest and second uncles had invited many teachers to teach him literature. They wanted him to fail in martial arts and find a way out through literature in the future. Therefore, Du Xiaofu was quite knowledgeable in this aspect. Therefore, he was shocked when he saw the words, "Here is your tea. These tea leaves were personally picked by my grandma. They are the best to drink." The little boy carried 2 cups of tea and placed them in front of Du Xiaofu and Du Xiaoqing. He then took a few more glances at the little black cat with curiosity in his eyes. "Who taught you to write these words?" Du Xiaofu held the words that the little boy had written and looked at him as he asked. The little boy looked at Du Xiaofu and said, "Grandma taught me to write them." Hearing this, Du Xiaofu immediately looked at the silver-haired old lady. Beside the tea stall, the silver-haired old lady was still arranging the tea leaves in her hands with her head down. It seemed that she did not care about anything that was happening in the outside world. With trembling eyes, Du Xiaofu got up and walked towards the silver-haired old lady in front of the tea stall, smelling the faint fragrance of the tea around him. His eyes suddenly moved slightly. He immediately bowed and said, "Du Xiaofu greets Grandma. Sir, do you want more tea?" The silver-haired old lady raised her head and a smile appeared on her old and kind face. "I don't want it. This junior is going to the Central State. I came here to express my gratitude and bid farewell to Granny." Du Xiaofu said respectfully, "Are you going to travel far? Then you have to be careful. I heard that it is very chaotic outside. There are powerful, demonic beasts everywhere." The silver-haired old lady did not know whether she understood or not. It seemed that she did not answer the question. She smiled and said, "After you come back, continue to drink tea. There are fewer and fewer young people who like to drink tea nowadays." "Okay." Du Xiaofu nodded and stood respectfully. When the last ray of the setting sun disappeared into the horizon, Du Xiaofu and Du Xiaoqing left the tea stall and walked into the crowd. "Brother, where are we going now?" "On the bustling street." Du Xiaoqing asked Du Xiaofu, "Are we going to continue looking for Grandma's silver flower?" With a veil covering his face, Du Xiaofu smiled and said, "We have already found Grandma's silver flower. We can go to the Central Plains now." "Grandma's silver flower? When did we find Grandma's silver flower?" Du Xiaoqing asked doubtfully. "The old lady at the tea stall. She is already so old, but she can still pick tea. There doesn't seem to be any tea mountains near the dark city. Also, the little boy's handwriting is not simple. How could a simple old lady teach him?" Du Xiaofu said softly. Originally, he had not been able to find any traces of Grandma's silver flower. However, he was suddenly enlightened by the words of the little boy. When he stepped forward, Du Xiaofu was finally able to confirm Grandma Silverflower's identity. Back then, Grandma Silverflower had brought Du Xiaofu away. Although he did not see Grandma Silverflower's true appearance, that faint special aura left an impression on Du Xiaofu. It was the faint fragrance of tea. Could it be that the old lady at the tea stall is Grandma Silverflower? Du Xiaoqing finally understood. She did not detect any aura from the silver-haired old lady. Of course, Du Xiaoqing did not notice the silver-haired old lady at the tea stall. If she did not hear Du Xiaofu mention it, she would not have thought of the silver-haired old lady. It was no wonder that her brother bowed to the silver-haired old lady. Of course, that must be Grandma Silverflower. She can escape from your prying eyes, but she can't escape from mine. Du Xiaoyao stuck her head out from under the veil on Du Xiaofu's shoulder. She moved her spiritual eyes and grinned, revealing 2 rows of white and neat teeth. "If you had already discovered it, why didn't you say so?" Du Xiaoqing glared at Du Xiaoyao. She did not believe Du Xiaoyao's words at all. Du Xiaoyao smiled embarrassedly. She shot a glance at Du Xiaofu and said, "I was just about to tell you." Who knew that he had already discovered it? "Let's go. We should leave." Du Xiaofu smiled and strode away. Roar! Night had just fallen. Outside the dark city, a pitch-black giant tiger flapped its wings and soared into the sky. It gradually disappeared into the night. The central continent was a vast and boundless land. It was incomparably vast. Although the Dark Forest, Stone Dragon Empire, Tianhu Empire, and other empires were also considered to be part of the central region, they were only located in a small corner of the central region. For the people who were in a small area, they only knew that there were tens of thousands of countries and countless sects in the central region. There were also large sects and powerful clans that stood tall in a region, and they had graced the imperial power of the empire with their presence. The central region of the central region was the holy land of martial cultivators. It was a place where the strong were respected and the weak were prey to the strong. However, there were also many heroes and outstanding individuals. There were countless demonic beasts with powerful bloodlines roaming freely. There were rare and terrifying demonic spirits that looked down on the world. Each of them was peerless in their generation, and their names were known throughout the lands. From the Dark Forest to the central region of the central region, one would need to cross millions of mountains and a long river of the central region. Only then would one be considered to have arrived at the central region. In the millions of mountains, demonic beasts roamed freely. There were countless ferocious beasts. Many of them were extremely powerful. Even martial king experts would have to be careful if they wanted to cross. The long river of the central region was definitely not easy to cross. It was a paradise for demonic beasts in the water. It was said that there were even terrifying flood dragons in the river of the central region. Therefore, it was definitely not an easy task to cross from the Dark Forest to the central region. Every year, there would be many people who wanted to cross the mountains and rivers to the central region in search of opportunities and cultivation resources. However, it was rare for 1 in 100 to be able to reach the central region. The rest would become food for the demonic beasts in the millions of mountains and the long river of the central region. Even those who were able to reach the central region might not be able to obtain everything they wanted. The central region was a place where the strong preyed on the weak and the strong were respected. It was extremely difficult to obtain an opportunity in a place where outstanding individuals were born. The water surface stretched for tens of thousands of miles. It was boundless and calm. Occasionally, one could see some demonic beasts flapping their wings and flying away. On the surface of the lake, there were also many large ships passing by. In a huge harbor, there were many buildings that were surrounded by mountains and rivers. Many ships were anchored in the harbor. These ships seemed to be different from the wooden ships that ordinary people used to cross the river. The bodies of the ships were made of steel and engraved with runes. There were energy fluctuations, and they were almost comparable to spiritual artifacts. Some of the huge ships had majestic auras. They were definitely not any less precious than ordinary spiritual artifacts. Early in the morning, the sun rose from the east. The first rays of the morning sun shone on the surface of the water. Chapter 554. In the distance, 2 figures walked out. One of them was a young man in a purple robe with a little golden macaque on his shoulder and a little black cat behind him. Beside him was a young girl in a green dress who looked to be around 15 or 16 years old. Her eyes were clear and pure, and she had a smile on her face. She said excitedly, "Those guys are too weak. They actually dared to rob us. It's a pity that they didn't have enough good stuff. It's not bad. Anyway, they came to us for free." As the little golden macaque spoke, it chewed on pills and elixirs. There was a faint glow in its mouth, as if it was going to spit them out. It was Du Xiaoyao. Beside her were Du Xiaofu and Du Xiaoqing. The little black cat on her back was also the little tiger. However, if anyone really treated it as a little black cat, they would definitely die a horrible death. Along the way, Du Xiaoyao took the opportunity to eat a lot of pills and elixirs. They were all sent to them by some blind robbers in the Million Mountains. They couldn't stop them. Looking at the endless water in front of them, Du Xiaofu didn't say anything. With Du Xiaoqing and Du Xiaoyao's cultivation, it was naturally easy for them to cross the Million Mountains. Sensing the little tiger's aura, All the beasts in the Million Mountains avoided them. They didn't dare to disturb them at all. Only some blind robbers would come over from time to time. However, in the end, they were all taught a lesson by Du Shaoqing. They regretted it so much that their intestines turned green. Is this the Zhong Province Long River? Looking at the vast and boundless surface of the water, Du Xiaofu was also shocked. How was this a river? It was more like a sea. There was no end in sight. When they left the Chaos Demon City, they found out about the route to the Zhong Province from the Medicine King and Eagle King. Naturally, they also knew about the existence of the Zhong Province Long River. It was said that the Central Province's Long River meandered continuously and surrounded the border of the Central Province. It was incomparably vast and gave birth to many demonic beasts in the water. Some of the most powerful demonic beasts in the water were so powerful that even Martial King Realm experts had to retreat. If one wanted to cross the Central Province Long River peacefully, it would depend on whether the demonic beasts in the water were in a good mood. Big brother, there are quite a lot of people in front. Du Shaoqing looked at the harbor. At this moment, there were many people walking around, especially at the plaza in front of the harbor. It was crowded and noisy. There are quite a lot of people. Du Xiaofu nodded. From the hubbub, it seemed that many people were waiting to discuss about some unforeseen event. Even more people were waiting to go out to sea, but there were no boats. It's already been 3 days since the ship left the harbor. When will it set sail? Don't tell me that we'll never leave the river just because a few boats have died. Let's set sail. Let's set sail earlier. Who knows, we might be able to encounter some opportunities. There must be something fishy going on. Du Xiaofu brought Du Shaoqing to the plaza of the harbor. After listening for a while from the noisy discussions around them, they roughly understood the situation. It turned out that 3 days ago a few boats had been destroyed and buried at the bottom of the river. Recently, something had happened in front of them. The demonic beasts in the water had gathered. Many demonic beasts that usually didn't show their faces had appeared. Many of the people who had gone out to explore also couldn't escape their fate and were all killed. Once one entered the vast water surface and encountered the powerful demonic beasts in the water, there wouldn't even be a place to hide. In the vast Central Province Long River, Pulse Spirit Realm cultivators who could fly didn't dare to cross the river alone. Not to mention that they couldn't deal with the terrifying demonic beasts in the water. If they encountered the bandits hiding on the small islands along the way, their fate could be imagined. Even those who had flying demonic beasts didn't dare to cross the river casually. If they encountered the bandits and the demonic beasts in the water, their fate would be the same. Moreover, in this world, the strong were respected. If one was alone on the vast water surface, it was hard to guarantee that they wouldn't encounter the bandits who would kill and rob them of their treasures. Therefore, those who wanted to cross the river to the Central Province would usually meet at the harbor and then take the escort agency's boats together. Every boat would be guarded by the experts of the escort agency, so the journey was much safer. Of course, the cost of this was also a huge sum of money, equivalent to several spiritual grade pills. However, after many boats were robbed 3 days ago and the experts who accompanied them died, several escort agencies that controlled the harbor didn't dare to casually send boats out again. The value of a boat wasn't low, especially when experts were required to accompany them every time they went out to sea. No escort agency could bear the loss of experts. After 3 consecutive days of not sending boats out, many people gathered at the harbor and rushed to go out. There were also many people who wanted to go out and explore. The demonic beasts wouldn't gather for no reason. Some treasures might appear, so some people wanted to go out and look for opportunities. Quick, the Long River Escort Agency is about to set off. The head of the Long River Escort Agency, the Lord of the Waves, will personally lead an expedition team with a total of 150 people to explore the river. Only those of the Pulse Spirit Realm can sign up. After returning from the expedition, those who want to go out to sea don't need to pay Xian stones. If they encounter treasures during the expedition They can even share the benefits. Amidst the hubbub of the crowd, the news immediately spread, and the entire harbor erupted. Only those of the Pulse Spirit realm can participate. Can those of the Perfect Pulse Movement realm join? Quickly sign up. This is a rare opportunity. The head of the Long River Escort Agency, the Lord of the Waves, will lead the team. The Lord of the Waves is at the peak of the perfect martial lord realm. Rumor has it that he already has 1 foot in the martial king realm. Following him will greatly reduce the danger. Immediately, the crowd in the bustling harbor square immediately surged towards the harbor. The expedition team can even cross the river for free and get a share of the benefits. Du Xiaofu's eyes narrowed, and then a smile appeared on his face. He said to Du Xiaoqing, "Little Qing, let's go take a look." "All right, I don't think I've been on a boat before. I have to give it a try." Du Xiaoqing had long been interested and was immediately overjoyed when she heard this. In front of the harbor, there was a surging tide of people. In front of a huge gray ship that was like a small mountain, there was already a dense crowd of people who wanted to join the Long River Escort Agency's expedition team. Amidst the clamor, a soft shout could be faintly heard. "All of you, line up properly. Those who cut in line, don't bother. Those of the Pulse Spirit realm, don't come and cause trouble. Those of the Pulse Spirit realm, do you not understand human language? Those of the Pulse Spirit realm, scram." One by one, the Pulse Spirit realm cultivators surged into the gray ship. Du Xiaofu and Du Xiaoqing stood in line in the crowd, attracting many curious gazes. There were quite a number of perverted gazes on Du Xiaoqing's body. However, they did not dare to do anything rashly. A young man and a young lady. This pair of young man and young woman dared to appear beside the Central Region's Long River. This caused the people who were wandering around to have no choice but to be on guard. If they were ordinary people, how could they walk out of the Million Mountains? Du Xiaofu stood quietly in the crowd, listening to the discussions around him. From this, he learned that there were at least 10 escort agencies on the harbor. However, it was said that the Long River Escort Agency was the most powerful of all the escort agencies. It was said that the head of the Long River Escort Agency, the Tumbling Waves Marquis, was familiar with some of the bandits and demonic beasts along the 8,000 miles of the Central Province's Long River. Therefore, when they encountered the Long River Escort Agency ship, some of the bandits and demonic beasts would show some respect, making it safer. However, the cost of riding the Long River Escort Agency ship was higher than other escort agencies. However, this made the business of the Long River Escort Agency even more prosperous. For the sake of their lives, no one cared about increasing the price. 148, 149, 150. Okay, there's enough people. The people behind don't need to line up anymore. One by one, the Pulse Spirit Realm cultivators boarded the gray ship. When they arrived in front of Du Xiaoqing and Du Xiaofu, 150 people had already been taken. This caused the people behind to sigh in regret. Wait. At this moment, 2 people from the crowd at the back of the line came forward. They looked at the burly man from the Changhe Escort Agency, who was in his 30s and wearing a gray headscarf, and said, "We're still short of 2 people." The 2 people who walked up were fat and looked to be in their 30s. They were burly and fat, had fierce faces, and both had short hair. One of them wore a string of sharp beast teeth around his neck. They jingled as he walked, adding to his ferocious aura. The other person was dressed in tight clothes, revealing his thigh-like arms. A string of beast bone pearls hung from his bulging biceps. The beast bone pearls gave off the aura of a vicious beast. They were probably ferocious beasts that had been hunted recently. 150 people are already taken. We're not missing anyone. The man in the gray headscarf looked at the 2 people. He seemed to have sensed that the auras on the 2 people were not ordinary. He frowned slightly. "Not yet. We're still missing 2 people." The man with the string of beast bone pearls on his arm pointed at Du Xiaofu and Du Shaoqing, who were about to board the ship. He said to the man from the Long River Escort Agency, "These 2 kids changed their minds at the last minute. They're not going, so we're still missing 2 people. Besides, don't you want people at the Pulse Spirit Realm? Have these 2 kids reached the Pulse Spirit Realm as well?" The man from the Long River Escort Agency frowned slightly. He then glanced at Du Xiaofu and Du Shaoqing. It seemed that he really could not sense their auras. His eyes moved slightly, and he said to Du Xiaofu and Du Shaoqing, "I forgot to ask you, have you reached the Pulse Spirit Realm?" Du Xiaofu and Du Shaoqing had already stood to the side when they saw that someone was pointing at them. They were in no hurry to board the ship. Du Xiaofu nodded at the man from the Long River Escort Agency and said, "Of course we've reached the Pulse Spirit Realm. Otherwise, we wouldn't have come to board the ship." The man from the Long River Escort Agency's eyes moved when he heard Du Xiaofu's words. He continued to ask, "Have you changed your mind?" "No, we won't change our mind," Du Xiaofu said indifferently. "Looking for fresh flowers and recommendations. Thank you, my readers." Chapter 555. It's the Self-Abandonment Brothers. That young man is unlucky. The Self-Abandonment Brothers are experts at the initial stage of the Martial Lord Realm. The Self-Abandonment Brothers have always been in the Million Mountains and have no intention of going to the Central Region. Could it be that they want to go to the Central Region this time? Definitely not. Although the Self-Abandonment Brothers are at the Martial Lord Realm, they're nothing in the Central Region. Instead, they are the overlords of the Million Mountains. Naturally, they won't go to the Central Region so easily. I'm afraid they just want to explore. Discussions stealthily spread from the densely packed crowd on the pier. Those observers who were a little closer to the 2 ferocious, large men also directly stepped back a little. It was as though they were afraid of offending these 2 ferocious, large men. "Brat, I'll give you one more chance. If you don't want to die, then scram." The big man with a string of sharp beast teeth on his neck coldly stared at Du Xiaofu. The threat was not expressed in words. Just a brat who is still wet behind the ears. If you don't know what's good for you, then just kill him. The big man with the beast bone bead on his arm stared at Du Xiaofu. His gaze was filled with mockery and a fiendish aura. "Chi!" Just as the second big man finished speaking, there was suddenly a slight fluctuation in the air. Then, no one in the spectators could see clearly that a graceful figure had already appeared in front of the 2 fiendish men. "Papa!" At the same time, a clear sound rang out. The bodies of the 2 brothers who had given up on themselves were instantly sent flying. Then, they directly smashed onto the huge rocks on the pier behind them, causing the ground to tremble and the huge rocks to crack. Pucci, when the surrounding spectators came back to their senses, they saw that the 2 brothers who had given up on themselves were spitting out blood along with their teeth. Their faces were as pale as ash, and there was a red, 5-fingered handprint on each of their cheeks. It was obvious that they were sent flying with a slap. Numerous gazes instantly turned around and landed on the graceful figure as if they had seen a ghost. It was the 15 or 16-year-old girl beside the purple-robed youth. It was this seemingly frail and pure young girl who had just sent the 2 brothers who had given up on themselves flying with just 2 slaps. They had just descended to the martial Marquis realm. Phew! There was a sudden silence around the dock, and the sound of people sucking in cold air could be heard. Just how strong was that young girl to be able to send the 2 brothers who had given up on themselves flying with a slap? Under everyone's gazes, Du Shaoqing slowly walked out. On her devastatingly beautiful face, her eyes were pure and clear. Looking at the 2 brothers who had given up on themselves, she softly said, "This is a robbery. Hand over your Qinkuan pouch. Run." The 2 brothers who had given up on themselves struggled to get up. They stared blankly at the girl in front of them as if they had seen a ghost. They immediately fled. They had been in the Million Mountains for so long, and when they saw that the situation was bad, they immediately fled. This was definitely the law of survival. Humph! Du Shaoqing let out a lovely snort. Her beautiful figure shot forward like a bolt of lightning. Her delicate hand clenched into a fist, and a green glow erupted. A circle of faintly discernible traces immediately appeared in the air, after which her fist landed on the backs of the two brothers. Everything happened in the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint, destroying their defenses as easily as crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. In an instant, the two brothers seemed to have sensed something. Their fleeing bodies slightly paused, and their expressions drastically changed as their pupils shrank. Bang, bang! However, it was already too late. A low and deep muffled sound rang out from their backs, and their tall and sturdy bodies fell limply onto the ground. Fresh blood continuously spurted from their mouths as their life force dissipated. Gulp, gulp! The gazes in the surroundings turned sluggish as they looked at each other and sucked in a breath of cold air. Several Qianquan pouches landed in Du Shaoqing's hands. Scarlet flames wrapped around the Qianquan pouches, and wisps of white smoke spread out, easily destroying the seals on the Qianquan pouches. She happily returned to Du Xiaofu's side, a smile appearing in her ethereal eyes as she said, "Big brother, those two fellows have quite a few good things in their Qianquan pouches. Little Qing, are there any spiritual medicines?" Du Xiaoyao looked at Du Shaoqing with a face full of expectation. In reality, she had already sensed the aura of spiritual medicines. Yes, Du Shaoqing directly grabbed a handful of spiritual medicines and gave them to Du Xiaoyao. Compared to Du Xiaofu, she was much more generous. Du Xiaoyao grinned. She immediately stuffed the spiritual medicines into her mouth and chewed under the dumbfounded gazes of the surrounding people. Multicolored light spurted out, and energy fluctuated. "Can we board the ship now?" Du Xiaofu looked at the burly man from the Long River Escort Agency, who was already in a daze, and asked, "Of course the two of you can board the ship. Please take a seat on the third floor." As Du Xiaofu's voice faded, a hearty voice sounded from the large gray ship behind them. Du Xiaofu raised his head. The large gray ship was huge, and there were a total of 3 floors. On the third deck, there were over 20 pairs of eyes looking down. The one who spoke was a burly man who looked to be in his 40s. His long black hair was tied with a long gray scarf. His body was sturdy, and his gaze was deep, the peak of the complete marquis realm. Spying on the burly man's looming aura, Du Xiaofu's eyes moved slightly. He nodded slightly and directly boarded the ship with Du Shaoqing. "Raise the anchor. Let's set off." As Du Xiaofu and Du Shaoqing boarded the ship, the large gray ship immediately sailed out of the harbor with a rumble. Boom! The runes around the ship flickered, and the ship was extremely fast. The ship seemed to be covered by a layer of faintly discernible light shield, and the surrounding water rippled with huge waves. That man and woman must be extraordinary. The two brothers who gave up on themselves couldn't even withstand a single blow. I wonder where the two of them came from. Du Xiaofu and Du Shaoqing walked up to the third floor of the giant ship. Half of the third floor of the giant ship was the deck, and the other half was the room. At this moment, there were over 20 people on the deck. All of them had identical long gray scarves on their hair, and there were also several women dressed in long robes. From their attire, it was not difficult to tell that they should be members of the Long River Escort Agency. Du Xiaofu's gaze swept across the people on the deck. Under the probing of his sharp mental energy, it was not difficult to discover the cultivation level of these 20 people. 8 of them were at the martial lord stage, and the remaining 13 were all experts at the pulse spirit stage. Such a lineup was definitely not weak. "Little brother, this should be your first time on a ship." As Du Xiaofu and Du Shaoqing walked up to the third floor, the middle-aged man immediately came up to greet them. He didn't have the slightest intention of being arrogant. His gaze was deep, and he revealed a smile, and his laughter was hearty. However, his face seemed to be slightly yellow from being exposed to the wind and sun all year round, and it added a sense of solidity. "That's right, this is my first time on a ship." Du Xiaofu smiled slightly. He had a good impression of this middle-aged man. "This is the fastest ship in my Long River escort agency. Back then, I spent all my fortune on it. Its value is comparable to a high-grade spiritual weapon, and its speed is comparable to that of a flying demonic beast at the pulse spirit stage. At its fastest, it is comparable to that of a flying demonic beast at the pulse spirit stage, but it also consumes a lot of Xian stones. In fact, 8,000 miles of the long river of the Central Plains is far more than 8,000 miles. If the wind is calm and the waves are calm, it will take about a month to cross the Central Plains at the fastest speed. However, if we encounter a storm, we will have to find a place to hide, and the speed will be greatly affected." The middle-aged man said to Du Xiaofu, looking at Du Xiaoyao on Du Xiaofu's shoulder and the little tiger behind her like a black kitten. His eyes faintly revealed a hint of curiosity. Then he said, "I am Zhou Tianyang, the head of the Long River Escort Agency. Many friends call me the Marquis of the Rising Waves. Little brother, how do I address this little sister?" "Du Xiaofu, my sister Du Xiaoqing." Du Xiaofu nodded and said softly, "Du Xiaofu." "The Marquis of the Rising Waves," Zhou Tianyang muttered to himself. He seemed to have heard this name before, but he couldn't remember it at the moment. Then he didn't think too much about it. He looked at Du Xiaofu and said with a smile, "Little brother and sister are young heroes. When we go on an adventure this time, we may need your help. Since we are on the same ship, I will do my best." Du Xiaofu looked at Zhou Tianyang and didn't stand on ceremony. He asked, "What happened up ahead?" Chapter 556. Zhou Tianyang did not seem to have anything to hide and said, "It is said that a huge whirlpool has appeared in front of us, with multicolored light spewing out. Many demonic beasts have gathered in the water, and some experts have already rushed over. But I don't know what exactly happened, so I plan to go and take a look with everyone. According to our speed, we should be able to reach our destination in 1 day and 1 night. After so many years, I have never seen such a change in the Long River. There must be a demon if something abnormal happens. Maybe some treasure will appear." "Is there really a treasure here?" Du Xiaofu's eyes moved. After chatting with Zhou Tianyang for a while, Zhou Tianyang arranged for him to rest in a single room on the 3rd floor. The water surface was vast. Although it was called a river, it was more like a sea. Even the air was filled with a salty smell. "It's really vast." Du Xiaofu stood on the deck of the giant gray ship as he muttered to himself as he gazed at the vast water surface. He also felt rather shocked. Du Xiaofu had seen millions of mountains and seas of forests, but this boundless expanse of water, under the sunset glow, was incomparably magnificent, like the line between the sea and the sky, making people feel insignificant for no reason. This kind of shocking feeling was different. "Little brother, we're already very far from the edge. There are quite a few powerful monsters in this region of water. There are quite a few of them at the Beast Marquis realm, so be careful." Zhou Tianyang arrived beside Du Xiaofu and smiled. "Do demonic beasts in the water often attack humans?" Du Xiaofu asked curiously. "Of course. The pills and flesh we have are great nourishment for the demonic beasts." Zhou Tianyang smiled with pride on his face. He said to Du Xiaofu, "However, I have some friendship with many of the demonic beasts in the water. I usually do some transactions with them. I help them sell many of the natural treasures and spiritual medicines in the water. I also help them buy some of the elixirs they need. Therefore, when they see my Long River Escort Agency's ship, they will give me some face." "I see." Du Xiaofu understood. No wonder the Long River Escort Agency was able to grow so big. It seemed that this Zhou Tianyang was also an extraordinary person, despite his burly appearance. The giant ship moved like a small mountain, riding the wind and breaking the waves. Its speed was extremely fast, and many huge waves could not shake the ship. Ah! Suddenly, Zhou Tianyang's expression changed slightly. His deep eyes looked at the water surface under the sunset glow, and his eyes were filled with doubt. "First Master, what's wrong?" Du Xiaofu asked. "Something is wrong. Something is wrong with the waves." Zhou Tianyang seemed to have discovered something. Suddenly, his expression changed drastically, and he shouted loudly, "Everyone be careful! There are demonic beasts attacking the ship. Rumble!" As Zhou Tianyang's voice fell, the giant ship suddenly trembled. Then it began to shake violently, rumbling and trembling. It was almost overturned. Monstrous waves swept down from all directions, like a torrential storm. What's happening? What's going on? Inside the giant ship, hundreds of people walked to the deck in shock. They looked at the huge waves in front of them, their eyes filled with shock. Dang dang! Du Xiaofu's figure staggered, and the giant ship swayed. In a moment of carelessness, he also took a few steps back. Then profound energy surged, and his feet stood on the deck without moving, like a rock. Roar! The huge waves rolled, and under the shocked gazes of the crowd, a black dorsal fin was slowly emerging from the water. Its area was getting bigger and bigger, like a small mountain. There was no doubt that it had just crashed into the ship. The huge wave surged, and then an incomparably huge demon shark appeared on the surface of the water. Runes flashed, and the surrounding waves surged. It was extremely shocking and terrifying. It's an ironback demon shark at the peak of the pulse spirit realm. Ironback demon sharks are pack beasts, and they never appear alone. Zhou Tianyang's expression changed drastically. After fighting on the water surface for so many years, according to his experience, ironback demon sharks never appeared alone. Once they appeared, dozens or even hundreds of them would appear. Roar, roar! Suddenly, huge waves appeared on the surrounding water, one after another. The waves surged violently, and hundreds of hill-like dorsal fins emerged from the water surface. Then, astonishingly huge ironback demon sharks appeared one after another, densely covering the entire water area. Crash! Hundreds of ironback demon sharks stirred up huge waves, and waves of shocking aura spread out in all directions, causing people to tremble in fear. The giant ship was directly blocked outside. Brother! Du Xiaoqing appeared beside Du Xiaofu, looking at the densely packed ironback demon sharks in front of them. She didn't pay too much attention to them, and only looked at them curiously. Du Xiaoyao jumped onto Du Xiaofu's shoulder, looked at Du Xiaofu, and said with a serious expression, "I feel an energy fluctuation in front of us. It should be the birth of something. It's not close, so I can't feel it clearly now. I need to get closer to feel it. Could it be that another treasure has appeared?" Du Xiaofu narrowed his eyes. Du Xiaoyao's feeling naturally couldn't be fake. Iron Shark Marquis. I'm Zhou Tianyang of the Long River Escort Agency. I have a good relationship with the Ice Whale Marquis. Can you let our ship pass? We'll definitely come visit in the future. Zhou Tianyang looked at the densely packed ironback demon sharks in front of him, and his voice rumbled out. Zhou Tianyang, you don't need to use the Ice Whale Marquis to pressure me. This is the order of the mysterious WYRM King, the Flame Carp King, the Stone Turtle King, and the Ice Python King. From today onwards, the Long River is sealed, and no humans are allowed to enter. Behind the densely packed ironback demon sharks, there was a huge wave, followed by a shocking voice that sounded like thunder. The Long River isn't you guys. Sealing the Long River is too much. Hearing this, Zhou Tianyang's expression changed greatly. Humph, if you're not convinced, go talk to the mysterious WYRM King and the others. But I'm afraid they don't have time to deal with you right now. For the sake of the Ice Whale Marquis, leave quickly and I'll let you go. Otherwise, I won't be polite to you. The thunderous voice resounded. Hearing this, Zhou Tianyang's expression became more and more solemn. Chief, what should we do? Many experts of the Long River Escort Agency clustered around Zhou Tianyang, and their expressions were equally solemn. "Chief, is it very troublesome?" Du Xiaofu asked. Zhou Tianyang looked at Du Xiaofu and said, "Little brother, I'm afraid we can't go over. The mysterious WYRM King, the Flame Carp King, the Stone Turtle King, and the Ice Python King have sealed off the long river of the central province. I'm afraid something must have happened inside to alarm the four of them at the same time. But now we can only go back and we can't force our way in. The mysterious WYRM King, the Flame Carp King, the Stone Turtle King, and the Ice Python King. Are the four of them very strong?" Du Xiaofu narrowed his eyes. Du Xiaoyao felt that something had appeared ahead, and it might be some treasure. Naturally, they had to go and take a look. Although he knew that Du Xiaofu and Du Xiaoqing were not ordinary and had extraordinary strength, and the two brothers who gave up on themselves were examples, he seemed to feel that Du Xiaofu was like a newborn calf that was not afraid of tigers. He curled his lips and said, "Little brother, the mysterious WYRM King, the Flame Carp King, the Stone Turtle King, and the Ice Python King are the four kings of this river. They are all in the Beast King realm, and they control this 8,000 miles long river. The strongest, the mysterious WYRM King, has the body of the Xianyun Scarlet WYRM, which is at the peak of the Beast King realm. Even the experts of the central province have to be wary of it. The Xianyun Scarlet WYRM at the peak of the Beast King realm." Hearing this, Du Xiaofu's eyes moved. The Xianyun Scarlet WYRM was a demonic beast on the Heavenly Beast ranking, and the Xianyun Scarlet WYRM at the peak of the Beast King realm. Even an ordinary martial emperor who had just ascended to the martial emperor realm would have to retreat. It was indeed very strong. "Little brother, it seems that we can't interfere with the changes ahead. If it wasn't for the Iron Shark Marquis being a little afraid of me, I'm afraid he wouldn't have let us go. Therefore, we should go back. Protecting our lives is the most important thing." Zhou Tianyang smiled bitterly at Du Xiaofu and said, "They want to seal the river, but I'm afraid they won't seal it forever. When the time comes and we want to cross the river, we'll think of a way. First Master, you guys go back first. I'll go ahead and take a look." Du Xiaofu looked at the densely packed iron-back demonic sharks in front, but he wasn't too worried. Du Xiaofu had already passed through the Chaos Demon Cliff, so he naturally wouldn't be too worried about these iron-back demonic sharks. Even if there was a Xianyun Scarlet WYRM at the peak of the Beast King realm, with his current strength, it wasn't like he didn't have the ability to fight back. Moreover, there was also Du Xiaoqing. Today, I owe my readers an update. Xiao Yu has asked for leave to go out and have a meal with friends. I'll make it up tomorrow. Apologies. Chapter 557. Little brother, the four demonic beast kings in the central province Long River have given the order to seal off the waters. The four kings are commanding the tens of thousands of demonic beasts in the central province Long River. There are many demonic beast kings, and it is not easy to barge in. Zhou Tianyang said to Du Xiaofu seriously, "This is not a joke. We came here together, so I naturally have to be responsible for your safety. You should come back with us." Du Xiaofu smiled faintly. His impression of Zhou Tianyang increased even more. Although Zhou Tianyang's intelligence was extraordinary, he was honest and considerate. In a place like this, it was extremely rare. Du Xiaofu then said, "Don't worry, First Master. Those demonic beast kings are not easy to deal with. However, I still have some confidence." As soon as he finished speaking, Du Xiaofu gazed at the dense expanse of iron-backed demon sharks before him, and his voice swept out along with his profound energy. He said, "Iron-backed demon sharks ahead, listen up. The Central Prefecture's Long River isn't a place that all of you demon beasts naturally belong to. Quickly move aside, otherwise I won't hold back." His voice rumbled through the waters. "Puny humans, you are looking for death. The Iron Shark Marquis voice suddenly sounded. Boom! In the next moment, waves surged into the sky. A vast amount of energy rose from the waters like a tsunami. It engulfed the huge ship and caused it to shake violently. Waves of water slammed onto the light shield of the huge ship. It was extremely terrifying, as if it was going to swallow the ship whole. Roar! The beasts roared. Hundreds of iron-back, demonic sharks roared like thunder. Half of their huge bodies were exposed on the water surface. It was as if hundreds of them were moving in the water. They charged towards the huge gray ship. It was shocking. Dang dang, the huge ship shook. It wasn't the people who were staggering. They all had a look of fear on their faces. What is that brat trying to do? He actually angered the iron-back demonic sharks. Does he want us to die with him? Even if that brat wants to die, he shouldn't drag us down with him. This is bad luck. This is a group of iron-back demonic sharks. Curses rang out. Many people on the ship hated Du Xiaofu. It was obvious that the brat angered the iron-back demonic sharks. Brat, are you purposely trying to drag us down? Our Long River Escort Agency did not let you down. The man who felt that Du Xiaofu was not afraid of the demonic sharks. Now the iron-back demonic sharks. The consequences of angering the iron-back demonic sharks were the unthinkable. They were in the Central Province, Long River of Central Province. There was the Central Province, Long River. There was the Central was Long River in the Central Province. Do that. In Central Duin was in the Central Long River. When Du Xiaofu heard this, he smiled faintly and ignored the burly man. Then he looked at the group of iron-back demon sharks that were about to collide with him and stir up huge waves. On his resolute and determined face, his clear eyes gradually turned sharp as he opened his mouth and said softly, "Little tiger, tell those iron-back demon sharks to behave themselves." Roar! As Du Xiaofu's voice rang out, a soul-shaking tiger roar immediately resounded over this region of water. Under the tiger's roar, the densely packed group of iron-back demonic sharks that were rampaging around paused for a moment. On the huge ship, fear gushed out from the bodies of everyone, causing their profound chi to be blocked. After which, everyone followed the ferocious tiger roar and looked over, only to see that the little black cat, which had been following behind Du Xiaofu, suddenly soared into the sky. After which, it transformed into a huge black flying tiger in midair, flapping its wings and circling in the air. Walala! This huge black tiger's body was as black as ink. The black runes around its body soared into the sky. The tiger's roar stirred up spatial ripples that soared into the sky. The water below churned and churned, causing the space to rumble. It caused people's hearts to tremble and their souls to tremble for no reason. Heavens, what kind of demonic beast is this? Everyone was shocked. At this moment, everyone could tell that the pressure from this huge black tiger was many times more terrifying than those iron-back demonic sharks. Its cultivation was also powerful. The huge tiger flapped its wings, causing a terrifying wave of air to sweep out. It brought along a tornado-like spatial airflow as it swept across the sky. It was incomparably overbearing. Could it be a top demonic beast on the heavenly beast ranking? Looking at the huge black tiger, the Marquis of Churning Waves, Zhou Tianyang's eyes trembled. When that pressure descended, even he who was at the peak of the perfect martial Marquis stage would tremble. The pressure from the huge black tiger's body had definitely reached the level of a demonic beast on the heavenly beast ranking. It was not something that an ordinary demonic beast on the heavenly beast ranking could compare to. Roar! The little tiger opened its mouth and roared ferociously. It flapped its wings, causing the water below to undulate. Its speed was as fast as lightning, and its aura was indescribably ferocious. It swooped down like a ferocious tiger, pouncing on its prey like a black thunderbolt. The tiger's claws were suffused with golden and overbearing runes that flickered, as if it wanted to tear the sky apart. accompanied by an overbearing and ferocious wave of air that swept out. The tiger's claws were extremely overbearing. It directly struck the back of the iron-back demonic shark that was closest to it at this moment. Chi-la-la! That ferocious and huge iron-back demonic shark was actually unable to resist the tiger's claws at all. It was directly grabbed by the huge black tiger, and its huge body floated out of the water. Then it directly tore the iron-back demonic shark into pieces. Blood dyed a large area of the water red. A terrifying aura swept out, causing the surrounding space to tremble and on the verge of collapse. Chi-la-la! Then another iron-back demonic shark was grabbed out of the water by the huge black tiger's wings. After that, it similarly turned into a bloody mist and was torn into pieces without any resistance. Roar, roar! A group of iron-back demonic sharks roared. At this moment, under the suppression of the shocking bloodline pressure from the little tiger, they were trembling and their eyes were filled with fear. The pressure that came from the bloodline of a demonic beast naturally had a suppressive effect on them. You dare to kill my iron-back demonic shark clan? Which tiger clan are you from? The roar was like thunder. A huge iron-back demonic shark that was emitting a faint green radiance appeared in the sky. This was the king of the iron-back demonic shark clan, the Iron Shark Marquis. His huge body was hundreds of feet long. Bringing along waves that covered the sky, he directly pounced towards the little tiger like a monster in the sea. The aura of a beast king at the Nirvana realm collapsed. Get lost! The little tiger's roar was heard. Its ink-black scales seemed to be cast from the deep night sky. The deep golden color was faintly jumping. Its tiger claws created clouds in the sky. A mountain collapsing and earth-shattering power spread out. Bright ink-black runes were emitted. It was as oppressive as a mountain and directly crushed the huge green iron-back demonic shark. Bang! The muffled sound was like thunder. The waves surged into the sky. It was as if countless depth bombs had exploded. The energy collapsed in all directions. Chila! Then everyone saw the huge body of the terrifying Iron Shark Marquis flying away. His back was dripping with blood and dyed the water red. His eyes were filled with fear. Retreat, retreat quickly. The Iron Shark Marquis was afraid. His fierce eyes looked at the little tiger with deep fear. His huge body was dripping with blood. Then he did not care about the injuries on his body and immediately escaped through the water. Roar, roar! The island-like iron-back demonic sharks sank into the water and disappeared. The huge waves surged. Their bodies disappeared into the water without leaving a trace. The little tiger flapped its wings and circled in the air. It was like a tiger watching its prey. Its aura surged, causing people to tremble in fear. However, seeing the iron-back demonic sharks sink into the water, the little tiger did not chase after them. Its ferocious aura swept out and suppressed the sky. What kind of tiger demonic beast is this? What a terrifying demonic beast. It can affect one's meridian spirit. No one can fight against it. What is the background of this man and woman? They actually have such a terrifying tiger demonic beast following them. At this moment, all the gazes on the gray ship were filled with shock. They looked at the huge black tiger in front of them. It was like a supreme existence of the tiger clan, causing the meridian spirit in their bodies to tremble. Only now did everyone know that the little black cat that had been following behind the purple-robed youth had reached such a terrifying level. First Master, we'll meet again. Du Xiaofu cupped his hands and smiled at the shocked Marquis of Rising Waves, Zhou Tianyang. Profound energy surged under his feet. He gently tapped the deck and his figure flew out. He was like a god as he streaked across the sky like an afterimage. Then he landed on the back of the huge black tiger. Big brother, wait for me. Du Xiaoqing's green dress fluttered in the wind. Her ethereal eyes twinkled like stars. She was like a budding lotus flower, elegant and pure. Her beautiful figure leaped into the air and landed on the little tiger's back. Roar, the giant black tiger, flapped its wings and flew away. In an instant, it disappeared from everyone's sight in the twilight of the night. Du Xiaofu. I remember now. He must be from Tianwu Academy. He must be the leader of the Heaven Alliance who annihilated the Black Fiend sect and the Twin Hatred sect, the brave God King of the Stone Dragon Empire, and Du Xiaofu, who defeated the human king of the Sky Serpent sect, Lu Kuan. Looking at the sky, the Marquis of Rising Waves, Zhou Tianyang's expression changed drastically. His eyes were filled with shock. He finally remembered the familiar name, Du Xiaofu. That young man must be the leader of the Heaven Alliance, Du Xiaofu. So, he's Du Xiaofu from the Dark Forest. Many experts in the Long River Escort Agency were shocked when they heard this. The name Du Xiaofu had long been known everywhere. They had heard many legends about him. The burly man who had originally thought that Du Xiaofu was like a newborn calf that was not afraid of tigers, gasped at that moment. He only returned to his senses after quite a while. It was rumored that the leader of the World Alliance, Du Xiaofu, was already able to stand up to martial kings and kill martial kings like they were nothing. Naturally, he did not take the demonic beasts in the Central Plains River very seriously. First Master, what should we do now? An expert from the escort agency asked Zhou Tianyang. I'm trying to catch up on my chapters. I drank too much with my friends last night, so I only got up this afternoon. I'm trying my best to write. Please forgive me. Chapter 558. Zhou Tianyang looked at the dark waters and said, Let's go back. The mysterious Dragon King and the other 3 Beast Kings are in front. I think the few experts on the island will go there too. There might be other experts from the Central Plains who have heard the news. We probably won't even be able to enter the middle. Even if there are treasures, we won't be able to participate in the fight. So let's go back. If anyone wants to go in, just let them get off the boat. Hearing this, the expert from the escort agency nodded and left to make the arrangements. Under the night sky, the waters undulated and the salty air fluctuated. A full moon gradually climbed into the sky and shone on the boundless waters. The waves rippled like a dream. I can feel the energy fluctuation in front, but it's still a little far. In the night sky, a huge black tiger flapped its wings and flew past. Du Xiaoyao looked at the sky in front. It could feel the energy fluctuation in front of it. Above the vast waters, the surrounding space trembled. Dark clouds gathered in the sky and didn't disperse day and night. At this moment, even the moonlight under the night sky was swallowed by the dark clouds. Whoosh! Above the waters, a huge whirlpool spun endlessly. It was so huge that one couldn't see the end of it. The water spun as if there was a huge world inside the waters. As the whirlpool rotated, waves of energy spread out from it, causing even king-level experts to tremble in fear. Around the boundless waters in the night sky, many runes could be seen flickering. Many huge demonic beasts appeared on the surface of the water from afar. Waves of vast aura were faintly fluctuating. Roar! In the night, pairs of huge scarlet eyes glowed with red light. Low, beastly roars could be heard continuously. Faintly, some huge ships could be seen in the distance. The bodies of the ships rippled with light. Many figures stood on the deck. Many pairs of eyes flashed sharply in the night sky. Rumble! Suddenly, a huge ship shook in the distance. Huge waves surged, as if it was going to capsize the ship. Bastard, you're courting death. On the swaying ship, a loud shout could be heard. Then, many figures flew out. Waves of rune energy gathered and swept out, bombarding the water surface. Bang, bang, bang. Boundless energy covered the sky and covered the earth, illuminating the waters and causing them to flicker. Waves surged and surged, accompanied by the roars of many beasts. Rumble, following that, the entire region of water began to tremble violently. Numerous gigantic ships began to sway as if they were about to be overturned. Numerous gigantic demonic beasts emerged from the water and began to attack the ships. Ah! Miserable wails rang out as some people staggered and fell off the giant ship. The demonic beasts in the water rushed out of the water and bit down on their bodies. Some of them were directly swallowed into their mouths. Bastard! Loud shouts resounded through the night sky, and the sound waves were not inferior to the roars of the beasts. Then, large amounts of sword light, saber light, and energy rune light covered the sky, blocking out a large number of demonic beasts. The fight didn't last for long. After a large amount of blood dyed the water red, the demonic beasts disappeared, and the giant ship stabilized. The monstrous waves also began to calm down, and then everything gradually calmed down as if nothing had happened. However, the inside of the huge whirlpool gradually turned red, as if it was a bloody hole. It was exceptionally bright and scarlet, and it made people tremble. At dawn the next day, above the vast waters, thick morning clouds covered the sky, forming a dark cloud belt that surrounded the entire surface of the water, causing the distance to be shrouded in darkness. After a moment, cracks appeared in the clouds, and streaks of rose-red silver light spread out, and the sky began to brighten. Walala! The huge whirlpool regained its clarity, and the scarlet blood had flowed to an unknown place. The energy fluctuations from the whirlpool became more and more intense, as if something was about to spit out. The energy fluctuations had reached a terrifying level, and at this moment, even a king-level expert wouldn't dare to approach. Above the whirlpool, dark clouds gathered, and it was dusky. Looking from afar, the dark clouds rolled and covered the sky, causing people to feel an inexplicable chill in their hearts. At this moment, the sky was slightly bright, and one could clearly see that above the vast water surface, there were roughly 10 groups, and among them, there were 2 large groups. One group was made up of demonic beasts, and the other group was made up of humans. The demonic beasts in the water occupied an area, and they were densely packed on the surface of the water. There were no less than 10,000 of them, and they occupied a large area of the water surface. There were 4 human figures standing on the backs of 4 huge demonic beasts in the water. Judging from the aura that spread out from their bodies, they were demonic beast experts. Those who could transform into humans were naturally at the Beast King level. There were also 7 giant ships anchored on the surface of the water. The ships were terrifyingly huge, and they weren't inferior to Zhou Tianyang's ship at all. There were many figures on each of the giant ships, and their auras were extremely powerful. On each of the giant ships, the leading figure's aura was even more powerful, and they were definitely at the king level. Whether it was the demonic beasts in the water or the people on the 7 giant ships, all of their gazes were focused on the huge and terrifying whirlpool. It was as if there was another world under the whirlpool. Suddenly, there were continuous roars of demonic beasts in the distance, and the demonic beasts were in an uproar. As if they had sensed something, their gazes immediately began to turn and look at the distant sky. Whoosh! In the distant sky, a huge black tiger flapped its wings and flew over. Its aura was ferocious, and as it flapped its wings, it suppressed the demonic beasts in the water and made them unable to move easily. It's just in front. There's a very special energy fluctuation, and it seems very ancient. On the back of the huge black tiger, Du Xiaoyao stood on Du Xiaofu's shoulder and looked at the sky in front. Her pale, golden spirit eyes were fluctuating, and that ancient aura made her solemn. Let's go over first. Be careful. There are many experts up ahead. Du Xiaofu squinted his eyes, and with his sharp spiritual soul power, he discovered that there were many experts up ahead. Among them, there were no less than 10 king-level experts. The number of king-level experts in the entire Dark Forest could be counted with one's fingers, and the Stone Dragon Empire only had about 10 king-level experts. At this moment, there were already 10 king-level experts in this area, which made Du Xiaofu secretly exclaim, "This was only the edge of the central continent. If they were in the real central continent, there would be no doubt that there would be more experts." trespassing into the forbidden area. You're courting death." At this moment, a loud roar was heard, and a huge wave surged into the sky. A silver-white, demonic beast that was covered in scales and had a pair of antennae on its head rushed out of the water. It was a demonic beast that looked like a flood dragon. Whoosh! This ferocious, demonic beast's body was covered in runes, and its aura was ferocious. The demonic beast's aura spread out, and it opened its mouth, like a dragon rushing towards the little tiger. Almost at the same time, Du Xiaofu's figure disappeared from the little tiger's back. "Evil beast, you're courting death." At the same time, Du Xiaofu's figure appeared in front of the little tiger. At this moment, the entire water area shook, and then Du Xiaofu's hand exploded with a green-gold light, and then a sword light swept out like a green-gold lightning. Whoosh! As soon as the sword radiance appeared, a green-gold brilliance burst out. The sound of wind and thunder resounded, almost drowning a large area of water. It was a simple sword, but at this time it seemed to contain the power to move mountains and overturn seas, destroying everything. The sword radiance instantly spread in front of the ferocious, demonic beast with lightning speed. Roar! At this moment, the ferocious, demonic beast seemed to have sensed something, and its scarlet eyes changed greatly. It wanted to quickly retreat, but it was too late. Whoosh! Wherever the sword light passed, the ferocious, demonic beast's body was cut in half, starting from the head. Fresh blood splattered on the water area, and then turned into a bloody mist. In the vast water area, a long crack appeared on the water surface, and waves surged on both sides. It was a terrifying sight, and it took a long time for the water to return to normal. An absolutely powerful demonic beast at the demonic beast stage, which was at the complete beast stage, was killed in one move. It was a clean sweep. At this moment, everyone's eyes trembled. The Beast King realm experts standing on the huge demonic beast's back, as well as the Martial King realm experts on the giant ship, all looked at Du Xiaofu. Finally, their gazes fell on the green-gold long sword in Du Xiaofu's hand. The green-gold long sword looked ancient, but it was extremely agile. The curve of the blade was elegant, and the green-gold light shone brightly. Runes flowed around it, and it looked like it was made by nature. Everyone's intentions are the same, and this place does not belong to anyone. I'll say the ugly words first. If anyone dares to provoke me, then don't blame me for being impolite. Du Xiaofu held the tyrannical shadow in his hand as he swept his gaze across the surroundings. For the sake of peace and convenience later, the earlier move was absolutely necessary. In this world, there were people who sympathized with the weak, but no one would care about a weakling. Only absolute strength could prove everything. What an arrogant brat. That sword seems to be pretty good. I wonder where that brat is from. He looks very unfamiliar. I wonder if that brat has any background. As Du Xiaofu's voice fell, some of the gazes on the giant ship fluctuated indifferently. However, with Du Xiaofu's move, no one dared to approach. Even the 4 Beast Kings seemed to have some scruples at this time. They looked at Du Xiaofu from afar and did not have any intention of attacking. Du Xiaofu returned to the little tiger's back. After intimidating everyone, he looked at the huge whirlpool in front of him. The energy fluctuations are getting stronger and stronger. Something is about to come out. As Du Xiaofu made his move, Du Xiaoqing, who was already on Du Xiaoyao's shoulder, suddenly raised her pale golden eyes and stared at the terrifying whirlpool. Rumble. Just as little demon Du's words fell, the whirlpool began to intensify. Huge waves overflowed into the sky like thunder. The monstrous waves were like a vast ocean. The waves surged, and the waves swept in all directions. Chapter 559. Walala! Soon after, the entire whirlpool began to rise, causing the waves to soar into the sky like a waterfall. It was as if a terrifying object was being revealed from within the whirlpool, as waves of terrifying and ancient auras rippled in the sky. Within the monstrous waves, a huge silhouette began to appear. It stretched into the distance and covered a huge area. As the waves scattered, a huge object appeared from within the whirlpool, causing everyone to tremble in shock. Under the trembling gazes of the crowd, several huge mountain peaks appeared one after another, as if they had risen from the bottom of the water, appearing in an astonishing manner. The mountain peaks were tall, piercing through the dark clouds in the sky. They were lush green and emitted an ancient aura, as if they had come from a distant ancient space. Soon after, they appeared above this region of water. There must be treasures within the mountain peaks. Let's seize the treasures. Numerous gazes were filled with excitement as they stared at the light on the mountain peak. Just as the large wave of water fell down like a waterfall, the large group of enormous demonic beasts on the water surface and the large group of human figures on the huge ship immediately rose into the air and pounced towards the enormous mountain peaks that had appeared. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. In an instant, waves of astonishing auras erupted as a large number of figures pounced forward. No one wanted to be the first to arrive. Roar! A strange silver fish with 4 wings appeared. Its body was not large, only a few dozen feet long. However, an astonishing dragon-like roar was emitted from its mouth. It opened its mouth and took the opportunity to swallow a pulse spirit stage practitioner, while its body flew towards the mountain peak at the same time. Roar! A demonic beast covered in scales, resembling a horse and a cow. Its huge body had a dorsal fin, but it also had 4 hooves. It charged towards several figures, wanting to prevent the humans from entering the mountain peaks. Evil Beast, a human expert, shouted loudly. With a wave of his hand, a blade of light swept out. It was incomparably swift and fierce. Runes spread out, and in a short period of time, a bloody scar appeared on the back of the huge demonic beast. Kill the humans! At the same time, many demonic beast experts in the surroundings soared into the sky, blocking the humans. The huge demonic beast soared into the sky, immediately blocking many humans in the air. However, the human Martial King experts had already reached the front at lightning speed. Kill these bastards! Being blocked by the demonic beasts, everyone was enraged. Saber chi, sword chi, and energy attacks swept out wave after wave. Roar! Those demonic beasts were not to be trifled with either. Their gigantic bodies blocked the attacks, and terrifying attacks swept out, blocking a large number of attacks and even counterattacking. Rumble! As the human powerhouses rushed out, the few giant ships that were left on the water were overturned by a large number of demonic beasts at the same time. With a rumbling sound, they sank to the bottom of the water. Be careful. Let's go take a look. Du Xiaofu couldn't help but ask Du Xiaoqing, Du Xiaoyao, and Little Tiger to be careful as they flew out as well. The group of demonic beasts seemed to have seen Du Xiaofu's attack. At this moment, none of the demonic beasts stopped Du Xiaofu. Little Tiger, follow me, Du Xiaoqing said to Little Tiger as she stood on Little Tiger's back. Roar! However, Du Xiaoqing and Little Tiger were not so lucky. Instantly, many ferocious demonic beasts pounced on them, attacking Du Xiaoqing and Little Tiger. Humph! Du Xiaoqing snorted. A green light seeped out from the void as Little Tiger flapped its wings. A large number of demonic beasts that were pouncing on them directly exploded. Sizzle! Little Tiger flapped its wings and swung its tiger claws. A demonic beast in front of it was directly torn into pieces. In an instant, the demonic beasts that were pouncing on them felt a great pressure. They hurriedly crawled and trembled. They did not dare to resist at all. Many people around them were shocked and speechless. Several towering mountains were located in this mountain range. The aura they exuded was ancient, as if it came from ancient times. More than 10 King Stage experts had already appeared on the mountain range. Their eyes were looking around. Their spiritual souls were probing, trying to find treasures. Du Xiaofu's figure also appeared not far away. With his sharp spiritual soul, he discovered that several energy fluctuations were coming from the mountains. However, at the same time, Du Xiaofu also noticed that there seemed to be an extremely unstable aura fluctuation in this mountain range. Brother, Du Xiaoqing stepped on Little Tiger's back and followed behind Du Xiaofu. She looked around curiously. Swoosh, swoosh! More than 10 King Stage experts seemed to have felt the energy fluctuations from the mountains. They immediately rushed towards the mountains. At this moment, no one paid attention to Du Xiaofu and the others. Du Xiaofu, this place doesn't look good. It looks like a charm array, but it also looks like a special seal from ancient times. It's not an ordinary thing. Even I can't see through it. Suddenly, Du Xiaoqing, who was on Du Xiaoyao's shoulder, seemed to have felt something. She looked at the dark clouds above the mountains that had yet to dissipate. Her eyes suddenly changed. She said, Du Xiaofu, little green, stupid tiger, let's run. Something is going to happen here. Rumble! Just as Du Xiaoyao's voice fell, the space in this mountain range suddenly trembled. The entire space froze. The surrounding space was like a fried dough twist. The space ripples began to twist together. Not good. There's a change. The dozens of King Stage experts seemed to have also noticed the change. Their faces changed drastically, and they all retreated with all their might. But at this moment, the entire space seemed to have frozen. It was as if they had fallen into a swamp. The more they tried, the deeper they sank. In this space, it was as if there was a whirlpool on the ground. It wanted to suck people to the ground. It was difficult to break free. It would even cause people to lose their bearings and shake in this space. Rumble! The water that had just calmed down shook violently again. The dark clouds rolled, and a huge whirlpool appeared in the water again. The waves were monstrous, and the aura was overwhelming. It was as if it wanted to swallow everything. Roar! At this moment, some of the demonic beasts and humans who were fighting to enter the mountain range were suddenly pulled by the terrifying suction force from the whirlpool. They couldn't help but be swallowed into the terrifying whirlpool and disappear. Run! Seeing this, the demonic beasts and humans who were fighting didn't dare to stay. They quickly retreated. But in a short period of time, a large number of demonic beasts and human experts who were slower to escape were swallowed. Du Xiaoyao, is there any way to escape? Du Xiaofu was deep in the space whirlpool. He immediately asked Du Xiaoyao, who was getting farther and farther away. At this moment, the sky was dark. Dark clouds covered the sky, and space was distorted. No matter how hard they tried, they couldn't escape. They were being sucked down. Once they were sucked down, it would be even harder to escape. This is not an ordinary sealed space. Even I can't do anything now. We're in big trouble, Du Xiaoyao said loudly. Her faint, golden spirit eyes became extremely serious. In an ordinary space, seals and talisman arrays wouldn't be able to trap her. But it was different in this space. She felt an ancient energy binding her, making it impossible for her to escape. This is troublesome. I can't just fall in directly. Du Xiaofu's expression changed drastically. He originally wanted to look for an opportunity, but he didn't expect this to happen so suddenly. Rumble! In the terrifying whirlpool, several huge mountains fell again. The speed of falling was much faster than the speed of rising. In an instant, they had sunk into the whirlpool. Everyone was trapped in it, and it was impossible for them to escape. Swish! Just as all the huge mountains finally sank into the whirlpool, the terrifying spatial pulling force finally disappeared. Get out quickly. In an instant, the terrifying force that bound everyone disappeared. Everyone was overjoyed. They immediately rushed up to the sky, wanting to escape the mountain and the whirlpool. Little green, little tiger, get out quickly. Feeling the surrounding spatial force disappear, Du Xiaofu immediately rushed up. Brat, you can stay here forever. A cold sneer was heard, and a man who seemed to be in his 30s appeared in the sky above Du Xiaofu. He was handsome, and there was a faint glow on his forehead. He waved his hand and shot out a handprint. Rumble! As this handprint landed, a terrifying force surged and expanded, bringing with it a vast expanse of white fog that blotted out the sky and covered the sun. It's the aura of the mysterious cloud, Scarlet Dragon. It's the mysterious Dragon King. At the same time, Du Xiaofu's expression changed drastically. He waved his hand and fanned the energy of the clouds that were pressing down on him. With a sweep of his hand, the mysterious patterns of the talisman overlapped like a cattail leaf fan and instantly collided with each other. Swish! The two energies collided, and runes spread. Under the tremendous force, Du Xiaofu let out a muffled groan from his throat. His figure directly fell down. The mysterious Dragon King's cultivation was at the peak of the complete Beast King realm. It was absolutely powerful. Du Xiaofu was at a disadvantage. Swish! In a short delay, the whirlpool above had begun to merge. The mysterious Dragon King and the others had already taken the opportunity to escape. In the space, the strange spatial binding force began to surge again, distorting the space and sealing everything. "Brother, you go out first," Du Xiaoqing shouted. She felt the space around her was distorted again, and the surrounding binding force permeated. Green light burst out, and mysterious runes flickered. Suddenly, a gentle force erupted and swept over Du Xiaofu. It shook Du Xiaofu's falling body into the air and pushed him to the whirlpool exit that was about to close. The space was distorted again, and the binding force collapsed and fell heavily on Du Xiaoqing, Du Xiaoyao, and Little Tiger, who had not yet escaped. Chapter 560. Roar! Du Xiaoqing, Du Xiaoyao, and Little Tiger rushed out with all their might. Their runes soared into the sky, but they sank deeper and deeper, unable to escape. Little Green, Du Xiaoyao, Little Tiger! Du Xiaofu shouted as he looked at the bound Du Xiaoqing, Du Xiaoyao, and Little Tiger in the terrifying whirlpool. His expression was serious, and he wanted to rush in directly. Rumble! At this moment, the whirlpool completely closed and disappeared. A majestic spatial repelling force swept out from beside the hole, pushing Du Xiaofu's body out involuntarily, separating him from the merged whirlpool. Walala! The terrifying whirlpool, along with the huge mountain, sank to the bottom of the water and disappeared. Everything had just appeared on this part of the water not long ago, but it disappeared without a trace. The dark clouds in the sky also began to disperse. The sky was bright, and the sun rose from the east. The surging waves in the surroundings also gradually calmed down, as if nothing had happened. That was close. What was that place? Looking at the huge whirlpool and the mountain peak that had disappeared, the dozen or so king-level cultivators who had barely escaped still felt a lingering fear. They had almost been trapped in the whirlpool. The terrifying binding power of the space was something they could not break free from. Little Green, Du Xiaoyao, Little Tiger! Above the gradually calming water, Du Xiaofu's figure floated low in the air. Du Xiaoqing, Du Xiaoyao, and Little Tiger were trapped, but they did not manage to escape at the last moment. Without thinking much, their bodies were wrapped in a faint golden light, and their bodies directly rushed into the water. The water was bottomless. 100 meters below, there were reefs and colorful corals. After a few hundred meters, the water was still boundless. It was extremely calm, and there were no discoveries. Strangely, after the huge mountain sank into the water, it seemed to have completely disappeared without a trace. Walala! A moment later, Du Xiaofu's figure emerged from the water. The faint golden light around him was withdrawn, and his face was solemn. He did not know where that strange place had come from. Du Xiaoqing, Du Xiaoyao, and Little Tiger were trapped in there, and he did not know if they would be in danger. Even Du Xiaoyao could not do anything about that space. It was definitely not a good place. If it were not for them helping him, Du Shaoqing would not have been trapped. If they were in danger, thinking up to there, Du Xiaofu immediately raised his eyes slightly. He stared at the man who had attacked him earlier, and his face began to turn gloomy. Coldness spread out around him, and his gaze gradually became sharpened. If it were not for the mysterious WYRM King's help. His face became colder, and coldness spread out. His gaze gradually, and his gaze became sharpened. If it were not for the king to help him, everyone would have been able to safely escape, were to be able to escape. The king's his. As if he felt the sharpening gaze in Du Xiaofu's eyes, the king of the mysterious WYRM also looked at Du Xiaofu. Seeing that Du Xiaofu was actually able to escape from his attack, he was rather surprised. A cold smile appeared on his handsome face as the king of the mysterious WYRM coldly stared at Du Xiaofu from afar. He opened his mouth and said in an indifferent voice, "Kid, I never thought that you would be able to escape. This is truly a surprise to me. However, you will still die today. You will pay with your life for killing my subordinate, the python loach beast." Looks like the king of the mysterious WYRM is going to attack that kid. There will be a show to watch. That kid should have some background. The sword in his hand at the beginning is definitely an extraordinary Dao artifact. At that moment, several martial king experts in the surroundings were watching from afar. The whirlpool in the water had disappeared, and everyone had returned empty-handed this time. Seeing that the king of the mysterious WYRM was going to attack the kid that appeared later, they were all interested and started to watch. At that moment, in the hearts of these people, they were probably just watching to see if there was any chance. The sword in the hands of the purple-robed youth was definitely an extraordinary Dao artifact. For a martial royal realm cultivator, a Dao artifact was a treasure that was hard to come by, let alone a martial king realm cultivator. An extraordinary Dao artifact was enough to make a martial king realm cultivator's blood boil. If it wasn't for the fact that there were many people around and they all had scruples, there would probably be people who couldn't help but attack. Du Xiaofu didn't say anything as he stared at the king of the mysterious WYRM in the sky. Within his sharp eyes, a golden light flickered. It was getting sharper and more frightening as a chill spread out. King of the mysterious WYRM, this puny human actually wants to die. Then let's kill him. A slender man in white clothes with an icy aura rippled out. As his voice faded, he actually attacked Du Xiaofu before the king of the mysterious WYRM. His figure flashed towards Du Xiaofu. Splash! As the white-clothed large man attacked, an icy aura spread out and sealed the surface of the water, causing the surface of the water to freeze. His figure also instantly appeared a short distance in front of Du Xiaofu. A fist that was wrapped in an icy aura directly smashed towards Du Xiaofu. "You're not enough." Du Xiaofu's eyes were filled with a chill. He shook his arm and punched out. Within his fist, an azure and red light shone brightly. The azure and red talisman runes exploded. In the end, accompanied by the roar of a WYRM, it condensed into an illusory shadow of a scarlet cloud WYRM. Ayo! The illusory shadow of the scarlet cloud WYRM was like a living creature. Its aura intimidated tens of thousands of beasts. It roared and rushed out. Wherever it passed, the frozen water surface cracked and shattered. It was not afraid of the man's icy fist at all. How can it be the scarlet cloud WYRM? At this moment, the white-clothed man's expression changed. The aura of the illusory shadow of the scarlet cloud WYRM had absolutely affected him. He immediately transformed into his original form in a panic. A huge white python that was hundreds of feet long leaped up, releasing a terrifying icy aura. He was the Ice Python King, one of the 4 kings in the Long River. His cultivation was at the middle stage of the Beast King realm, and he had always followed the king of the mysterious WYRM. Boom! The illusory shadow of the scarlet cloud WYRM hit the Ice Python King in a flash. After all, the illusory shadow of the scarlet cloud WYRM, was not the real scarlet cloud WYRM. Moreover, Du Xiaofu had not reached the level where he could do anything to the Ice Python King. Therefore, the Ice Python King's icy aura resisted the attack. However, the terrifying impact and the aura of the scarlet cloud WYRM forced the Ice Python King's huge body to retreat. A large amount of energy, accompanied by frost, spread across the sky. Humph! A cold snort was heard. In a short moment, as the large amount of energy and frost spread, Du Xiaofu's figure did not retreat. Instead, he moved forward and leaped above the Ice Python King like a flash of lightning. With a wave of his hand, dazzling runes spread out. Du Xiaofu's terrifying punch was as fast as lightning and as powerful as thunder. Then it hit the back of the huge Ice Python King. Boom! Du Xiaofu's punch carried the vast and domineering golden Xian energy in his body. The simple and fierce punch destroyed the Ice Python King's hard ice scales, causing the Ice Python King to hiss in pain. Blood spurted out from the broken scales on the Ice Python King's back where the punch landed. Its body violently flipped and fell into the water with a swing of its tail, leaving a lot of blood on the water surface. Huff! Many onlookers in the distance gasped. Putting aside the Ice Python King's strength, the Ice Python King's body was extremely tough. Yet, the purple-robed young man was able to smash the Ice Python King into a bloody mess with just one punch. How terrifying was his strength! Looking at Du Xiaofu's attack, many Martial King Realm cultivators who originally wanted to take advantage of the situation immediately had ugly expressions. Based on the strength displayed by the purple-robed youth, it was fortunate that they did not try to snatch the Dao Treasure Sword. Their defensive power could not be compared to the Ice Python King's. Brat, I won't let you go. Half of the Ice Python King's body surfaced on the water surface. The water around it was frozen. It roared in pain and was filled with anger. It never thought that it would be severely injured by the youth in front of it. Ice Python King, you are no match for him. Let me do it. A deep and cold voice was heard. A cloud of mist surged and runes flashed. A burly man in a green robe suddenly appeared in the sky. The mysterious WYRM King is going to attack. Someone said softly. It was the mysterious WYRM King, the Xianyun Scarlet WYRM on the Heavenly Beast list. WYRMs were demonic beasts with the bloodline of dragons. If they had the opportunity to awaken the bloodline left behind by the dragons in their bodies, they would have a great chance of transforming into a WYRM into a dragon in the future. However, it was difficult for 1 in 10,000 WYRMs to have the opportunity to transform into a dragon. The mysterious WYRM King looked at Du Xiaofu. At this moment, his aura began to become fierce. He said indifferently, Brat, I can feel the aura of my Xianyun Scarlet WYRM clan on your body. It seems that you have dealt with my Xianyun Scarlet WYRM clan before. Today, no matter what, I will not let you go. Evil creature, do you think I will let you go? A cold voice came out from Du Xiaofu's mouth. It was this mysterious WYRM King that made Du Xiaoyao, and Little Tiger say that they were not out of danger. How could Du Xiaofu let this go? He must make this Xianyun Scarlet WYRM pay the price. Brat, you're courting death. Hearing Du Xiaofu's words, the Xianyun Scarlet WYRM King was enraged. He immediately attacked in anger. Runes spread around his body, and a large area of space was shrouded in clouds. As the air rumbled and trembled, a fist that was wrapped in runes appeared like thunder. Its aura set off a huge wave, causing the water to boil. Its aura was terrifying. At this moment, sensing the strength of the mysterious WYRM King, the few Martial King experts and many people who had survived from afar all focused their gazes. The mysterious WYRM King was at the peak of the Nirvana realm of the Beast King realm. Even Martial King experts at the peak of the complete Martial King realm had to be cautious. Could that purple-robed young man withstand it? At this moment, Du Xiaofu slightly raised his gaze. The water under his feet fluctuated violently. Then, a loud shout came out from his mouth. It was like a dragon's roar, like a divine elephant's cry. Its aura was domineering and looked down on everything. Boom! A domineering aura swept out. In a short instant, the dazzling, mysterious runes around Du Xiaofu's body released ripples. With the sound of wind and thunder like the sound of Sanskrit, they condensed into a fist imprint, accompanied by an imperceptible trajectory and rune ripples. It was like a collision between two meteorites, fiercely colliding with the mysterious Dragon King's palm imprint. Chapter 561. Rumble. Such a collision instantly caused the space to distort. A huge roar resounded through the space like a sudden clap of thunder. Turbulent energy ripples spread out, causing the entire surrounding space to tremble rapidly. The water surface below was turbulent, creating huge waves. The tsunami-like ripples spread out in all directions. The terrifying energy spread out, causing one's heart to tremble in fear. It was as if a calamity had arrived. Deng deng! In midair, Du Xiaofu's body directly staggered back. After taking a dozen steps back and stabilizing his body, a muffled groan came from his throat. A faint trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. His gaze also became extremely dignified. The scarlet cloud dragon, which was at the peak of the Beast King realm, was too powerful. Du Xiaofu was still injured when he used a mysterious move. This Scarlet Cloud Jiao was much stronger than the Scarlet Cloud Jiao that Tianwu Academy had used to deal with Guyu. In comparison, Guyu's Scarlet Cloud Jiao could only be considered a cub. Is he really at the Martial Lord realm? Or is he hiding his cultivation? The mysterious Serpent King's body merely took a step back. There was some doubt in his eyes. His opponent seemed to only be at the Martial Marquis level, but he was actually able to resist his palm. This was absolutely inconceivable. That kid is quite capable. The Martial King realm cultivators who were watching the battle from afar had a change of expression. They knew the mysterious Dragon King's strength. It was terrifying enough for him to withstand a strike from the mysterious Dragon King. However, that young man only used his bare hands to withstand it. He was already so terrifying at such a young age. He was probably comparable to the talents of those big sections. Kid, you are quite capable. However, you are still going to die today. As his voice fell, the mysterious Dragon King attacked again. His figure pounced towards Du Xiaofu. The clouds around him rippled, and a terrifying rune energy storm instantly swept out like a hurricane. It brought along a shocking wave, as if a huge dragon had passed through the water surface. Du Xiaofu's eyes narrowed as azure gold light erupted from his hand. Tyrannical shadow appeared in his hand, and azure gold light poured down as a sword ray shot out. The sound of wind and thunder resounded as it pierced towards the mysterious WYRM King. The black WYRM King's eyes were suffused with talisman markings as he gazed at the sword light, and then he waved his hand, causing talisman markings to interweave and block the terrifying sword light. Space rumbled as a large expanse of sword light was directly destroyed. The tyrant shadow was shocking. Runes flashed about, and it was extremely domineering. Just as the sword light was destroyed, it appeared before the mysterious WYRM King like a bolt of lightning. Brat, you're not enough. The mysterious Flood Dragon King roared, and a claw mark directly distorted space as it stretched out. It actually directly detained the tip of Tyrannical Shadow's sword. Dragon Claw! Just as the tip of the sword was about to pierce through the palm, the mysterious WYRM King's claw imprint was covered in layers of WYRM scales. The claw imprint transformed into a WYRM's claw imprint that directly blocked the tip of Tyrannical Shadow's sword and firmly held onto Tyrannical Shadow. Kiki, this sword is not bad, but you're still a little too weak. The mysterious WYRM King laughed proudly as a terrifying energy exploded from his claw. He wanted to snatch tyrannical shadow from Du Xiaofu's hand. At that moment, golden light suddenly spread out from Du Xiaofu's eyes. The golden light around him shot into the sky, and a domineering and ferocious aura suddenly swept out from his body. At that moment, the golden light was like a rising sun, and a pair of glittering talisman markings immediately stretched out. The golden light exploded and illuminated the sky. At the same time, the might of the tyrant shadow skyrocketed. A peerlessly domineering energy shot out and caused the scales on the mysterious WYRM King's WYRM claw to crack, causing blood to seep out from them. Is that brat a human or a demon beast? At that moment, a golden winged rock's aura swept out from Du Xiaofu's body, causing all the demon beasts in the water to tremble, and even the souls of the people in the distance to tremble. In comparison, the mysterious WYRM King's eyes were filled with shock. Under that domineering and intimidating aura, he felt like he was being suppressed. The aura from the other party was clearly that of a peerless king amongst demon beasts, a supreme existence amongst demon beasts. It greatly affected him. However, the brat in front of him was clearly a human and not a real demon beast. This brat definitely has a supreme treasure amongst demon beasts. This is a great opportunity for me. I must obtain it. Suddenly, greed surged out from the mysterious WYRM King's eyes. The clouds around him rippled, and then energy rippled. The talisman markings on his body shot into the sky, and then turned into a colossal creature that was over 100 feet long. The colossal creature was red and green in color, and it overflowed with light. Talisman markings were faintly visible, and its scales covered it. It caused the surrounding air to surge like waves, and ripples spread out. Roar! The WYRM's roar resounded through the sky. Its aura was like that of the king of all beasts. Under the roar, the surrounding demon beasts in the water trembled violently. It was the true body of the Scarlet Cloud WYRM. Brat, prepare to die! The mysterious WYRM King roared, and its colossal body directly pressed down on Du Xiaofu. It opened its ferocious mouth, wanting to devour Du Xiaofu. Its aura caused the vast water to boil, and huge waves surged. The terrifying aura stirred up huge waves, causing the water to boil. Crash! Crash! Along with the huge waves, the mysterious WYRM King's ferocious mouth spewed out dark clouds. Mysterious talisman markings flickered, and its ferocious aura was overflowing, as if it could suppress everything. As a demon beast on the heavenly beast ranking, the Scarlet Cloud WYRM was definitely not something that ordinary demon beasts could compare with. Any demon beast on the heavenly beast ranking was absolutely terrifying and was comparable to an outstanding human existence. As the mysterious WYRM King's true body appeared in the sky, Du Xiaofu was also continuously pushed back. Looking at the incoming WYRM, the talisman markings on his back flapped, and a majestic light filled the air. He was like a rock spreading its wings, soaring through the 9 heavens. Under everyone's shocked gazes, Du Xiaofu did not retreat and instead advanced. Right under the mysterious WYRM King's ferocious mouth, his figure drifted like a god, strange and unpredictable and as fast as lightning. He instantly escaped and then appeared above the Scarlet Cloud WYRM. Rock descends to the 9 heavens suppress. Du Xiaofu roared, and golden light bloomed from his body. The wings on his back suddenly flapped, carrying the domineering will of the golden-winged rock clan. It was like a rock had descended, and its wings swept across, overbearing and fierce, as if it was the sole ruler, suppressing everything. Golden-winged rock, the aura of a true golden-winged rock. Are you a human or a beast? At this moment, even the mysterious WYRM King was shocked. The person before it was clearly a human, but the aura that came from the bloodline made the mysterious WYRM King feel that the kid was a true golden-winged rock. It was truly too strange. "Ayo-ho!" Du Xiaofu suppressed, and the mysterious WYRM king roared. Dark clouds surged around its body, and it was actually able to withstand the suppression of Du Xiaofu's golden-winged rock. Rumble. The two of them collided like this, and it was like thunder in the sky. Light from talisman markings burst forth like gorgeous fireworks, causing the entire sky to be dazzling. The shocking waves of the water below surged violently, and they could topple mountains and overturn seas. All the beasts in the distance were shocked at this moment. The fact that the two of them could fight to such an extent was beyond the expectations of many. Soaring WYRM. The mysterious WYRM king roared as they were in a stalemate in the air. Suddenly, a large amount of green-red light erupted from its huge body, and its aura skyrocketed. Its huge body flipped, and it shattered the golden light. The WYRM's huge tail fiercely smashed onto Du Xiaofu's body with lightning speed. The shocking and terrifying power seemed to have the vast momentum of destroying the surrounding space. Vacuum after vacuum appeared, and Du Xiaofu's body was immediately sent flying. Puffed! Pale golden blood spurted out from his mouth, and Du Xiaofu's body was violently smashed into the huge wave. "Aolo!" The mysterious WYRM king roared, and its huge body instantly dove into the water. Like a dragon swimming in the sea, it opened its ferocious mouth and wanted to devour Du Xiaofu in the water. The human and WYRM instantly disappeared from the water, and many people in the surroundings looked on in shock. Rumble! Under the water, huge waves began to surge. It was as if the human and WYRM had clashed underwater again, causing huge waves to surge to the sky. Chi! A moment later, the waves surged, and a golden figure soared into the sky, escaping rapidly. "Aolo!" At the same time in the water, the WYRM roared, and a WYRM soared into the sky like a flying dragon. It opened its ferocious mouth towards the golden figure, spitting out dark clouds to devour it. The mighty energy distorted the space, and the shocking pressure caused the surrounding space to tremble. Whoosh, whoosh! In mid-air, the runic wings on the back of the golden figure were overbearing and fast. Its speed was like a god, mysterious and unpredictable. With a few dodges, it made it difficult for the WYRM to devour it. The WYRM soared across the sky, shuttling through the clouds with astonishing power. It was faintly accompanied by lightning and thunder as it chased after the golden figure. The golden figure flapped its wings, like a rock flapping its wings. It was erratic, but the situation was getting more and more urgent. "Kid, you can't escape." The mysterious WYRM king roared, opened its mouth, and spat out dark clouds. It once again appeared behind Du Xiaofu and directly crushed him. Tyrannical shadow transformation. Du Xiaofu suddenly turned around, and the tyrannical shadow in his hand swept out. Dazzling runes bloomed, and the blade instantly transformed into layers of chain horns, like the golden feathers of a rock. Splendor poured out, and it instantly transformed into an azure gold sword whip. Whoosh, whoosh! The sword whip was like a rock moving through the sky, agile and bewitching. It was dazzling, and it directly swept towards the mysterious WYRM king from an unbelievable angle. The mysterious WYRM king's eyes fluctuated at this moment, and he didn't dare to directly resist the overbearing sword whip. His huge body moved through the air, and he quickly swept away. Swish! The sword whip was strange and unpredictable, and it completely exceeded the mysterious WYRM king's expectations. The agile and bewitching sword whip was like lightning, and it spun in midair, and then directly wrapped around the mysterious WYRM king's scarlet cloud WYRM body. Chapter 562. Roar! The runes on the mysterious dragon king's body erupted, and the scales all over its body seemed to have come alive. Light burst out and blocked the sword whip. Whoosh! The sword whip was like a reverse hook, and it took the opportunity to coil around the scarlet cloud dragon's body. Although it was blocked by the runes, the aura of the golden-winged rock poured out, and it seemed to naturally suppress the dragon, wanting to destroy the defense of the scarlet cloud dragon. Boom! Du Xiaofu's figure appeared on the back of the mysterious Dragon King. Golden light surged in his eyes, sharp and terrifying. His fist was wrapped in golden xian qi, and the runes were blazing. Under the dumbfounded gazes of the crowd, his fist landed solidly on the back of the mysterious Dragon King. Boom! With such a punch, the golden runes scattered in the sky. Under the sweeping force, the mysterious Dragon King's defense also began to crack, but it did not shatter. Roar! The dark WRM King roared furiously from the pain, and profound clouds surged as it forcefully flipped Du Xiaofu off its back. Its enormous tail flipped as it wanted to tear apart the sword whip, and then, with the momentum of a bolt of lightning, it coiled around Du Xiaofu's body like a spirit python and instantly coiled around the flipped Du Xiaofu. The dragon wrapped around Du Xiaofu tightly, making it impossible for Du Xiaofu to escape. Kid, go to hell! The dark cloud scarlet flood dragon roared. Its gigantic body coiled and coiled around Du Xiaofu like a small mountain in the middle of the air, tightly constricting Du Xiaofu. The pressure from the dark cloud scarlet flood dragon distorted space, wanting to crush Du Xiaofu into pieces. Golden xian qi that covered the sky and earth exploded. At that moment, Du Xiaofu tried his best, but he could not break free from the mysterious Dragon King's restraint. The scarlet cloud dragon that was at the peak of the Nirvana realm of the Beast King was much stronger than Du Xiaofu had imagined. With Du Xiaofu's Nirvana realm cultivation at the Martial Lord realm, he could not fight it. The difference in cultivation level was too big. Crack, crack! The dominating shadow sword whip was suppressed to the point that it could not move. The rune wings on Du Xiaofu's back were also bound. The runes shattered, and then they began to dissipate. On the surface of his body, and under the terrifying suppression, it seemed that his body was going to be crushed. Puff! Under the terrifying power, Du Xiaofu's mouth was dripping with blood, and his face turned pale. I can't wait for death. Du Xiaofu's and the dragon scale, the dragon's xian qi and the xians. The dragon's xian cloud dragon kings, and the dragon scale scales, dragon, 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 to dragon, dragon's dragon, dragon's dragon, 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 dragon. Roar! The dragon scales were connected to the heart. The mysterious Dragon King roared, and in its fury it used all of its strength to tightly wrap around Du Xiaofu. The rune wings on Du Xiaofu's back were crushed, and they were shattered into runes that dissipated. Blood streaks appeared on his body, and it seemed like his body was about to be crushed. This was Du Xiaofu, not to mention an ordinary Nirvana realm cultivator of the Martial Lord realm. Even if it was a Martial King realm cultivator of the mysterious realm, if he was tightly bound by the scarlet cloud dragon like this, his body would probably immediately explode. Pucci! Du Xiaofu spat out a mouthful of blood. Under the crushing force, his internal organs felt like they were about to explode. His eyes were bloodshot. Suddenly, Du Xiaofu opened his mouth and bit down on the scales of the scarlet cloud flood dragon that had just been torn open. A suction force gushed out from his mouth, and he directly swallowed the blood that flowed out from the scarlet cloud flood dragon's back. Goo-goo! In an instant, Du Xiaofu swallowed mouthful after mouthful of the scarlet cloud flood dragon's blood. The suction force gushed out, and it was like a sluice gate had been opened. It recklessly swallowed the dragon's blood in the scarlet cloud flood dragon's body. The energy in the blood fluctuated, the light spread, and the mysterious runes flickered. It was all forcefully swallowed by Du Xiaofu. At this moment, Du Xiaofu was like an anxious beast. He recklessly revealed his most ferocious side. Walala! Fresh blood gushed out from the scarlet cloud flood dragon's back. At this time, Du Xiaofu's body was like a bottomless pit, able to endlessly devour the blood of the scarlet cloud flood dragon. His eyes gradually turned blood red, causing others to be intimidated and fearsome to the extreme. At this moment, Du Xiaofu's body that was riddled with wounds began to unbelievably recover as he swallowed a large amount of the scarlet cloud flood dragon's blood. Heavens, that kid is really ferocious. He's actually drinking the mysterious Flood Dragon King's blood. Although the mysterious Flood Dragon King's blood is good stuff, isn't that kid afraid of self-destruction? Even a martial emperor expert wouldn't dare to drink it like that. The crowd watching from afar trembled as they looked at the sky. The purple-robed youth was actually swallowing mouthfuls of the mysterious Flood Dragon King's blood. This was already enough to make people flabbergasted. "Aoo!" the mysterious Flood Dragon King roared. The blood in its body poured out violently as it was swallowed by Du Xiaofu. It couldn't help but reveal a look of fear. At this moment, the mysterious Flood Dragon King realized that after swallowing its blood, the kid's body began to surge with a violent energy, becoming more and more powerful. On the other hand, the mysterious Flood Dragon King became weaker after a large amount of blood flowed out. Rumble! The mysterious Flood Dragon King began to roar and struggle. Its voice was like thunder, and its body also let go of Du Xiaofu. The huge flood dragon's body surged, shattering the surrounding distorted space. The dark cloud surged and the light was dazzling. Jiu Jiu! However, at this moment, Du Xiaofu seemed to be addicted to swallowing. His hand was like a giant rock's claw as it tightly pierced into the scales and flesh of the mysterious Flood Dragon King's body. He opened his mouth and bit down on the broken wound, continuously sucking the flood dragon's blood. It was as if he wanted to swallow the mysterious cloud, scarlet, Flood Dragon King's blood completely. "Kid, let go of me. I will tear you apart alive." The mysterious cloud, scarlet, Flood Dragon King roared like thunder in the sky and water. He originally thought that he could directly crush the kid, but in the end, the kid was actually so fierce that he dared to swallow his blood. Where did this kid come from? He's too fierce. The crowd in the distance was shocked. The purple-robed youth, no matter how the mysterious Flood Dragon King struggled, was biting the mysterious Flood Dragon King tightly without letting go. It was as if the mysterious Flood Dragon King had become his real body. The hunter and the prey had completely switched. To be able to force the mysterious Flood Dragon King to such an extent, how fierce was he? If this news spread out, it would be enough to shock the entire 8,000 miles of the central region. Aoo! The mysterious Flood Dragon King roared as he flew further and further away. No one knew how far he had flown, but it caused the water along the way to become turbulent. The runes on his body exploded. The mysterious Flood Dragon King wanted to throw Du Xiaofu away, but it also caused Du Xiaofu's body to sway. His claws could not hold onto the Flood Dragon King's flesh firmly. "Today, I will tear off your skin and your blood." Du Xiaofu was finally forced to let go of the Flood Dragon King. The dominating shadow in his hand spun and fiercely stabbed into the Flood Dragon King's back. It also pierced through the former scales and stabbed into the Flood Dragon King's flesh. Tightly holding the sword with one hand, Du Xiaofu clenched his other hand into a fist and fiercely punched the bloody hole that had just swallowed the Flood Dragon King's blood. Bang! 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 As the punches landed, muffled sounds were like thunder. The Flood Dragon King's blood shot out along with the broken scales. The Flood Dragon King's flesh was badly mangled and dripping with blood. Aoo! The mysterious Flood Dragon King roared like thunder. He was obviously much stronger than that human kid, who knew that in the end he would end up in such a sorry state. In the vast sea, an island appeared in front of him. The mysterious Flood Dragon King's eyes looked as if he had seen his savior. Immediately, his huge body directly crashed into the island. Just as he was about to crash into the island, his huge body suddenly turned 180 degrees and fiercely brushed past the Flood Dragon King's back. Rumble! The ground trembled, the rocks cracked, and the mountains collapsed. Then a huge wave surged over. Swish! Du Xiaofu's body crashed fiercely. Finally, he could not hold on any longer and was about to be flipped over. At the last moment, the dominating shadow fiercely slashed across and left a long bloody wound on the mysterious Flood Dragon King's back. It was so deep that the bones could be seen and blood spurted out. Aolo! Under the intense pain, the mysterious Flood Dragon King roared again and again. However, he finally got rid of Du Xiaofu. His huge body hovered in the air as blood poured out from the wounds all over his body. The island was pushed back by the huge waves. Du Xiaofu stood up, holding the dominating shadow in his hand. Blood dripped from the corner of his mouth. His eyes were blood-red and sharp, like a ferocious beast. The mysterious Flood Dragon King's blood-red and furious eyes looked down at Du Xiaofu. His body slowly hovered in the air as he looked at the blood flowing out from the corner of Du Xiaofu's mouth. However, he did not dare to continue attacking Du Xiaofu. At this moment, the mysterious Flood Dragon King really did not have the confidence to completely kill that kid. The injuries on his back were not light. His eyes were filled with rage, but there was also some fear. The feeling of his blood being devoured just now still made him feel a lingering fear. Suddenly, the Scarlet Cloud Dragon King looked at the sky in front of him, as if he had sensed something. His gaze immediately turned into unwillingness and anger. He fiercely glared at Du Xiaofu, as if he was weighing something in his heart. "Kid, if you fall into my hands next time, I will definitely turn you into ashes." The Scarlet Cloud Dragon King roared in anger. Then his battered body immediately swept into the water and disappeared, causing huge waves to surge to the sky. Du Xiaofu's eyes were blood-red as he watched the Scarlet Cloud Dragon King leave. However, he knew that there was nothing he could do at this moment. The blood of the Scarlet Cloud Dragon King that he had devoured was rioting, causing his body to be filled with severe injuries. Suddenly, Du Xiaofu's gaze also looked into the distance. Then he clenched his teeth and put away the dominating shadow. His figure also immediately swept out, disappearing in the air after a few flashes. Swish! A moment later, a dozen figures flew over from the sky. They were the King stage experts that were watching from the sidelines. Why did he disappear? The dozen or so people swept their gazes across the sky, then looked at each other. The several Martial King stage experts and the 3 Beast King stage experts were all on guard against each other, as if they were all on guard against each other's attacks. "Let's go!" A moment later, everyone seemed to have reached a tacit understanding in their hearts, and their figures flew away. Chapter 563. In a vast body of water, the setting sun shone brightly. In the middle of a rocky cliff, a purple-robed figure sat cross-legged. His entire body was enveloped by a bright green-red light. Ao! The green-red light that enveloped Du Xiaofu seemed to contain a terrifying amount of energy. The roars of dragons could be faintly heard. The purple-robed figure was naturally Du Xiaofu. His injuries were serious, and the tyrant's shadow was exposed. Sensing the king-level cultivators approaching, Du Xiaofu could only choose to leave. Du Xiaofu understood the principle of treasuring a treasure becomes a crime. From the beginning, it was not hard to see that many of the king-level cultivators were looking at the tyrant's shadow with greed. Once they saw that he was seriously injured, Du Xiaofu could guarantee that those king-level cultivators would not hesitate to attack him. Killing others to steal their treasures was not something new. The tyrant's shadow was a peak Dao artifact. Not to mention martial kings, even martial emperors would not be able to resist the temptation to attack. Du Xiaofu even suspected that the mysterious Dragon King's departure was because he was afraid of those king-level cultivators. Perhaps he was most afraid of the other two Beast Kings. The mysterious Dragon King was the strongest existence in the central province, but once he was seriously injured, he was probably afraid that the other two Beast Kings would attack him. Not to mention that there were still a few human martial kings present. They were not confident that they could kill him, so the mysterious Dragon King had no choice but to leave. Du Xiaofu had swallowed a lot of the scarlet cloud dragon's blood. Although it was not refined blood, the large amount of scarlet cloud dragon's blood that he had swallowed began to go berserk. This caused Du Xiaofu's face to turn red. He could only find a place to deal with it. The violent energy attacked his body. The majestic energy spread throughout his organs, seeping into his bones, muscles, and cells. It caused Du Xiaofu's body to feel like thousands of beasts were running inside, wanting to destroy and tear his body into pieces. This was the blood of the mysterious Dragon King. Compared to the blood of Gu Yu's scarlet cloud dragon, this was many times more powerful. Even a martial emperor realm cultivator would probably explode and die on the spot after swallowing the blood of a scarlet cloud dragon at the peak of the martial king realm. However, Du Xiaofu was able to withstand it. "Ah, Du Xiaofu," screamed as he felt the intense pain in his body. Under the violent energies scarlet cloud dragons was, as the violent energies scarlet cloud dragons of the cloud dragon's blood. The intense pain, which felt as though his body was about to explode, caused Du Xiaofu to suffer unspeakably. Forming a hand seal, Du Xiaofu endured the pain and began to cleanse his bones and marrow. He used his celestial qi to guide the violent blood energy in his body to cleanse his bones and marrow, making his body stronger. The second level of the golden-winged rock's body refining technique, bone cleansing, required him to consume the blood of a demonic beast on the heavenly beast ranking. He would use the most violent energy contained within the blood to cleanse his bones and marrow. The higher the level of the demonic beast, the better the effect of its blood on bone cleansing. The blood of a scarlet cloud dragon at the Beast King realm at the Nirvana realm was extremely suitable. Du Xiaofu swallowed the blood of the mysterious Dragon King. On one hand, he was forced to do so. On the other hand, Du Xiaofu had long thought of continuing to cultivate the body refining technique to cleanse his bones and marrow. In the dark forest, it was not easy to find a demonic beast on the heavenly beast ranking to cultivate the body refining technique. Du Xiaofu had always wanted to continue cleansing his bones and marrow to strengthen his body, but he could not find a suitable blood of a demonic beast on the heavenly beast ranking. Roar! Roar! Within the green and red halo that enveloped Du Xiaofu's body, the runes shone brightly and constantly changed. In the end, they turned into the shadow of a scarlet cloud dragon, which circled around Du Xiaofu's body from head to toe. The dragon head roared ferociously, as if it wanted to tear Du Xiaofu into pieces. However, it could not do anything to Du Xiaofu. Roar! In the waters around the island, there were faint roars of beasts. They seemed to have sensed the terrifying pressure from the island and did not dare to come close. At night, the waters were dark, and the sky and sea were the same color. The moon was bright in the sky, and the stars were dim. Whoosh! Whoosh! Two figures wrapped in a faint fluorescent light streaked across the sky like meteors. Extinction Sword King, did that kid disappear? He actually disappeared. Could it be that he was killed by the mysterious Dragon King? In the air, a man in his 40s with deep eyes and a tall nose in golden robes looked down at the ocean with some disappointment in his eyes. The person known as the Extinction Sword King was another man in gray-white robes. He was slender, and what was memorable about his gray-white robes were the several swords embroidered on it. They were extremely lifelike. The Extinction Sword King looked down at the ocean and raised his eyebrows slightly. His eyes that were filled with light seemed to be about to shoot out. He said softly, "The mysterious Dragon King is powerful, but that kid has the presence of the golden-winged Great Pung on him. He seems to be able to suppress the mysterious Dragon King. That kid is very fierce as well, so the mysterious Dragon King probably can't do anything to him. As a result, that kid must have hidden himself. The large man in golden wide robes revealed some shock in his eyes when he heard this. He said, "That kid is indeed ferocious. He actually caused the mysterious Dragon King to suffer a loss. He is really not easy to deal with. The sword in his hand has definitely reached the high-grade Dao artifact level." The Extinction Sword King looked at the golden-robed man and said, "Golden Condor King, the source of the golden-winged Great Pung aura on that kid should be a treasure of the golden-winged Great Pung on him. It should be of great use to your bloodline soul. If you obtain it, you won't lose out to me if I obtain the sword. Not to mention, I only want that sword and the rest is yours. Who knows? That kid might have other treasures on him." "Ha!" The golden-robed man smiled and said to the Extinction Sword King, "Extinction Sword King, you're thinking too much. We've already agreed, so let's do as we said. The most important thing right now is to find that kid, or we'll miss out on this opportunity." The Extinction Sword King frowned slightly when he heard that. He said, "That kid is heavily injured. As long as he's still alive, he won't be able to run far. It's just that the sea is too vast, and it's not easy to find him in all directions. If that kid is still alive, he'll probably be on guard against us. It won't be easy to find him. As long as that kid is still alive, we'll be able to find him. He fought with the mysterious Dragon King in the morning, so he probably won't dare to stay on the surface of the river," said the Golden Condor King. "Then he can only hide on the surface." The Extinction Sword King smiled. He looked at the boundless waters and said, "We just need to find him. That kid must be hiding on one of the mountains to recover." Whoosh, whoosh, the two of them looked at each other and smiled. Then they immediately left in a flash, disappearing into the sky in a flash. In the night, the moonlight shone and shrouded the area. The shadows of the trees danced, and the waves gently slapped on the reefs. On the mountain peak, four figures stood quietly. They spread out their spiritual soul power as if they were searching for something. "Where did that kid go? Don't tell me he was killed by the mysterious Dragon King." "I don't think so." The Golden Condor King and the Extinction Sword King seemed to be together. If I'm not wrong, they should be working together to deal with that kid. Let's not meet the Golden Condor King and the Extinction Sword King. They're not to be trifled with. What's there to be afraid of? With the four of us working together, can't we fight against the two of them? It's more important to find that kid first. If he wasn't killed by the mysterious Dragon King, then he must be recovering. Whoever finds him first will be able to deal with that kid first and obtain the treasure." The four of them discussed softly. Then the four of them soared into the sky and quickly disappeared. In the early morning, the vast waters were filled with red clouds. The vast golden waves rippled as the rising sun burst out. The golden light was dazzling. Whoosh, whoosh, four figures landed on top of a mountain peak that was filled with lush greenery. Immediately, they began to search the area. TSK. At that moment, the light around Du Xiaofu, who was sitting cross-legged on a rock, suddenly disappeared. He retracted his aura and quickly opened his eyes. Faint golden blood flowed out from his mouth. His aura was chaotic and his face was solemn. "Search carefully. That kid can't have gone far." There seemed to be an aura fluctuation just now. How did it disappear? Search. Don't miss any corner. That kid is not simple. He might have some means to hide his aura. The four of them slowly searched forward. For Martial King, auras spread out. It was no small matter. "Are you looking for me?" Suddenly, Du Xiaofu's figure slowly walked out from behind a huge rock. He stood with his hands behind his back, and there was a faint trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. On his resolute face, there was a faint smile in his clear eyes. However, this smile made people feel uneasy for no reason. "It's that kid. The mysterious Dragon King didn't kill him. That kid seems to be severely injured and is healing. We finally found him. Quick, don't let that kid run away. In an instant, the 4 martial king realm experts locked onto Du Xiaofu. The 4 of them focused, fearing that Du Xiaofu would run away. Phew, looking at the 4 people in front of him, Du Xiaofu had seen them before. They were the 4 martial king realm experts from yesterday. He took a deep breath. Suddenly, his purple robe fluttered. He stretched out his hands that were hidden behind his back. 21 formation flags were formed in his hands. In the blink of an eye, the 17 formation flags rippled with astonishing fluctuations and swept across the sky with lightning-like speed and trajectory, their profound mysteries tightly linked together. Oh no, this kid is a 6-star formation talisman master. Retreat. In that instant, the 4 martial king realm cultivators' expressions changed drastically. Then, the 4 of them started to flee. Chapter 564. However, it was too late for the 4 martial king realm cultivators to retreat. They did not expect the purple-robed young man to be a talisman master, and a 6-star talisman master at that. In an instant, they were surrounded by the talisman array. 5-direction mountain binding array. A low shout came from Du Xiaofu's mouth. His face was pale as he spat out a mouthful of golden blood. He poured all his energy into the talisman array. A 6-star elementary talisman array was the limit of what Du Xiaofu could set up. The formation flags turned into beams of light that shot up into the sky. Then they turned into a powerful talisman array that enveloped the space. Wind and clouds surged in the air, and the space was distorted and chaotic. Then it trapped the 4 martial king realm cultivators whose faces changed greatly. Whoosh! After the talisman array was set up, Du Xiaofu's face was pale. However, he did not dare to stay any longer. Profound qi gushed out from his feet. He gritted his teeth, and his figure suddenly rose into the sky. These martial king realm cultivators were obviously here to find him. It was not difficult for Du Xiaofu to guess their purpose. Killing and robbing were too common in the dark forest. In the central province Long River, it was not uncommon. There were more than 4 martial king realm cultivators around. Du Xiaofu had to be aware that there were other martial king realm cultivators around. Therefore, he could only escape immediately. In his current situation, he was afraid that any martial king realm cultivator would not be able to deal with him. Moreover, he was in the central province Long River, the territory of the demonic beasts in the water. Quickly think of a way to break the array. This is a 6-star elementary talisman array. It will not be easy to break it by force. I did not expect that kid to be a talisman master. He is so strong in both martial Dao and talisman Dao. Where did he come from? Quickly break the array. That kid is exhausted. Don't let him escape. Bang, bang, bang. The low muffled sound was like thunder. Inside the symbol array, the muffled sound was like thunder. Waves of energy attacks collided with the symbol array, causing it to shake and shake. However, it was obviously not an easy task to completely break the symbol array. In the distant sky, 2 long rainbow figures hurriedly rushed over. After a few flashes, they appeared in front of him. The long rainbow disappeared, revealing a large man wearing a golden wide robe and a large man wearing a grayish-white long robe. The 2 of them looked at the extremely large and powerful symbol array in front of them. Their eyes contained quite a number of fluctuations. It's Chan Yuxiu and the others. It looks like they found that kid first. I didn't expect that kid to be a 6-star talisman master. The golden-robed man's expression turned serious. Then he fled after arranging the charm array. It seems that he is already an arrow at the end of its flight. He shouldn't have fled far. So, it's still not too late to chase after him. The long-robed man's voice fell. Then, the xian qi under his feet surged, and his silhouette swept away into the distance. The golden-robed man raised his eyes slightly and followed closely behind. Bang, bang, bang. Around 15 minutes later, the talisman array above shook and started to crack. In the end, it completely exploded under the forceful impact of waves of energy, transforming into shattered talisman symbols that covered the sky and dissipated. Rumble, the terrifying energy swept out, causing huge cracks, rocks to explode, and the ground to sink. Finally, under the impact of the violent energy, it completely sank into the water and disappeared. Chase after him. We must not let that kid escape. For figures angrily soared into the sky and suddenly disappeared in midair. 3 days later, in the vast sea, the sky and the water merged into one. In the calm midair, a golden light suddenly swept over from afar. After a few flashes, it appeared in midair. It was a young man with golden talisman wings on his back. The domineering and fierce Tishi swept out from his body. As he flapped his wings, he was like a rock flapping its wings. His speed was as fast as lightning, and even more so, he was unpredictable. The combination of the two was like adding wings to a tiger. Flap, 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 the golden talisman wings flapped, sweeping across the sky like lightning. The sea below set off huge waves, which was extremely shocking. Kid, you can't run away. You absolutely can't run away. Hand over the treasures on you, and I can spare your life. Behind the golden light, there was another golden figure following closely. There was also a pair of golden talisman wings on his back. His speed was as fast as lightning. However, the golden talisman wings and the golden talisman wings formed by the former were worlds apart in terms of shape and power. Swish! Behind the latter golden figure, there was a burly man in a long robe following. His body was wrapped in the radiance of talisman symbols, and his speed was not much slower than the former golden figure. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. When the two of them, there were 4 figures following closely behind. Although their speed was a little slower, they were still tailing from a distance. Splash, splash. Wherever this group of people passed by, the calm waters would surge, causing the demonic beasts in the water to crawl, not daring to surface. The figure in the front flapped the golden talisman wings on his back. He was like a rock spreading its wings, drifting like a deity. He completely ignored the shouts behind him. His face was slightly serious. When he slowed down a little, he directly stuffed a big mouthful of elixirs into his mouth, chewing until it overflowed with multicolored light. This figure was naturally Du Xiaofu. 3 days ago, after he had set up a talisman array to trap the 4 martial king realm cultivators, he quickly escaped. However, it was too difficult to hide in the water. The Xianyun scarlet dragon's blood essence in his body had not completed the bone marrow cleansing. After being affected, he was almost devoured by the energy. Fortunately, he was lucky enough to find a place to hide. He restrained his aura until he saw the martial king realm cultivators leave. However, a day later, the martial king realm cultivators seemed to have realized that they had been deceived and began to search. They happened to meet Du Xiaofu, who had just recovered a little. Du Xiaofu's injuries were serious, and the profound qi in his body had not recovered much, so he had no choice but to run again. After running for 2 days and 2 nights, he did not know where he was. He did not pay attention to the direction in the boundless water, and the martial king realm cultivators behind him were getting closer and closer. Kid, you can't escape. Surrender, and I will definitely spare your life. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. Shouts resounded from behind as they chased after him. Du Xiaofu did not even turn his head. He only cared about flapping his wings and escaping. Facing the group of martial king realm cultivators behind him, Du Xiaofu knew that he was powerless to fight back. The boundless mountain range stretched on endlessly. Numerous mountain peaks stood tall and verdant. Early in the morning, clouds and mist lingered on the mountain peak. Faint roars of beasts could be heard coming from the depths of the mountain range. At the periphery of the mountain range, crowds of people gathered in 2s and 3s. They seemed to be waiting for some results. Occasionally, discussions could be heard. It's already been 3 days. The results of this test should be out soon. It should be soon. I wonder how many people will be qualified to become an inner sect direct disciple this time. If you want to become an inner sect direct disciple, you will need to be at least a Marshal Marquis or above. How can it be easy to become an inner sect direct disciple of the ancient heaven sect? It's said that there are several outstanding talents and even human kings. They have long been selected to become inner sect direct disciples of the ancient heaven sect. Only 1 in a million geniuses can become a direct disciple of the inner sect. Those people are only here to compete for the reward at the top of the mountain. It is said that the reward offered by the ancient heaven sect this time is extraordinary. Otherwise, those geniuses and human kings wouldn't care about it and wouldn't have come to compete for it. That's right, said Yi Shiwen. It would be great if I can become an inner sect direct disciple of the ancient heaven sect. The outer sect disciples of the ancient heaven sect are 1 in a million. You should stop dreaming. If you have the ability, you should go and challenge the test. Every time the ancient heaven sect outer sect disciple test is open to the public. As long as the age is suitable and is not over 25 years old, you can participate. If you can win in the end, you can directly become an inner sect direct disciple of the ancient heaven sect. Forget it. Those outer sect disciples of the ancient heaven sect are so young. Each and every one of them is already a Marshal Marquis. It's said that those outstanding talents and human kings have even stepped into the Marshal King realm. Not to mention that I'm already old. Even if I'm in the right age, I will most likely die if I go in. It's better to just watch the show. There are several thousand outer sect disciples. Each and every one of them has reached the Marshal Marquis realm. The ancient heaven sect is really terrifying. Chapter 565. This is only one of the testing grounds of the ancient sky sect. The ancient sky sect has quite a few testing grounds for outer court disciples. With the ancient sky sect's strength, they can stand above the central planes without falling. If one becomes an inner sect disciple, one will soar into the sky. It won't be long before one's name will spread throughout the central plains. Clouds and mist curled around the mountain peaks. Amidst the lush greenery, the largest and tallest mountain peak was like a dragon raising its head, piercing the clouds. Over a dozen figures stood at the peak of the mountain. They were both men and women, and they were all in their 40s or 60s. Their auras gave off an extraordinary feeling. The aura that faintly spread from their bodies caused the surrounding space to freeze and distort. Ferocious birds and ferocious beasts lay dormant in the surrounding mountains. Space was faintly discernible, making it difficult for outsiders to see through it. Bang, 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 bang! Ayo, roar! Deep muffled sounds of energy rang out from the depths of the mountain range from time to time. Accompanied by the roars of ferocious birds and ferocious beasts, energy ripples resounded. Someone is finally about to reach the main peak. The overall standard of this year's test is a little stronger than the previous years. An old man in his 50s stroked his long grayish-white beard on the highest mountain peak. His eyes were filled with a smile. He was in a great mood. Elder Hu, you must have seen that Feng Xiangyu has already reached the main peak. He has the talent of a human king. You have already taken him in as your disciple this time. He has the greatest chance of obtaining first place. The others will not be able to contend against him. Another plain-clothed large man in his 50s looked at the person called Elder Hu. His bright and spirited eyes flickered with brilliance, but there was no lack of jealousy in them. Ha ha! Elder Hu chuckled when he heard this. His smile grew even wider as he said, "Don't say that. Feng Buping, Mu Jiejie, and you, how are all talented individuals. Their cultivation is only slightly weaker than Feng Xiangyu's. Everyone has a chance to obtain the treasure from the Manchu. Moreover, they have already reached the main peak." That's true. Everyone has a chance to fight for first place. There's still a few glyph formations up there. It's not easy to break through. A long-clothed old man raised his eyebrows. It seemed that he was not convinced in his heart. He was secretly competing with Elder Hu and the others. At the peak of the mountain, there was a thin and slender old man in his 70s. He was dressed in a green and white robe and carried an ancient sword on his back. His white hair fluttered in the wind. A few strands of white hair fluttered in the wind along with a white beard. He looked like an immortal and had an extraordinary temperament. It was as if an immortal had descended to the world. After everyone chatted for a while, Elder Hu's gaze immediately turned towards the immortal-like old man. Although there was respect in his eyes, there was also some ridicule. He smiled and said, "Elder Qingyang, it's rare for you to come out. Why don't you choose a direct disciple to take in? There are quite a few who are not bad." Hearing this, the sage-like old man, who was called Elder Qingyang, turned his head around. His eyes were unusually clear on his old but extremely ruddy face. After glancing at Elder Hu, he did not have any intention of speaking. Instead, he stood with his hands behind his back like a celestial being, causing others to feel respect for him. Seeing this, the surrounding large men and old men revealed a slight smile. Although there was no malice in their smiles, there was a hint of mockery in their smiles. A long-clothed elder chuckled and said to Elder Qingyang, "Elder Qingyang, the sect leader said that you still have one more direct disciple spot. Why don't you take in a disciple this time around?" "Qianmingzi, Husanquin, don't be so smug. Those few Wang Renjia have already been taken in by you guys when I wasn't around. Why would I take them in?" The immortal-like old man finally opened his mouth. However, the moment he opened his mouth, his immortal-like temperament immediately disappeared. In particular, his two front teeth protruded out of his mouth like rabbit's teeth. As he spoke, he would occasionally spit out saliva, causing others to be unable to hold back their laughter. Elder Qingyang's reaction seemed to be within everyone's expectations. After Elder Hu heard this, he was immediately at a loss. He pretended to be innocent and said, "Elder Qingyang, we didn't take advantage of your absence to select a disciple. It's mainly because Feng Xiangyu, Mu Jiajia, and the other juniors feel that Elder Qingyang's sect is already filled with talents and has a high status in the Manchu. Therefore, it's inconvenient for them to join Elder Qingyang's sect." "Humph!" Elder Qingyang snorted softly. His eyes darkened slightly as he said, "Since that's the case, why don't you let them join my sect? I'll see if they dare to refuse." Upon hearing Elder Qingyang's words, the expressions of Elder Hu and the other elders changed drastically. They said, "Elder Qingyang, please don't make things difficult for those juniors. Besides, Sect Master has already said 9 years ago that you can only take in one more disciple. With your status and prestige in the Manchu, you can't take in more than one disciple." "It doesn't matter. In any case, I will only take one. I think that Feng Xiangyu is not bad." Elder Qingyang gazed at a huge mountain peak in the distance, with a smile in his eyes. However, at this moment, Elder Hu's expression changed drastically. If Elder Qingyang was determined to take him in as a disciple, he wouldn't even have a chance to reason with him. Bang! 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 Roar! Roar! Muffled sounds of energy could be heard from the mountain range in the distance from time to time. There were also the roars of demon beasts. Rumble, rumble. The mountain peak shook, the earth quaked, and energy radiance distorted the space. Talisman arrays soared into the sky. Sizzle, sizzle. At the foot of the mountain range, there were many burly men with powerful auras standing there. Each of them wore a badge that emitted energy fluctuations on their shoulders. The formless aura made people not dare to approach them. Sizzle, sizzle. The space fluctuated and many lights flickered. Then, one after another, the figures of young men and women with pale faces, serious injuries, and miserable appearances came out. They were all quite young. The youngest was only 18 or 19 years old, while the oldest was only 24 or 25 years old. Their faces were gloomy and disappointed. Then they shook their heads and gathered in the area. Their eyes were filled with yearning as they looked at the tallest mountain peak in front of them. Among the 8,000 outer sect disciples, less than 1 in 100 can pass the test and become an inner sect disciple. I wonder how many will pass this time. It's said that the first place this time will be able to obtain a treasure. Feng Xiangyu, Mu Jiejia, and the others came to participate in this test for that treasure. Many people outside want to challenge our ancient sky sects test. Without the protection of the amulet, they all died tragically. This is the price. The people outside think that our ancient heaven sects test is easy to pass. Over the years, there have been outsiders who have passed our ancient heaven sects test and soared into the sky to become an inner sect disciple. This is why there are many people who take the risk to pass our ancient heaven sects test every time. The young men and women who failed gathered together and discussed. Since they failed the test, they could only become outer sect disciples. The hope of becoming inner sect disciples in the future was almost zero. The difference between the status of outer sect disciples and inner sect disciples was like the difference between heaven and earth. Any outer sect disciple wanted to become an inner sect disciple. Unfortunately, if one wanted to become an inner sect disciple, they would not be able to do so unless they were extremely talented. On the vast sea, the water rippled slightly. Buzz, a figure wrapped in golden light, streaked across the sky. The sound was like thunder, causing the water below to fluctuate violently. "Kid, you can't escape." Behind the golden figure, there was a roar as several figures chased after him like lightning. The distance between them was getting closer and closer. "Bastard, that kid is clearly seriously injured and exhausted. How can he still run so fast? That kid is too weird. Chase him," recommended Gua Xiaofeng's the strongest overlord. The Chapter 1 road on the train only has 2 updates today. I'll pay back what I owe another day. Chapter 566. One by one, the figures chased forward like lightning, streaking across the sky at high speed. Bastards, this group of bastards. One day, I'll definitely let you have a taste of this. In the air ahead, Du Xiaofu cursed. After escaping for 3 days, he had almost used up all the pills he had. If it wasn't for the fact that he cultivated the golden rock technique and could directly consume pills and spiritual medicine to recover his energy, he probably wouldn't have been able to hold on. Of course, if it wasn't for the golden rock technique's speed and the wave-treading free steps, he wouldn't have been able to hold on until now. The golden talisman wings on his back flapped as he activated the wave-treading free steps. Du Xiaofu flew quickly. He was still worried about Du Xiaoyao, Du Xiaoqing and the little tiger. The situation was extremely bad. "Brother Qingchen, are you awake?" Du Shigang called out to Jin Qingchen in the small pagoda from time to time. Unfortunately, Zhen Qingchen in the small pagoda didn't respond. She was still sleeping. "Have we left the central province Long River?" Flying quickly in the sea, Du Xiaofu called out. Suddenly, a large mountain range appeared in front of them. It seemed that they had already left the central province Long River. Whoosh! With the appearance of land, Du Xiaofu was worried that he would not be able to shake off the martial king realm experts in the vast water region. Without hesitation, he flapped his wings and flew away. With the mountain range as his cover, it would be much easier to shake off the martial king realm experts with his ability to hide his aura. Du Xiaofu flew quickly and arrived in front of the mountain range in a moment. Looking at the mountain range from afar, there seemed to be a lot of energy waves. There were also low roars. It seemed that there were many powerful, demonic beasts hiding in the mountain range. Rumble the space shook. Looking from afar, there were traces of talisman arrays in the mountain range. The energy waves were extremely sharp and terrifying. There are demonic beasts and talisman arrays. Looking at the energy waves in the mountain range in front of him, Du Xiaofu's pale face suddenly lit up. He was like a drowning person who saw a life-saving straw. He immediately rushed forward without hesitation. Chase, Chase, there's a mountain range in front. That brat will have the ability to hide. Behind Du Xiaofu, the golden-robed figure with golden formation wings shouted. He was extremely worried that Du Xiaofu would be able to escape easily once he entered the mountain range. After chasing for 3 days and 3 nights, he couldn't even catch up to a brat. He, the Golden Condor King, had always been known for his speed, and speed was one of his trump cards. But now he couldn't find a way out of this embarrassing situation. Brat, do you really think you can't escape? Dream. The Golden Condor King's expression darkened. He gritted his teeth and formed a seal with his hands. He spat out a mouthful of blood essence into his palm. Then his hand seals changed and turned into countless runes that extended out and attached themselves to the rune wings on his back. Whoosh! In an instant, the golden talisman wings on the Golden Condor King's back increased in power. As he flapped his wings, he immediately pulled away from the solitary Sword King and several other martial kings. He also chased after Du Xiaofu at lightning speed. 50 feet, 40 feet, 30 feet, 20 feet. In an instant, the Golden Condor King was getting closer and closer to Du Xiaofu. His vast aura could already suppress Du Xiaofu. The Golden Condor King's speed skyrocketed. This was his escape technique, and he wouldn't use it casually under normal circumstances. Using it once would consume too much energy, and it might even affect his cultivation in the future. Therefore, he would only use this technique when he was in a life-or-death situation. However, seeing that Du Xiaofu was about to enter the mountain range, it would be much easier for him to hide. If the brat could hide on the mountain range, he would definitely be able to hide in the mountain range. Therefore, the Golden Condor King gritted his teeth and used this method to stop Du Xiaofu. Not good! Du Xiaofu's expression was extremely solemn. He didn't expect the martial king behind him to increase his speed in an instant. He immediately ran for his life. If he was surrounded by those martial kings, the consequences would be unimaginable. Brat, you can't escape. The Golden Condor King was getting closer and closer. Finally, the Golden Condor King shouted coldly. He waved his hand, and a talisman energy wave condensed. Like a bolt of lightning, it swept through the short distance and blasted towards Du Xiaofu at lightning speed. Wave surfing freedom steps. Du Xiaofu used the wave surfing freedom steps and the golden talisman wings on his back, swept out with a storm. He narrowly avoided the energy beam by a millimeter. Brat, you can't escape anymore. Your life is at stake. In the next instant, a cold and gloomy voice rang in Du Xiaofu's ears. The Golden Condor King's figure appeared in the air behind Du Xiaofu, like a ghost. A fierce palm print landed on Du Xiaofu's back like a bolt of lightning. Bang! This time, Du Xiaofu had nowhere to retreat or dodge. His back suffered a palm strike, and a low muffled sound rang out. He spat out a mouthful of blood with a poochie sound, and then his body suffered a heavy blow. In a situation where he had exhausted all his strength, he was powerless to resist. His body was like a bird with broken wings, and directly fell from mid-air into the mountain range below. Boom! Du Xiaofu's body landed heavily on the ground. Gravel flew everywhere, and the ground shook. The Nirvana realm of the Martial King realm. When Du Xiaofu climbed up from the pile of gravel, the corner of his mouth was dripping with blood. The golden talisman wings on his back had also been shattered. He wiped the blood off the corner of his mouth with the sleeve of his purple robe. He looked at the Golden Condor King who was looking down from the sky. His face was pale, but the golden light in his eyes contained a hint of coldness. Brat, give up. The Golden Condor King looked down at Du Xiaofu with a smile. He could see that the purple-robed youth was already at the end of his rope. He could not withstand a single blow and could not escape from the Golden Condor King's grasp. Surrender without putting up a fight? Those words don't exist in my dictionary. Du Xiaofu looked at the space beside him, and then looked up at the Golden Condor King with a mysterious smile. At the same time, his body flashed like lightning and was dozens of feet away in an instant. "Humph, you can't escape. Surrender." The Golden Condor King looked at the fleeing Du Xiaofu with disdain on his face. He pounced on Du Xiaofu like a lightning bolt. He swooped down on Du Xiaofu like an eagle pouncing on its prey. He waved his hand and grabbed Du Xiaofu's back in an instant. Whoosh! The sharp claws distorted the space and were as powerful as lightning. In the blink of an eye, the profound qi in Du Xiaofu's body exploded. He formed a seal in his hand, and the five-finger mountain vein spirit loomed on the surface of his body. He used all his strength to accelerate, and his body burst out dozens of meters. At that moment, Du Xiaofu's body rushed into an invisible spatial ripple. His body flashed past, and a faint spatial ripple rippled out along the arc of his body. Then he disappeared. At the same time, the Golden Condor King's claws were about to land on Du Xiaofu's back. Boom! At this moment, a dazzling light, accompanied by a terrifying restrictive force, surged out from the space. In an instant, it violently collided with the Golden Condor King's claw. The entire space trembled, and the Golden Condor King's body was violently flung away. He only managed to stabilize his body after a few feet. Uft! When the Golden Condor King's body stabilized, a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. His expression changed drastically, and his palm was dripping with blood. That's the Golden Condor King looked at the space in front of him in shock. Layers of spatial ripples rippled out from the place where Du Xiaofu had burrowed into. The mysterious runes on the talisman rippled, and a dazzling restrict word appeared. Why is there a restricted space here? In that short moment of delay, the Absolute Sword King's figure had already landed behind the Golden Condor King. His expression changed drastically when he saw the restrict on the rippling space. The restriction is so strong. How did that kid get in? The Golden Condor King was puzzled. He clearly saw the purple-robed youth enter directly, but he was attacked by the restricted space. He clearly knew the power of the attack just now. It was definitely not something he could withstand. Dear readers, I've been accompanying the leaders outside today, accompanying Shi Luiwei, Empty God, Feng Xiangyu, and other great gods. Actually, I'm slacking, so I'll probably only be able to write one chapter today. I'll return the day after tomorrow and will also be affected tomorrow. When I return, Xiao Yu will repay and apologize to everyone. Chapter 567. This should be a special forbidden space. Only those who have cultivated for a certain number of years can enter. Those who have cultivated for more than a certain number of years will be automatically expelled by the forbidden space. If you force your way in, you'll be counterattacked, the solitary Sword King said as he looked at the ripples in space. He seemed to have noticed something. Walala! The ripples in space rippled as the runes flickered. Afterwards, under the gazes of the solitary Sword King and the Golden Condor King, the runes began to form the mark of a badge. The runes on the badge were complex, as if they were alive. They gave off an ancient aura. When the solitary Sword King and the Golden Condor King looked at the runic badge that was filled with an ancient aura, their expressions changed as if they had seen a ghost. Their eyes were filled with shock, and their bodies began to tremble. The ancient heaven sect. I understand now. This is a testing ground for the ancient heaven sect. The people of the ancient heaven sect are testing their disciples here. Shock flashed through the Golden Condor King's eyes. Swish, swish! The sound of rushing wind rang out in the air as another 4 figures landed in the distance. They did not dare to get too close to the solitary Sword King and the Golden Condor King as they maintained their guard. It's the people of the ancient heaven sect. However, when the 4 people who came later saw the runes on the emblem that was rippling, their faces were instantly filled with astonishment and their bodies trembled. The runes on the ripples slowly dissipated. Afterwards, the ripples in space vanished as well, and everything returned to normal. At this moment, a couple of pairs of eyes could only watch as Du Xiaofu entered the mountain range. However, none of them dared to take even half a step forward. The ancient heaven sect was a colossus that could stop them here. At this moment, Du Xiaofu had no idea what was happening behind him. When the golden Condor King landed, Du Xiaofu sensed the existence of a spatial seal nearby through the senses of his pulse spirit. With the special pulse spirit of Du Xiaoyao's original body, it could ignore ordinary formations and seals. As a result, he immediately used all his strength and charged into the seal. As for what happened behind him, Du Xiaofu was running for his life and had no time to pay attention to it. Du Xiaofu expected that the space inhibition might not be able to stop the martial king realm experts who had been chasing him for several days and nights. Therefore, he immediately continued to run forward. In order to hide, he even shuttled through the forest. He did not dare to fly, not to mention that he did not have much strength to fly at this time. Roar. In the depths of the forest, the roars of beasts were unceasing. It seemed that there were still quite a number of ferocious beasts. Moments later, Du Xiaofu saw several ferocious birds and ferocious beasts emerging from several mountain peaks. Each of the ferocious beasts stood tall, and there were even some birds flapping their wings in the air as they looked down on him. Although they were not ranked on the heavenly beast list, they were definitely extremely ferocious. There were even several pulse spirit stage demonic beasts. One by one, the ferocious birds and ferocious beasts immediately surrounded Du Xiaofu. Their ferocious eyes were scarlet red, and their ferocious appearance made one's heart palpitate. With his heavy injuries, Du Xiaofu was truly unable to fight back, nor did he have the time to tangle with these demonic beasts. However, at this moment, facing these ferocious birds and ferocious beasts, Du Xiaofu's face revealed a look of joy. The aura of the golden-winged rock in his body immediately swept out with all its might, and the supreme aura of a demonic beast spread out. Roar! In an instant, those ferocious birds and ferocious beasts directly let out low and deep roars. Then they crawled, and their scarlet and ferocious eyes immediately became subservient and fearful. Swoosh! Du Xiaofu's figure quickly flashed past. He did not dare to stay for even a moment. The last of the pills and elixirs on his body were all stuffed into his mouth. With just these demonic beasts, it was impossible for them to resist those martial king realm cultivators. However, Du Xiaofu also knew in his heart that although these demonic beasts in the mountain forest were unable to resist those martial king realm cultivators, they were definitely able to buy some time. What Du Xiaofu needed the most now was time. As long as he could buy some time, it would undoubtedly be much easier for him to escape. Roar! Du Xiaofu also did not know where exactly this place was. As he traveled through the mountain forest, the further he went, the higher the cultivation level of the ferocious birds and ferocious beasts. Even after reaching a few mountains, the demonic beasts of the beast realm were endless. In the end, Du Xiaofu was even able to see many powerful demonic beasts of the beast realm who were at the Nirvana realm. However, when these ferocious birds and ferocious beasts saw Du Xiaofu, they also crawled and trembled under the supreme demonic beast aura of the golden-winged great rock technique in Du Xiaofu's body. They roared and hissed in fear. With the aura of the golden-winged great rock guarding the ferocious birds and ferocious beasts, Du Xiaofu spied on the strongest demonic beasts and directly charged there. These ferocious birds and ferocious beasts were afraid of the aura of the golden-winged great rock on his body, but they were not afraid of the few martial king realm cultivators behind him. Bang, bang, bang. Deep energy sounds began to resound. After reaching the depths of the mountain range, Du Xiaofu was surprised to see many young men and women in the mountain range. All of them were in an intense battle with many ferocious birds and ferocious beasts. Some of them were covered in wounds, while others were in a sorry state and exhausted their energy. However, overall, the cultivation strength of these young men and women was enough to shock Du Xiaofu. The youngest of these young men and women were 18 or 19 years old, while the oldest was only 24 or 25 years old. However, their cultivation had already reached the martial lord realm. There were even quite a number of martial lords who were at the nirvana realm. Furthermore, all of them had spiritual weapons in their hands, and some of them even had extraordinary practitioner weapons. Spiritual weapons and practitioner weapons were not rare items in this place. It could be said that the overall strength of these young men and women was definitely much stronger than the inner courtyard disciples of Tianwu Academy. Even the students on Tianwu Academy's martial ranking could not be compared to them. The general, Gu Xinyan, and the rest had yet to reach the nirvana realm of the martial lord realm. Thus, Du Xiaofu could not help but be shocked. However, at the same time, Du Xiaofu did not have the time to be shocked. He only cared about escaping. Roar! Wherever Du Xiaofu's figure passed, the surrounding ferocious birds and ferocious beasts would make way for Du Xiaofu. It was as if he had stepped into a deserted land. Who is that brat? Where did he come from? Why aren't the demonic beasts attacking him? Numerous extraordinary young men and women who were in an intense battle with ferocious birds and ferocious beasts suddenly saw a purple-robed young man with a broadsword on his back pass by as if there was no one around. All of them were dumbfounded. However, they had no choice but to continue dealing with the ferocious birds and ferocious beasts in front of them. Crack, crack! Many young men and women who had reached the point of crisis could only helplessly crush a jade slip in their hands in disappointment, after which the space around them immediately fluctuated, and their figures immediately disappeared from the spot. There's a symbol array! Suddenly, Du Xiaofu's path was unobstructed all along the way, as if it was an uninhabited land. After passing through countless mountains, Du Xiaofu's gaze suddenly shot forward. At this moment, chaotic space that covered the sky and blotted out the sun was suffused in many places on the tallest and most enormous mountain. Strands of extremely powerful and fierce fluctuations stretched out as talisman markings flickered, and it was precisely talisman formations that existed in many places. Whoosh! Seeing that there were symbol arrays on the mountain peak, Du Xiaofu's pale face revealed an absolute smile. He immediately rushed over without hesitation. The mountain peaks were connected and shrouded in clouds. In the distance, on the huge and towering mountain peak that was like a dragon raising its head and piercing the clouds, a dozen figures were still standing. The last few demonic beasts and symbol arrays are not having an easy time. Even Feng Xiangyu, Mu Jiejia, Feng Buping, Yu Hao, and the others are all obstructed. It won't be easy to break the symbol arrays. On the mountain peak, shrouded in clouds and mist, an old man in his 50s stroked his long grayish-white beard and said softly as he listened to the muffled sounds of energy and the roars of ferocious birds and ferocious beasts. The gray-bearded old man frowned slightly. He was the old man who was called Elder Hu Husanquin. He looked at the situation on the huge mountain in front of him and said softly, "But Mu Jiejia, Feng Buping, and the others are not weak. It is only a matter of time before they break the array. It has only been 4 hours. I am afraid that they will be able to break the array in 4 hours at most. Elder Hu, you see that Feng Xiangyu is about to break the symbol arrays, right? He's already at the highest point of the main peak. After he breaks the symbol arrays, he'll be able to directly go up and obtain the Manchuess reward." The other person was a plain-clothed man in his 50s. His appearance and age should be around the same as Elder Husanquin. There was some fluctuation in his bright and spirited eyes. His brilliance flickered, and there was still some jealousy in his eyes. At this moment, everyone on the mountain peak knew that Feng Xiangyu was indeed the one with the greatest chance of success. Feng Xiangyu had already become Elder Husanquin's disciple. If he obtained the Manchuess reward, it would undoubtedly be like adding wings to a tiger. In the future, he would naturally be able to strengthen Elder Husanquin's faction. They couldn't help but feel jealous and envious in their hearts. However, amidst the jealousy and envy, Everyone felt gratified and excited in their hearts. Only with so many talents in the Ancient Heaven sect could the Ancient Heaven sect continue to stand above the Central Region. The next chapter will be here soon. It's a chapter that was rushed out overnight. End.